Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IPA Tour, event number 2. We're here in Coventry at the Hilton Doubletree. And as usual, Stevie Walker, joined by Mark Pickworth. Mark, we're already up and running here. Let's all go.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, they started at 9 o'clock this morning. I mean, we've already got 2 streams on the, so we're already streaming already on the other stream tables, on number 1 stream table and the ladies stream table, which is dedicated just to the ladies, which was, that was a fantastic response to the ladies, in the last tour and that. But as you say, it's all up and running and the atmosphere is very, very electric.
Yeah, just talking about the ladies elite. It added a little bit of a spring in the step of the ladies. They were all talking about it, they were buzzing about it, and the viewers that were watching them were buzzing about it.
Yeah, they certainly were, and you talk about obviously the elite in the last tour event. I mean, Jenny Lawson, she was ranked number 8 in the rankings, right. Really low down. I know she missed a couple of events and that, but she produced some fabulous pool, and then beat obviously a debutant in Shona Lucas. Obviously we know Shona Lucas is a really established player, but Jenny played outstanding in that final and a very deserved winner for the elite. But Shona's already on this other stream table against Yvonne Ewan, another IPA champion in her own right as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the ladies are having their own stream. That's massive. It's obviously giving a boost to their game. But it's the new faces, and obviously they've been about a while, but the new winners we're starting to see now, and the new people getting to the latter stages of the tournament.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, Deb Birchall's still at number 1 in the rankings, 70 points ahead of the number 2 ranked player. But, it's all to play for. There's going to be a lot of points drop off Debs as she's going along the way, especially now there's 22 competitors all battling it out for the title come the end of the weekend.
And obviously our first match here on the main table is Adam Myerscough and Matt Steeper, 2 guys who recently new to the pro ranks. Matt was the year before and Adam obviously this year coming, and both of these guys top quality players. This will be a big test.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, both of these, they've won the amateur titles and that, so they know what it's like to win. But we're talking about in this arena table, it's your first game of the weekend, in the pro event. This is what everybody comes to, they want that big prize, don't they? They want that title, so Matt's been in quite a couple of finals in the since he's been a professional as well. So he is going to be probably the an edge favourite if you want, but we all know how good a player Adam Myerscough is.
Yeah, Adam's obviously a high quality individual. He got off to a great start last year, charged all the way to the pro ranks. He said to me personally that it's not about taking part, and I know that sounds like an old cliche, but he really does want to make waves in this pro ranks.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, he comes with, he comes like a good sort of corner of the UK, with the Jake Dillon, Newlove, Alan Robinson, so he's playing with the good players all the time, and here he is up against another great player in Matt Steeper.
In the last event, we had a new face winning it. It was Rob Wilson. Rob's going to join me in commentary after this. Could we get a new one this weekend?
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. I mean, Luke Sanchez, look at the start that he's had to his IPA career, since he's come back, got to the World Championship semi-finals, then he got to the final against Rob Wilson. He just run out of steam, and you could see it. He played too many frames. It takes this race in these professional events, they take out a lot of the players, so it's all about that mental strength.
Yeah, that endurance is absolutely huge. And Mark, I am going to head over to the commentary box. I will leave you here, and guys, you'll be listening to me very, very soon.
All right, thanks, Stevie. Well, as Stevie just hops and scotches over to the commentary box with Rob Wilson, I mean, there's a lot of things going off at the moment. Obviously, we've got 2 stream tables going off, but this main table now is going to be between Matt Steeper against Adam Myerscough, and that is coming up. So we'll hand over now to Stephen Walker.
Thank you, Mark Pickworth. And it is Stevie Walker now in that commentary box with Rob Wilson, the man I just mentioned there at the top of the show. Rob, who won the last pro event in Newcastle. How are you feeling this weekend, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. It's good to get back on tour and try and keep going with what happened at the last one. So, but what do you think of this game, Stevie?
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking there about maybe Matt having a slight edge, maybe a bit more long in the tooth than Adam is, but I've seen him for probably the last 18 months, Adam, and he's a top talent and more than capable of blowing any player away on his day.
Yeah, definitely. If I'd have just gone slightly the edge with Steeper. I think he's played a couple more games on TV than him.
Definitely.
Yeah. But I think it should be a good game. Both attacking. Should be good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and it's good to see these guys getting that opening match on the stream as well. It's one of the things that's been spoken about since the new guys have come in, trying to get more of a following for the, I don't want to use the word lesser pro players, but maybe guys that are not maybe seen on the stream table as often as maybe your Boyles and Clints and Bens and what have you. So I think it's a good opening to have Matt Steeper, Adam Myerscough here, and I'm hoping that they serve us up quite a show.
Yeah, I think they will. I just spoke to Adam beforehand and he felt confident, so said he's just going to come out and enjoy it.
Yeah, you mentioned the attacking play, and then you see Adam there. 3-ball plant, full length of the table. Was it a 4-ball plant actually? And he's giving himself a chance.
Yeah, he's just got the black to worry about, I think.
How would you be trying to get on that black?
I'd be trying to get on it now on the yellow next to the black, just to put the one in the bottom right hand corner, then flick the black, and then you've got 2 balls to work with then. Yeah, definitely be trying to come down now for the one near the black.
Yeah, it's not the kind of shot you want to be playing last. I don't think there's too much danger, but as you say, I think that's what separates the pros from even the good amateurs, as they try and get those balls into position as early as possible. And he is going to leave it to last.
Yeah, this is the only thing that can go wrong now.
It's a lot thinner. I have to drop this bag weight.
So I think if it had landed a bit lower, he could have potted the yellow and hit the black full ball then. So it would either coming back out for the middle or the corner.
Yep.
I think he's got like power stun it.
I wonder if he can just flick the red here. Nah.
I think he might have a shot.
Yeah,
I think he's on it.
Yeah, I think he is. He's fortunate. I think we're getting to see the way Adam's going to be playing here. Ultra aggressive.
Just cuts it.
He's not got it. And I think that probably cements the reason why the top guys do try and get on those kickouts. Or I mean, it probably wasn't one of them. If he drops on it early, doesn't have to play it hard. He can just get it out, and he's got options.
Yeah, because if he'd have played it the third to last one, he's got the 2 yellows left. If the black had been there, he's got 2 options, and he just dropped the one in the middle, and he's got the black on the rail. Other than leaving like a thin edge. This is a little bit tricky for Steeper.
Oh, he's missed the first ball.
Bit of early nerves, I think, Steve.
And even as pros, Rob, these guys, I know Matt's probably been on TV, as you say, more than Adam. Does the 30-second shot clock? There's obviously guys on the tour that seem to be on TV all the time. They're on that shot clock, the referees, the different kind. The balls are obviously cleaned constantly, and it keeps them zipping. Is that a big advantage, or is it just one of the things you just have to get used to?
Yeah, you just got to get used to it. Like the clock can really catch you out if you've not been used to it, because if you like, say for instance, if you break off, you try and map your route, and before you know it, then beeps are going, and then you like sort of semi-panic, use your extension, then it's like beeps again, and then you're rushing. It's just a matter of like time management. Just not so much speed up your game, but try and speed up your thought process in it all. But like people like Liam's really slow normally. Dunster on the
yeah.
When he plays on the TV table, I think he plays better.
100%.
But that's his style, and like I said to a few people say, "Oh, is it hard to watch?" And what I said, it's hard to play him, but you've got to admire what he does, because it is never out of position, and he makes it look so easy, no matter how long it takes. So
I think that's one of the. Obviously, when you see him on the stream, I think if you're there live and you're watching him taking a minute or two over shots, and Liam's one of the guys who'll say, listen, if I can take my time, I will. There's no rules against it. Whereas on the stream, I actually enjoy watching him because it's so precise. I think the thing that maybe catches people out when they say he's not great to watch, it's maybe because he's not doing anything crazy and fancy, because he doesn't have to.
Don't have to, yeah. I always say, like, if I ever speak to anyone like who's like not lesser than me, but not being disrespectful to him, I just say, just try and make it as simple as you can. If you can leave yourself like a pot that you're going to get, why would you rather risk like coming around with 2 cushions to get an extra 10-inch closer when you can just leave yourself alone and just pot it? Just try, it's the easiest thing, but the hardest thing to do is just try to make it as simple as possible. And Dunster seems to do it with ease. Like, you never see him go the wrong way.
No, it's like his brain is some type of supercomputer when it comes to mapping it out, and then he seems to land sometimes within the millimetre. And there's a load of players I see, guys, look at certain areas. If I land here, I can play on that. If I land, and it give yourself options. Liam's kind of got the 6 or 7 balls mapped exactly, and he seems to always work his way around them. And it's, I've never been one of the guys. That's unfortunate, Matt, to dig on him. I just think he's a special talent, and it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but as you say, it's a skill in itself. There's a couple of bad misses there from that.
I was going to say,
2 frames in a row.
No. He should really have been 2-0 up, to be honest.
Yeah, very surprised at that.
Quite like the way Adam's looking. He looks confident, and he don't look like he's shying away from the challenger playing on here. Because I think he's only played once when he played in the amateur final.
That's right.
Did he play Gio?
Yeah, beat Gio in the final. I actually got some credit that weekend for picking him. At the start of the weekend, I was asked, who do you think might win of the amateurs? And I says, well, everybody's going to have their usual kind of. I says, but I've watched Adam's first match. He stood out like a sore thumb. I said, I think he's got a chance. And then he beat Gio in the final. So
that just shows as well with the amateurs. Like what Keith Robertson won it last time.
Yep.
And he's just been beat first round of this.
Crazy.
It's madness.
I was looking through the draws, the pros and the amateurs, and you're trying to find. There's loads of tournaments, you know yourself, you're going to go, but there's good draws. You can maybe pick up a decent draw here and there. The level between the two, the pros and the amateurs this year, is absolutely stacked, and there's not much that you can call easy.
No.
Maybe get a favourable draw if you miss out certain top guys, but yeah, there's nothing easy right now.
Like I say to people, like, you've got to play them anyway, you know, because you're here not to make the numbers up. You
No,
you
exactly.
want to win it. So, like I said to Pete said to me, he said, I've got a tricky shot. I said, well, you've got to beat him if you want to win it anyway. So it's irrelevant whether you're playing first round or final. You're going to have to beat him at some point.
Yeah, it's a good way to look at it, because you're not going to have an easy game every round all the way to winning a tournament. You're going to have to beat the best guys, that's it. Big shot here.
Big double. Well then, Matt, this is where he should be making it one apiece. He's looked a bit edgy though.
Yeah, he has, and I think by Matt's standards, it's quite unusual. The 2 pots he missed, quite routine pots. I think he missed both of them on the high side as well. He's trying to kick that red.
I think he's just trying to get his arm going, I think.
Yeah.
He's such a good cueist as well. Puts a nice ball.
He's maybe just a bit frustrated at the 2 pots he's missed so early in the match. Long race, or longish.
This is what I was saying now. He can pot this one here, and he's just. I won't try and risk putting it into the middle, because I've go for the middle, but I won't hit it too hard because you've got to bounce out. Just take your medicine, leave yourself a shot, and then you've got a shot on black, rather than missing this, spewing it out, and then you're handing game over.
It's a good point, that, because there's so many people that will complain, I just want a shot in the black. If I can get a shot in the black, I've got a chance, and then you find yourself guilty of being greedy. That's what Matt's trying to do there again. He's a bit frustrated with himself. It's unlike him.
Landed straight. He's just got to leave himself a shot now. Just stop it dead. What would you like to be, Stevie? Would you like to be straight or just off angle?
Yeah, probably just off for me. I would have been, I know the 30-second shot clock probably comes into it, but I might have came round just to make sure I was a touch further over, just to see if the red's not in my way. I'm not having to maybe get my arm over it like he's having to play here, but he should be okay. Oh.
Second black is missing that pocket now. Even though it's early, this is like a big finish now for Matt.
You think opening the main show on a weekend has got added pressure for anyone, never mind the guys that maybe aren't always on the stream?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's basically when the arena's the most busy, so there's more people watching and opening it up, and yeah, you'll be feeling it. But I think he'll be glad to get that under his belt.
Yeah, a couple of frames, a few mistakes. I think once they settle down, we'll probably see the best of these two guys. But it's all go in the arena right now as well. Dale Lawrence and Adam Griffiths, they're on the other stream table. It's 3 frames each. Christian Phillips 4-1 in front of Eddie Roberts. That should be a good one. Johnny McDermott and Mark Farnsworth. As all go, all the ladies' games going as well. Dan Davey, I didn't realise he was playing. I just seen him in the corridor about 10 minutes ago. And he'd lost his key to the room.
Well,
and that was what I didn't realise why he was panicking. Now I know.
I were on the same floor, and he's got to his room with his case, and he's just said, "I can't believe it. I've got my case out of the car, come all the way up, and I've left my trousers on the back seat." Harry Pert's 4-3 up on Ross Fernie.
I was actually asked earlier about Harry. It was Goobsy, and he doesn't really know Harry that well, and he said he got a message from, I think it's one of the, is it maybe Elite Bet or something like that, and they were just kind of fixing the odds on the matches, and they were obviously asking his opinion, I think, to get the odds on it. But I said my opinion is he can beat Ross if he plays anywhere near his best, and Ross isn't on it. I think he's such a talent.
Yeah, his potting's unbelievable.
He's so quick, frightening. I asked him the question, I think it was in Newcastle, maybe 4 or 5 events ago. And I said, do you think if you slowed down a little, it would make you better? And he says, well, it's the speed that I play at that's got me to where I am, so maybe not. And I thought that was quite a good answer.
Maybe with age you might slow down.
Yeah. Good break, good chance.
Yeah, yellows are nice. Has he got, reds are nice as well. He takes the long one there, the black. Stuns it in.
Is that something, when you break off, you're kind of, I know we all hope we get a chance, but if you've got one set and the other, and maybe you've not got a good opening on it, you're thinking, maybe take the harder pot to make the finish easier?
Yeah, I think it's about like you've got to play the right shot, no matter what. So if it's a tricky first shot, but the set's there, you can plant. Not for me that one. I've just been playing the long one next to the black. That's again just back yourself to pot.
Yeah.
That's what I was just saying about playing the right shot.
That's the reason why I was asking, because there's probably a lot of players, maybe even pros as well at times, guilty of taking maybe the tougher finish just to get the easier opening. Whereas if you back yourself, like you've just said, take that tougher pot then. And in the grand scheme of things, it's maybe a black off the spot on a snooker table. It's not, when we talk about long pots, yeah, on a pool table, but I'm surprised that Adam taking on that plant there. And he's gifted a chance to Matt that you don't really want to do at this stage.
Yeah, because I don't know this at there now as well, because it should really be 2-0 up. Should be 3-0 up after that chance. Just got to try and put it out of your mind.
Yeah, both guys struggling just a touch.
think he can miss the black and between
Slight loose wire there.
those wire. Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot. I thought he would have been coming high there and for the red into the bottom, but he's played that really well. And that's pounced on a mistake from Adam. Kind of lost the white a couple of times, but you just want to get the frames on the board. He's overhit that. But he's okay.
He'll be over blue now. We'll be how we started.
Two one, Matt Steeper, and another frame with another mistake.
There's Johan Attard. He's just got 2 yellows left.
I can't see through that head, but slightly surprised he didn't just drop that yellow in. And
I think there must be a red stopping the black from this
Yeah.
corner, else he wouldn't have played it like that.
yeah, you can just see it. Method in the madness. Good player, Johan. Plays very attacking as well.
Yeah.
Good to watch.
Jake's about to make it 3-2, I think.
Seen Craig Brown there. He's been doing a bit of travelling lately.
I think he's just, last couple of days, just come back from China, I think.
Yeah, living the high life right now. Good to see the guys going over there and giving it a go. And
We've got a couple of lads from our club who were over there. Did really well. One got beaten last 64. And Jordan Shepherd got beaten last 16. So they've done well.
yeah, it's good to see. It would be good to see some of the English 8-ball type players go over there and maybe make some life-changing money. That would be good.
I was speaking to young Cohen, Bradford, about
Yeah.
6 weeks ago. And I said to him, if I were like someone at that age now, like 14, 15, 16, I'd be trying to play the Chinese now, because our game 8-ball, it's just always been the same. It's the same money. But whereas that Chinese, it's like life-changing.
Yeah.
So if you get good at that, like look at how well Gareth's done. It's just unbelievable money. But then we're taking all the youngsters away from our sport.
No, exactly. And the thing is, I think for this to grow, and who knows, it's one of the things, if you build it, they will come. I always use that phrase from I think that Kevin Costner movie, but Field of Dreams. I don't think we've ever had the credit that the game deserves. I mean, it's probably, I think it is the most played Cuesport in the UK, and people will say, yeah, but it's in every pub. But it's like, well, if you think of all the snooker halls there used to be that were scattered everywhere, it's mainly pool clubs now everywhere, and I think that they're just hoping to tap into the fact that it's such a popular game. Is there a way to maybe elevate it? And hopefully it's here at the IPA.
It's come on leaps and bounds, the IPA, over the last 6-7 months.
I think having someone like Supreme being the kind of main sponsor, the tables, and the tables have been first class. And I know, I don't know what they're like, but I know there's a table in development that's supposed to be for the IPA, and I think it's close to being, I think it's in the testing stage right now, and it's supposed to be fantastic. So I think having Supreme Pool on board has been an absolute huge bit of fortune for us. I know we always use the tables and that, but now to have them as a main sponsor has been fantastic.
Yeah, 'cause it's the main table. Whenever you go in any pool club, it's always a Supreme.
Yeah.
He's going to try and put the one in the middle and put the red over the bag. What would you play, Stevie?
I can understand him playing that shot.
Shot. I was just going to say put it and then took him up after.
Yeah, my kind of worry in shots like that is that you maybe land awkward and you've not got much on. And I know that's the aggressive play. Probably a lot of guys in Scotland, some of the Welsh guys were saying, we were at an international event, saying you guys just seem to not know how to win, but how to dig into win. And it's like, if there's not a finish there, we'll put something on top of the black, we'll put something on top of a ball, even if it's in the middle of the table, we'll try and kill something. But one of the things that I admire a lot, and I asked the question to a few people, is it because you're on TV, you feel you don't want to kind of grind, but it just seems to me like almost everything I've watched since the day I sat in these seats to do the commentary, it's very aggressive. And I don't know, is it the shot clock? Is it, I've not got time to kind of think negative, so you've got to be positive? But yeah, I think there's one or two times when I think to myself, I would just be putting a ball on top of the black here and just hanging in.
I always think as well that there's times where you've just got to rein it in that little bit.
Yeah.
You see it so many times where people like race into a lead, they might go 3-1, 4-1-0, and then they'll push ball out, take a finish on that they really shouldn't be going for, where they can like maybe cover a bin and then they can't lose it, but they end up losing, and the next minute it's 4 apiece.
I think that's mad, and it's massive at this level for me, because the main thing is winning. And I know probably Liam again, he's probably one of the guys that no matter what, he'll play the right shot.
Yeah.
But even Liam is probably more aggressive when he's on this 30-second shot clock than he is when he's on the outer tables. And I've just had it in my head thinking, I wonder if it's just shot clock, the TV, there's a switch in mentality, because there's maybe one or two finishes here and there that on the outer tables you maybe wouldn't go for, and I notice it quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's to do with, like, some people would rather look good than win, which I've never understood the mentality of it. I'd rather look boring and win than...
Yeah. Fernie actually said to me, it was a few years ago, and it was something similar. Basically, a wrong shot was played in a match I was playing in, and it cost me the match. And he said, "No, Stevie, I think what you did was right there. You're better going out on your sword." And I'm thinking after it, Renzi was there, and he went, "Never in a million years. If you played the right shot there, you could have still won that match. You didn't. It cost you the match. If that's the way Fernie wants to play, if that's the way he's like, but to me, there's the right shot, and that's it." This is pretty surprising, the amount of mistakes has been thrown in, and it's the basic stuff.
It's just, I think it's because the pressure at first game on, and especially on TV table, it can catch you out because it's so slick, and once you make one mistake and another one creeps in,
He's missed as well. Do you ever think it's a case of trying too hard? Maybe more Adam here than Matt. Matt's obviously been on more and maybe more seasoned on the TV table, but I don't think experience can take you away from maybe pushing the boat out a bit, but it seems to me that maybe Adam is just trying a bit too hard here.
He just needs to take like a little, like that, taking his extension. I think he's still okay-ish.
Touching ball, must be a gap. You're just cutting that back into the bottom right.
Yeah, but then again, he just relax. He could push the yellow onto the side cushion here and then leave himself a long one. Which way are you going here, Stevie? Middle or back in your queuing?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just ball to the top right corner. I'm just backing myself to run it in. I'm not a fan of, no matter what level you play at, I don't like chasing the cue ball around the table and kind of hoping. I think, I mean, I might be wrong. There might be loads of people who say no, but for me, if he goes for the one to the top right, doesn't get it, to me it's still the right shot. That's in my opinion, but
I think with the way he played that as well, when he was running into the yellow, He didn't really know where it was going.
Yeah. He's ended up off the right middle knuckle, close to an off as well. But even that's quite a slack shot from Matt.
Because the pace he played it, he were always going to snooker himself on the one anyway, on to the left. So he were basically relying on leaving the one that he were hitting.
Another one gets away. So Adam Myerscough, he'll be kicking himself. He's had chances in every single frame.
Yeah, I'd be having a little toilet break now.
There he is, Ross Fernley, the man I was just speaking about. And he's 6-4 down against Harry Pert right now. Mark McAllister 4-2 in front of Chris Boron. Mark Boyle 5-1 in front of Stuart McCulloch.
He's a machine.
He is absolutely relentless. And the thing is, like, Mark will tell people that he's not really been playing, he's hardly lifted a cue, and he only stays 5 minutes from me. We talk a lot that the lowest pull stuff and that we do, and Mark is up and down the country. He has 100 miles an hour. He barely lifts a cue, that is true. You must be so mentally strong, Rob, to be at the tail end of tournaments and keep doing what he does, because I don't know where he finds it.
I played him in the last Open, and it were a good game. I think I've gone 5-3 up, and his breath wasn't working, and then all of a sudden, like, I would just sat there, and I've lost 7-5, and I can't remember playing a shot, and I was like, how does he do it? And like, I know we do it sometimes and that, but when you watch him, like, not in awe of him, but
no,
because I think he's the best.
Yeah,
in my eyes, it's
hard not to admire what he does and how he does it. And I think that one of the big things for me is the type of guy he is into the bargain. He just seems to tick all the boxes. If you were looking for some kind of ambassador for our game, you don't have to look much further than Mark.
I tell you what, a lot of people don't like giving credit for what, like, because he's got a really big break and he's a really good putter. Yeah. But his white ball is unbelievable as well, and people don't really recognise that with him. But when you play him, you watch him and you think, oh, he's got to land on like a beer mat, you say, and he's on it.
No, that's true. It is, and you're probably absolutely spot on. It's not something that gets spoke about. It's people say, yeah, but his break's a weapon, and it's like there's loads of people that I've had people mention that they would like the cut break banned, and it's more because of Mark than anything else. Because I cut break, I know loads of other people cut break. It's nothing like Mark's, and he's just managed to create a weapon, and he's worked at it. I've seen. I
spoke to him at the Grand Prix in Bolton, and I said, "How did you manage to like figure it out?" And he said, "Listen, you won't believe how many times I've been off table with this white flag practicing it." He said it took him a good solid 3 months to try and dial it in where he does it now. And I've seen him even sometimes now he'll get it wrong sometimes. That white will come off, but it is like unbelievable how it generates that much power to a cut break. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's. I seen him. It was in the Players' Lounge in Scotland a number of years ago, and I thought to myself that he was off his head. I'm looking over him in a King of the Hill tournament, and there's Mark spending an hour breaking. He didn't put a ball; he just broke, set them up, and I'm thinking, surely not. You must go for a finish at some point. You must be bored. And once he finished that hour of breaking, put the balls away and left. And I thought, that's the difference.
Just dedication.
It really is.
Because and then on the other hand, you've got Liam, who tries to pot the same ball in the middle bag. He's like gone the other way. He's tried to master it where he knows if he hits it at a certain speed, at a certain angle, that ball's going to go near the middle every time.
Yeah, more calculated type of break.
But that's just typical of the both players. You've got Boyle that's like that, and Liam that's like that.
Matt just trying to contain a bit here. He had half a chance from the break off, but it wasn't easy. I'm slightly surprised he's let Adam come back with this chance.
I think he was a bit unlucky. I think he tried to develop the yellow and he just played it in between the gap. Do you think he went for that?
I actually do. I'm thinking to myself, he might lose a cue ball here if he plays it at any type of pace, but it's not a bad shot if you if you did play it. Slide it over the pocket, leave the cue ball in the top right hand corner, but doesn't look like Matt's got the angle to run in here. Looks to me, maybe on the odd occasion, both of these guys are maybe second guessing themselves a bit.
I think now he's got to play the plant, run it through to about 6 inch past the red, and then he's got to play the cut, I think.
I think he's got fortunate there. I don't think he's played to go as far down the cushion as he did.
I just think because he's like lacking a little bit with his misdo, I've just got a feeling he's going to try and go into it when there's no need to.
Yeah. And I think the angle that you're going to drop on it at, you would be coming straight across to the right hand side and you'd be on probably the red in the middle of the table into the left middle.
Like if he's on it now, I'd definitely play it now.
I think he's in no man's land here. He doesn't look happy.
Try and bring it out, I think. Forgot about his extension.
I don't mind that actually.
No, I like it because he hadn't just like crashed into him. Like
Yeah.
he's not got where he wanted. He's sort of thought about it and like played the right shot really.
Oh, kick here. One closest to the black spot.
Whether it comes out, I think he can't get the yellow, can he? He's got to get the red, I think. I think he could just squeeze past the red and maybe flick the yellow out. I don't think he can.
It's one of these shots. Matt's really good at these when he plays it with the trace aside. Doesn't want to end up playing it too thin. Oh, he's played it well.
Nice.
Good shot.
It's the same again. Don't try and do too much.
No,
just
that's it. It's crazy how often you hear it when people say things like keep it simple. Try not to kind of overthink things, but I think every pool player at one point in time is guilty of both. Oh.
both struggling.
Yeah, it's not been anywhere near the level that these both guys are at. Has he landed a bit too straight here? Can he just push through maybe?
I think he can play it where he can just stun in between the red and the yellow,
Right.
and then you've got two options. You can leave a plate in the middle, or if you go a bit too far, you've got the one in the top left-hand corner. If he's got that angle, then you've got two options then.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looks like he's playing it that way.
Yeah. And just stun this in the middle and leave it in the bottom right, I think.
Looks like he's landed absolutely perfect. He's kind of run through there rather than the stun. A little stun past it, even if he lands, well, he wants to land slightly opposite side. He just run towards the black here. Yeah, good shot. Didn't think he had that angle. Definitely a frame that Adam needed there. See Matt's face, it's not been pretty so far, but it can spark into life at any point. Seeing Craig Brown on the screen there, expecting to see him sleeping on the table, the travelling he's been doing. some of the girls' games. Elite ladies, Laura Jones, Savannah Lowe, 6-all. It's a race to 7. Marie Cosgrove and Katie Ring, 4-1 to Marie. Shona Lucas have on you, and I think that's on the main elite ladies table. It's 5-4 to Shona. Shona lost in the final to Jenny Lawson at the last event. So she'll be looking to go one better this time. There it is all go here just now.
The ladies have got their own stream now, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what might be a good thing is eventually have a stream for the amateurs as well.
Yeah.
And then you've got the ladies, amateurs, then the pro, and get some of them out there, because everyone struggles with sponsorship and stuff like that. So the more exposure you get,
absolutely, it's something that it was kind of mentioned last night about even for the pros and certain pros that maybe the usual suspects. You can only get one on the main table, one match on the main table. So there might be certain pros throughout the course of a year that don't even get near the main table, and so the guys have actually they're trying to get certain early rounds at the very least to help these guys with their sponsors and the kind of support that they need. And that goes, as you just said there, it goes for the ladies and the amateurs as well.
Yeah. It's not just all about pros that are on it. There's like obviously the amateurs. You've got the elite ladies, then you've got your amateur ladies, the amateurs. It's like a team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of the things, it means it grows with everyone together rather than specific sections. But there's obviously, for the main tables and stuff like that, I think you have to earn the right to get there. And, and that goes without saying. But a little bit of exposure goes a long way for.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good thing if, like, you should guarantee all the new pros should at least get one match on the stream table. Because I know it's like an achievement to be a professional, but once they've done it, you want to play on the team.
Of course. That's one of the I think it might have been the Scottish Grand Prix or the Masters, maybe in McGoldrick's in Glasgow, where the IPA have obviously the other events, and they've got the TV table. It's not the big arena like this, but it's the same idea, referee, shot clock, all the stuff. And I played Dan Davey on it, and it felt great. Even though it wasn't here, it felt great to be on that table. We had a good match, and with the shot clock, the referee, it just feels different. And I think if that's an amateur on there playing and enjoying that, you've got to imagine that the new pros longing to get on that table.
See, I remember when I were on the amateurs, and you just watch the pros on it. You just want to get out there.
100%.
This will be a good finish from the break.
Are you playing this kind of screwing back left hand side, or are you sliding past?
I think, like, again, just take your medicine, just slide past.
Yeah.
But why risk it? If you could do all, you could go in the middle, you could go in corner, you could land up bottom cushion, just play it like touch a right and just leave yourself a straight ball in.
No. And again, he's. I think if you play that, even playing ball, if you clip the red, you still get a shot.
Yeah.
Whereas he's tried to be too cute and loads and loads of running side, and I mean, if he gets it, he's absolutely perfect, but made the pot so much more difficult. It took me a second to realise that red was up there. I'm thinking, is Matt playing the black here?
Yeah.
Just the way he was queuing up, but yeah. Still work to be done here.
This will be some finish if he gets these. Andrew, if the one near the balk line goes in the middle, you can just drop this in and then drop on the one on the rail, then put the one over and just leave a double then. If he's going,
yeah,
I think that's the route I'd be looking at, I think, if he wants to go. gap.
He has.
He has. It's just a little swerve past the block.
Not sure how much he'll be able to do with the cue ball here. I think he'll have a shot.
I think he's going to have the shot what he should have had in the first place, I think. And then he'll probably just get down and knock it in.
Oh, he's got away with that.
I don't think he's on it, Stevie.
Looks
I
tight.
think he can see it. Is he on it?
I think he might just be on it. And I'm just going from experience of seeing angles like this every single week. Yeah, I think he's just on it, but he's fortunate. Yeah.
Do that in the first place, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Matt
Yeah.
now going for a little break. Mark McAllister Jr. 7-2 up against Chris Barron. He had a good run as well last time.
Yeah, Mark was one of the players that was questioned. I mean, I had people messaging me. I think because I've been involved in the commentary and even some of the TV stuff, people think I'm in some kind of committee that makes decisions, and and they'll message and go, "Why is he a pro? And why is he this? And how did he get there?" And I'm like, "Listen, guys, I don't know. This isn't on me." But I said when it came to Mark, because I think he finished like maybe 56 or something in the rankings.
He missed a few events though. He
did.
make them all, did he?
No, that's it. He was quite far out, but he was in the Scotland men's A team that went and won the World Championships and stuff. But I said, listen, he's more than good enough for it. Whether you believe he's earned it or not is a different thing. There's probably 10, 20 guys that were chapping on the door, only a few points away from getting into that top 16. I was one of them. And I says, but if you're asking me, is he good enough? It's not even in question. He's a top talent. But there was a few, obviously, that were quite further away. But as you say, Mark didn't make all the events. I think he only made maybe 2 of them. But he's quality, and he showed it in the last event. He's shown it again here. And there he is on the screen.
Nice cueist. He was gets fruit ball really.
There's a large contingent. It's like it's kind of strange in Scotland the way it works. Certain areas seem to bring through players at different times, and Glasgow's probably the only place that doesn't bring through many youngsters. A lot of people in Glasgow play football. They've maybe played snooker and stuff as they were young, but then go and play their football, and then once that's finished, maybe mid to late 20s, even into their 30s, and then they go back and lift a cue again. But Ayrshire, the Ayrshire coast, Kilmarnock and areas like that, Mark, Johnny McDermott, Stuart McCulloch, Gio Edgar, so many of them from that area. Campbell Dunlop, who's another one I think should be on this kind of tour. He's quality player. Then we had Ryan Davey, David Rooney, all these kind of guys, David Farrell, that were all in the kind of Airdrie kind of area, and it just seems to be Dundee, Brian Cummins and Vince Kenny and Mark and Ryan Fleming, and there seems to be these wee kind of areas that every now and again, and Ayrshire has produced so many good players, and they're all here. Stuart McCulloch, Johnny, Mark McAllister, Gio.
Where's Ross from?
Fernie, Edinburgh.
Right.
So he's the back end of Edinburgh, Ross. There's a few good ones there as well. Scott Rorty, David Kinnear, obviously is a bit older now, but it's mad the way it's like when we go to the counties, the Glasgow team's all kind of older, and we're arguably the most successful kind of county that there's ever been. But a lot of these areas bring through little groups of youngsters, and there's a current crop that are obviously kind of in their prime right now.
Where were Jason from?
Glasgow. He was the one.
I forgot his mate now as well. They were always with him. Good player. He had a nickname.
Swayze, Paddy McMillan, no.
No. What a boss?
Bossman, Scott Ross.
Yeah. He could play a bit, couldn't he?
Yeah,
as well?
he was. I think he won a world championship.
Right.
He was from the kind of Falkirk area. Yeah, he was another class act.
Does he not play anymore?
Nah, he drifted away, met some girl and moved away, and then all of a sudden his pool kind of thing was finished. But even I think the Falkirk area, we had Stephen Campbell, Scott Higgins, and there was just so many. Stephen Benny, Mark Boyle, obviously at that neck of the woods at one point. But it's mad the way it's like it all comes in. Like every 4 or 5 years, there's a new area that brings a crop through, and yeah, it's just kind of evident to see some of the guys here just now. But Glasgow's the only place, mate, that you don't get many. Jason was, I mean, the guy's just a freak of nature with a cue in his hand. Gets off a plane with a 9-ball cue, hasn't played snooker in 10 years, pulls it out and knocks in a century. It was just, I mean, it was on a club kind of table. We were speaking about it last night, but hadn't been near a snooker table in honestly so many years, and he's just with a 9-ball cue. The guy's just incredible.
Mark McAllister Jr. just beat Chris Bauer 8-2.
Great result for Mark, and off to the kind of start that he would have wanted after a good showing in the first tour event.
Yeah, definitely.
So I wonder if that break that Matt took benefited Adam at the same time.
No, looks like it. Looks like he's got a bit of confidence in him now. He doesn't seem as tentative with his shots.
Yeah, just needed to take a breath. And he does look a bit more confident here.
Like you're not trying to do too much, just leave yourself a shot. And like he's got a spring in his step, Stevie.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt going away for a few minutes. Maybe Adam having a chat with some of the, looks like maybe friends and family in the corner there. Has done him the world of good. Adam Griffiths 6-5 in front of Dale Lawrence. That's on our second stream table.
Verdi's just won as well, 8-6.
Yeah, that must have been a good match. Harry was ahead for a lot of part of that, but Fernie is one of the top players in the tour. When he's on it, he's a nightmare for anyone. Showing a 6-4 in front against Yvonne Ewan here. Shona looking good, but it is non-stop in the arena right now. The venue absolutely buzzing.
Eddie Roberts is playing his good pal Christian Phillips. It's 5 apiece. I thought that would have been the stream game.
Yeah, that would have been a good one. Christian has he's had a few great runs and been playing really well in recent years. The stick-out match was the final of the Masters in McGoldricks, himself and Mark Farnsworth. I think it was a big win for Mark, but I think Mark Farnsworth had 11 dishes out of 13 frames or something that he won in that match. But every one of Christian's frames that he won in that match were all dishes. I think it was 13-5 or something in the final, something along those lines. It was just insane.
I think it were at Coventry when Mark Farnsworth went on that mad run where he won like, I think it was 20 odd frames on bounce.
That's right.
Something like that.
I remember that was where we're situated just now. The commentary was in the other room. I remember that, that's right. That looks like it's landed slightly awkward here.
I don't think he's got a shot. Possibly jack up to the one that's closest to.
Does look pretty close. It looks like he's gone up. Can he play away from it enough? Does that bring the middle bag into play? Yeah, good shot.
Camera angles playing tricks on us.
Yeah, it looked like it was close to being welded. He's ended up. Still got a bit of work to do. He's not had great control of the cue ball here. You do feel, Rob, that this is one of the finishes that he really has to get.
Yeah, I think they've got to go. I think he's just landed just off straight, and I think he's got to leave the red into the top right hand pocket. I think.
is not going to plan for Matt Steeper here. Can he cut it in the bottom?
I fancy him for it. Kirsty.
A commentator's curse in action. Yeah, he's just... The fact is, I think we're all guilty of kind of beating ourselves up, but if I'm Matt Steeper right now, I'm thinking, okay, I've not played great, I've given him so many chances, but I'm still in this match. I think the top guys do that better than most. I think a lot of players, and I've been guilty of it myself, that when things are going against me, you kind of maybe lose the concentration, and then the attitude changes a little bit. And
I spoke to you about last week about trying to change your mindset.
Yeah.
Even when you miss, like you just said then, even he's had chances, so try and take the positives out of it. Saying, right, I've given you so many chances now, but I should have won them frames. So try and, instead of thinking, oh God, try and get the positives out of it.
And this, another mistake from Adam as well. He's landed awkward. This is probably the situation where I would maybe be just sliding the yellow towards the bottom left and just taking the cue ball up the top.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do, I think. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think if he left the white, it might have left him a chance at a double.
Yeah, mate, that's a good shout. Yeah, he's not got much on here. Oh, he's nailed it. Oh, the cue ball. And the red's going to drop. Oh, wow. I can't believe the cue balls went in from there. It was 6 inches along the bottom left, the bottom cushion.
Like I'm knocking the black over the hole, me.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think too many players are guilty of is not using that free shot.
You've got a free shot, so use it.
100%
Like,
use
like
it.
now, he's landed the wrong angle. All it takes is for him not to land perfect on the black. Whereas if he knocks it over the hole, he's got a dead one in the corner, one in the middle of the black.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, for me, I don't really care what level or who you have to use that free shot. Why not? Make it as easy as possible, and exactly what you've said, that's the reason why he's in the position he's in now.
Like, he still should get the black, but it should have been a lot easier than this.
Good black. I understand when players will say, yeah, but it's easy, I should get them. That's not what's being said. It's just about making those balls that you should get easier.
Yeah.
I don't think it can ever be too easy, and even at that, how many times have you taken something for granted? Even if you've not got the free shot and you make a mistake, I think you've just always got to make it a bit easier than the more it is. And I know they're bread and butter to Adam every day of the week, but he landed awkward, and it could have ended up going against him there. So it's Shona Lucas has got over the line against Yvonne Ewan. It's not been marked up yet, but it will be 7 frames to 4 in that match.
I think there were Jake Newell were playing Matty Rowland, but it's gone off now.
See if I can get some of the scores up and some of the results. Rowland won that match 8 frames to 5. He had 6 runouts in the match.
Wow.
That is some standard. Andy Crosdale beat Liam Farrell 8 frames to 4 as well. That's another result. Yeah, it's all go right now though.
Yeah, and Adam just unlucky. Then he broke him well, but got kicked in off. And his left. Oh, Matt.
I know there's those occasions, Rob, when you think it's not going to be my day. It's just everything that could go wrong is going wrong. But that's probably that mental thing that as we've spoke about. I know it's hard, and I'm probably the world's worst person. There'll be people watching this going, "Who are you trying to kid?" But you kind of have to somehow shrug it off and try and change the momentum somehow.
Yeah, you just got to dig deep, and yeah, it's dig deep and just know that you're still in until that final black spotted. I think you're still in the match. You've still got a chance to win.
I know the odds are probably stacked against you, but there's probably plenty of matches where someone's been quite far behind in the match, 5-1 down, 6-1, whatever it might be in a race to 8, and you lose. I think we've probably been there plenty of times ourselves, but I try and look at it now like even if I'm 5-0 down, I think, well, if my opponent can win 5 in a row, so can I. And I've started to use that, whereas before I was quite defeatist. I know he's probably thinking to himself more the chances that he's had, but he's still in the match. Do you think to yourself, Rob, when you're at the table on the TV in this situation, is there ever a thought goes through your mind, if you're in match position, for instance, thinking I'm making a mess of this and everyone's watching?
Yeah. It does go through your head because it's pride at the end of the day. You don't want to look like silly, but the more that you overthink that, the worse it's going to get for you. You've just got to try and block it out. Block it out and try and think deep down. You know that you're good enough to do it. Just stick to basics. Try and leave the shot, play the right shot. Even if you leave yourself alone, and just play the right shot, and it'll work for you.
Yeah.
Like 9 times out of 10, you'll see now that people are missing of the pro standard because they try to do too much to get like that extra bit better with position or whatever, when there's no need to.
Yeah. It's like trusting your ability and your potting and trying to be too perfect when, I mean, we spoke about it earlier, there's probably only one person that's good at being perfect, and it's Liam when it comes to that kind of stuff. So maybe playing the percentages more is probably the way to go.
Right, Matt.
The shot Adam played to drop on the black, is that what you'd have been playing yourself, or would you have? Was there a case for playing it cushion red and into the bottom corner?
Yeah. I think because I thought he's got a really nice angle to leave the white where he did, but I'd have checked it up and then played it cushion.
Yeah.
Where do you want to leave yourself here, Matt? Straight or just off? Where would you be, Stevie?
See, I quite like maybe just bring the cue ball back an inch and then I don't mind that, but I prefer to play the shot, then slide off the cushion to the top right hand corner. But I think he's landed all right here. I think he's fine.
So that's the kind of thing that when he's landed in the worst possible position he could have landed in.
That's better. That's the type of shot in this match that's been getting missed. Maybe 6, 8, 10 inches from the pocket, cueing across it, and well, that's a big frame. It's not been pretty so far from either player, but the end of the day, I think the first rounds, early rounds in any tournament, it's just about getting through.
Try and play yourself into the comp.
Callum Jackson, Johann Attard, you could see there a moment ago, that's 5 frames all. Connor Tracy 4, Evan Parry Williams 3. Connor seems to be enjoying himself back in the IPA. It's good to see him here. He's another talented player, very good, but he's a good lad as well.
Yeah, nice kid, pleasant, and I've not really spoke much to him, but when I've seen him, it's like I'm saying, all right, and yeah, and like same with Luke as well. When I've seen Luke play, and he's like obviously very talented, but he said like that he just feels more at home now than when he was playing elsewhere. He just said it's like a better atmosphere, and yeah, he just feels more comfy.
Yeah, and I reviewed him at the World Championships in Bradford, and he said to me on the interview, he went, "It feels like I'm home." And I think being comfortable, he said when he walked through the doors, he said the first person he seen was Braun, he says, and then he lifted his head, and it was like people that he just wanted to talk to, people that wanted to talk to him. He said it just felt good, and then he went, "It feels like home."
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the things. I've not really been all over the UK playing in different things, and when I came to the IPA at first, I was thinking, I wonder what it'll be like. I wonder what the people will be like. Will it just be some Scottish lads sitting there, some English there, and then I was so pleasantly surprised that everyone's. It's unbelievable. It's like it is a kind of. I know it sounds mad, a kind of family
like
type atmosphere.
Family,
it is. It's amazing. I wonder if that yellow goes rather than having to play some kind of kick shot on it.
I think it's just where the white goes afterwards, because I think he might have to just throw it in with a little bit of left, but I don't think he's going to leave himself a shot.
I think with the amount of yellows on the table, he could maybe be forgiven for playing the one to the bottom left and then just kind of flicking the red out the way.
Yeah.
Can he just slide off it, trace a side on and off the cushion, slide off the red. Just seems to be landing slightly wrong side on things.
I think he could. Yeah, I might have been tempted then just to play the double into there and run the white into the red.
The thing for me there, I think he could have just brought the cue ball back a few inches or even stopped the cue ball and given himself a similar shot to what he's got here, although he would have been a bit closer. I didn't think this yellow passed at first, but just seen on the camera that it did.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that'll
nice
do.
Little nudge.
That'll do nicely.
Just trying to aim for the red.
It's okay. I think that's probably one of the instances when you've just been a bit too greedy.
Yeah, just aim for the red, you hit it full ball, and then you've got the one in the left-hand corner, and then you've got the one in the right-hand corner to either stun up or run through on and off the cushion and leave the black. Which it still should be all right.
Yeah. Ooh. Wow. Is he thinking? Was he trying to screw back off into the red?
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that I can think why he's played it that hard, that he was aiming for the red. You can't avoid the red here, though, I don't think. No.
And he's not got a shot.
Just seeing Matt then sit up in his chair.
Yeah, it has been a match filled with kind of unforced errors.
Just looking and seeing that Stuart McCulloch is on a little bit of a comeback. He was 6-1 down. 6-4 now against Mark Boyle.
Oh, he's got it. Oh.
I think he's played it as well.
Yeah.
He's not left out easy.
No, he hasn't. And he's left Matt a couple of kind of chances like this. Matt's been quite aggressive and not got them. And Matt's ended up gifting Adam the frame again, but he's going to have to... Is he going for the pot here? Surely not. Yes. He's got it. That was a good shot, but I thought it was risky. He had no control with the cue ball there at all.
See now, because I'd be playing... He could play this one and bump the one off the cushion, and he's always got this.
Yeah. And he was absolutely perfect for that, Rob.
But I'm completely... Because I'll never go try and bump balls off that go. But when you've got like a guaranteed...
Yeah. I think when you're forcing it, it becomes a bit different because you're moving something that goes, as you say, and it's something that stood out to me in the last couple of years, especially sitting in front of these screens, watching guys like Gareth and Mark, and I was always saying they just drop on them. They never kick anything out, and again that's the difference of guys at certain levels. They don't overcomplicate it. Well, it's got a pocket, just need to play on it, but as you say, Matt, he's obviously feeling confident here. He's got the blackout anyway. There's still a bit of work.
So I think the one that's on the left-hand cushion, I think that'll be his last ball now. He's just going to chop this in. Really, he wants to land on the one on the top cushion now, after this. So you don't want to be playing the one across the top cushion.
Yeah, I thought he was natural there. The only worry was if he knocked it out and left his cue ball on the top cushion, but he's landed probably as close to perfect as he could have. I think he's got a slight angle. He can maybe run on and off the cushion. Stun back. Oh, power through.
Good shot.
And as you said, the left hand cushion red is going to be last. Just has to trust himself. He's missed a few easier than that. And you wonder how much it plays on the head. He couldn't have landed any better. And again, I don't think he has to do anything with the cue ball.
Don't try and be too greedy. Yeah. Just stun it in.
Oh, just slightly into the cushion, and the pace was enough. Matt Steeper squares it up here at 5-all. It hasn't been a full flowing match. Both of the players struggling here and there. Well, there's been plenty of drama.
Yeah.
Dale getting one back. 7-6 in that match. Could go all the way. And there is Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. 6-4 in front, Stuart McCulloch. Tour event number 2 in Coventry, the British Open. And the place is absolutely rocking right now, as you can see. And the setup's good.
Is he from Scotland, Stuart?
Stuart is, yeah. He's one of the kind of Ayrshire Coast lads as well. He's part of that group that kind of all came through over a few years together. They were all kind of pushing each other and practicing and competing. Good player, kind of flow player. One of the guys when he's on it, he can blow you away in no time. But if he won't change his style of play, Stuart. If it's not happening for him, he'll just kind of keep going. And, yeah. But he doesn't flinch. He'll just shake your hand. Cheers, mate. Off he goes. But I think that's what makes him so dangerous. I think he's done quite a good run in the English Grand Prix as well. I think he beat Mark Farnsworth and Gareth Hibbett both in the same tournament, if I remember. He beat a couple of world champions. And then, unfortunately, he lost and was sent packing, but showing his ability and what he's got in the tank. Let's get into the business end here now. Who is going to step up? It's a decent break.
The yellows look nice, I think.
Yeah, I think they do. I think he's got a chance to maybe just land in one of the two yellows.
Yeah, he can do
Closest to each other right away.
That's what he should be looking at, because that's his like little problem section. So get on it straight away, get it out of the way, and then it should be away. Just don't overscrew it.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking just a little stun.
Just a little stunt at side. But that works.
As the old saying goes, more than one way to skin a cat. You know, I've never known anyone to skin a cat, but I often wonder where that saying comes from. There's a few of the kind of old-fashioned sayings that kind of baffle me these days, but look, I mean, that's the kind of break you want. 5-all, race to 8. Things haven't been going great both ways. You just want a break and a chance, something that you can do quick, and this is one of them.
They're the ones you want in deciders, though.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's overrun that by quite a bit. He's okay, he can just play out and take it to the bottom right corner, but I'm actually surprised he's rolled through so far.
Playing middle, I think.
Just losing the cue ball once again, giving himself a tester here. Yeah, he gets it. He has to tighten up the cue ball a bit.
Just a little bit like the second to last, the last ball before black. Just a bit loose with it, like he didn't even come round, Steve, you know, to check what angle he wanted. And even if he leaves himself straight, he can just turn it in and play the black in the middle. But he's made like an easy last two balls look a bit hard.
Emma Cunningham, Deb Burchell, what an opening tie that is. In the elite ladies, our current world number 1, Deb Burchell, our current world champion, Emma Cunningham.
Quite easily be a final.
Yeah. Two ladies that have won probably almost everything in the game. And it's good to see the strength that the elite ladies has now. It's not going to be a walk in the park for any of them. It's getting better all the time. I think that goes for the IPA as a whole now. The pros, the amateurs, the ladies and stuff. It's great to see the amount of talent that we have now. And the likelihood is it's only going to get stronger. And who knows, the man on commentary, Rob Wilson, might make it 2 in a row this weekend.
Hopefully.
They say winning breeds winning, mate, so who knows? I wouldn't be quick to bet against you, that's for sure. It's not the best break off. You're happy taking that if it's your opponent breaking off, but
Changes break then as well, a cut break.
yeah. You just
knock it over the hole, yeah.
try and get the pocket. Not Adam. He's had a go.
It's like I said, cause I've seen people go in front and then they push the boat out and...
Yeah, that was a very low percentage finish. So much work to be done there, Robin. Pushing the boat, that's pushing the boat out, and that's... Yeah, Adams. I mean, he's not left anything. It's not an easy...
He's not gifted it away, but there's still work to do.
But he's now big second favourite in the frame. So Matt looking to go for the finish here. 3-ball plan. Try and open things up. Needs to hope the red doesn't come off the cushion, double kiss the yellow and stay over the pocket, but...
You try and play this super thin but off the yellow to try and push the red up the cushion so then it makes a gap for the yellow just above it to go. You just don't want to catch it too fat. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, good shot. All of a sudden, this looks like this frame could be over very soon.
Could it be first decider weekend on TV table?
What way would you go here, Rob? I'm looking at the yellow to the top right corner, but...
Either yellow or middle.
Wow. Only because the yellow's right over the pocket, I'm thinking, right, I'm going to trust myself here and just drop that at the top, and then all of a sudden there's no traffic. But, again, I didn't fancy him to miss that.
No. Gets it.
Does he think he can sneak this in? No way.
No. If I'd have been trying to get to the top cushion, not nudging the one over the hole and just resting behind the reds.
Definitely.
I must think it squeezes.
Yeah, maybe the camera's deceiving, but...
I think it still goes, but I think he's going to need the spider, and I won't like this. Plus he's blocked the pocket for the yellow that the white's closest to. I'll just try and get the pocket here, Stevie.
100%. I think it's one of these situations.
He's got away with it.
Yeah, no harm done, really.
One cushion and try and hit the one on the bottom cushion. Can you see it to play the plant?
The thing for me there, the only way you lose the frame is to go for it by playing the two balls at the bottom and not getting it. And
that's the worst outcome.
yeah. He's obviously felt a bit rushed there as well, and it's not an easy plant at the best of times. But again, it's not easy. You've got to cut into the middle. The yellow to the top left, I quite like that. That's.
I think that the cuts are natural, I think. Just on and off to come down towards the left-hand side. You don't want to be high, though, because if you're no good high.
Right. That looks
good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he's all right. That's good. Good shot. I wasn't sure at first glance that he could miss the reds, but as you said, natural angle, and he's landed absolutely spot on here.
queuing now. Don't be too greedy again. Just you want 6 inches back. Well, you've got a black that's unmissable.
That'll do nicely. Matt Steeper about to square this match up once again.
Dale Lawrence, Adam Griffiths come to a decider. Christian Phillips and Eddie Roberts has finished.
Stuart McCulloch got another one back against Mark Boyle.
6-1 down, so he's won 4 on the spin.
Yeah, they're all tight matches. Callum Jackson, Johan Attard 7-6. Connor Tracy, Evan Barry Williams 5-all.
Johnny McDermott wore, I think he was 7-1 or 7-2 down. 7-4 now.
Yeah, some
good standard now though in the pros.
unbelievable. It is absolutely class. It's just to see the competition go up so many levels, and there's never easy matches anyway, but right now having the 64 pros, whatever it is, knowing that everybody can beat anyone, it's good to see, and it's no surprise that most of the matches now are going all the way. But missed that in the decider. It's not left much. Try break. What stands out for you here?
I think you've just got to play the one in the middle, the yellow, leave the white on the blue spot. Then you've got the one in the top left-hand corner, like a fin clip, and try and just softly try and nudge the yellow because it's going to flick the red, and it should hopefully stay over the middle bag. And then you've always got the one in the top right as like a saver. That's what I'd be looking at.
Yeah, I think he's just lined the cue up exactly as you've pointed out. So that is what he's thinking.
Like on the TV table here, because it's so slidey and slick, you've got to like try and overcut this so it doesn't slide. Because it transfers the topspin, then it'll throw off. So if you hit it,
Yeah, so it ends up coming the opposite way, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's played well.
Cued that.
I'd be tempted to play.
Welcome back, and I'm joined by Matt Steeper. Matt, first match of tour number 2. Always a difficult one, even more difficult when you're playing your friend Adam Marskoff.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's not great playing your close friends, but at the end of the day, it's you just go to war. You've got to put the friendship aside, but yeah, just managed to scrape through. Luckily he was as bad as I was. To be fair, it wasn't a great game, but yeah, I got there in the end. So
yeah, and I think them games, they're always tough as a player, aren't they? But I mean, as a spectator and somebody watching at home and that, it had pretty much a bit of everything.
it did, yeah, a few dry breaks, well, a lot of dry breaks, especially from me. Plenty of misses. Me and Adam don't normally miss that many, but I don't know if he's played much. I mean, I'm struggling at the minute. I'm not queuing well. I don't know about Adam, if he's put the time in or not, but I'm definitely struggling. But yeah, it's just a case of getting through that one, and hopefully something will click for the next game. So
yeah, I mean, you're both not strangers, playing on this table, playing in IPA finals, etc. But it's always a very tough first game. It doesn't matter which tournament you're in, it's tough, isn't it, trying to win the first game.
That's it. Yeah, the first game's sometimes always the hardest one to win. And obviously I don't play in these blue cloths, back home as well, which is another disadvantage for me. I play on green, and so obviously when I come here, I need a bit of table time just to get used to the speed of the cloth and the bounce and the grips, and it just plays totally different. So yeah, just happy to get them through that one basically, because I played nowhere near, but luckily he didn't too, but managed to scrape through, and so yeah, well chuffed to be in the tournament still. Hope obviously it's a bonus for me. So
yeah, I know you've had quite a few dry breaks in that match along with Adam as well, but I mean, you're still striking the ball well. I mean, even in that deciding frame, you struck him an absolute dream, and you couldn't hit him any better. But was you expecting the deciding frame?
The way the match was going, I was expecting a decider all the way from. But when I got back to 5-all, I thought we're definitely going to be a decider. And luckily he made a little mistake on that cannon, and obviously I had lovely yellers. They're the yellers you want, they're the balls you want just to drop in for the match. So I was quite pleased with the way I took them out, considering how many balls I missed through the match. So yeah.
And as a player, are you a bit of a player to have a look at the draw to see who you've got next or anything like that?
I don't normally look at draws, no. I play who I play.
Do you mind if I tell you, or is it something that you'd rather?
I think I know who I've got.
You're gonna tell me, or?
I think
I already know.
I've probably got a mark of that.
You have, yeah. Mr. Farnsworth. So,
yeah.
I mean, you owe him 1 or 2 matches anyway, don't you?
But
but you also played quite well against him as well.
Yeah, I took him to a decider in set play at the Worlds, and so it's you've got to perform well, and especially against Mark. So. But hopefully I'll just turn up and just relax. The pressure's not on me. The pressure's on him. No one's expecting me to win, so I'll just go out and see what I can do and just try and relax and just hopefully play a lot better than that.
Yeah, and a little bit about Adam. It's his first year on the pro ranks. You know what it's like to come in on your first year. It's a tough old, way to go, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, Adam's a quality player and a quality lad as well. A lot of time for Adam. He's been a good friend, and he's got the talent. I'm not sure he's put the time in. I've not seen him play many tournaments and stuff like that just recently. So, but yeah, he's good enough. But he'll get there. The first season's always hard. This is only my second season as a pro, so he's just getting used to playing. I mean, even though the amateur's really strong, I mean, you're playing a lot. Quality players round in round. Every round. It's so tough, but he'll get there. Adam's a good stick.
Good. And so are you. You're into the next round, so I'm going to wish you the best of luck for the next round. And I know you've got a couple of hours rest, so yeah. I'll go and let you have that little bit of a rest.
Cheers,
well done to Matt Steeper.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Matt. And Matt Steeper safely into the next round. Wasn't the best start, but it's so tough playing your first match. And like I said, they're best of friends as well.
Yeah, well, we actually spoke about that. I asked Rob Wilson the question of, when you're on in the first match, is there times when it's not going your way? Are you more worried about the people watching and and things like that. And he said, yeah, that happens to everyone.
And he's got Mr. Farnsworth next. He's had a good couple of matches against Mark in the past sort of couple of years as well. I think he owes him 1 or 2 wins, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't take him to the distance.
Yeah, well, I said to him there, it's like, I think in the early rounds, sometimes it's more about getting through than how you play. And obviously you can play great and get put out of a tournament. The fact is, he's still in there, and he's got a chance. And while he's in there, he's always in there fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, he was going on about his break and that, but you know, he struck the balls quite well. I think he's just got to, you know, stick in there maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the old cliche, while you're in the tournament you've always got a chance, and I think Matt, he can kind of forget about that. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't great, but he just has to keep fighting. And you know what, he's got as good a chance as anybody because he's still in it.
He is, certainly indeed. This next match up then, David McNamara against Ross Fernie. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the results as they were coming in, especially with Ross's match against Harry Peart. Harry was in front for most of that, and then all of a sudden Ross has managed to make it through. And Dave, obviously the final of the English Grand Prix not so long ago, didn't go over the line. Obviously Craig Marsh winning that, but 2 guys in great form and the kind of match you want on your TV screen. And I think this one will probably raise the bar a little bit.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they can raise the bar. So it's going to be an absolute fantastic match. Stephen, thanks as always. The players are ready. The referee is also ready. Let's get over to the commentary box with Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone, from our little box here in sunny Coventry. For this last 32 match between David McNamara and Ross Fernie. England v Scotland in this one. David, who has won the lag, so he will break in this first frame. And he will also get first opportunity. It's a cracking break, that. The balls have opened up peachy for him. I've been joined in the commentary box for this one by Craig Brown. Good afternoon, Craig.
Afternoon, Dan, mate. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. I'm not sure is my microphone cutting out a little bit? I can't tell.
It did when I first came.
Right, okay. We'll, yeah, try and sort that out. So, Dave McNamara versus Ross Fernie. Obviously, Dave returning to the tour this year. Ross has never been away and has been one of the better players. I mean, a couple of years ago, he had a real breakout season, didn't he? But actually, last season, I think he was a little bit quieter. How do you see this one going?
I think he had a bit of a close one against Harry then, didn't he? I think he might have got away with that one a little bit. So, I mean, it all depends how they're playing. I mean, obviously I think Dave's capable of beating Ross, definitely. So it's on the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whoever's playing better. That's a smart shot.
Yeah, landed on that slightly awkward yellow as early as possible. That yellow on the rail for me, it's just slightly awkward to get back on the 8 ball.
Looks like he's thinking about kicking it off the rail here. No guarantees here.
No, this could go. I mean, if he catches the rail first and then just slides off the yellow, wouldn't be great. It's worked out nicely.
Does it snick back and then he's pushing this yellow down the bottom? Maybe
I think that's the plan. Yeah.
Like it had gone wrong for a second.
Well, doesn't want them both.
Uh-oh.
Oh, how has that stayed there?
I think he might have just been on the black, but it wouldn't have been a very nice one. It feels like it's breaking up a little bit, this still, do you think?
Yeah, perhaps. He's caught the jaw there, which I don't know if he's played to catch the jaw, to be honest, because this is a slightly more awkward black than it could have been. I know you don't want to go over to the left-hand side with those reds there, but...
Yeah, you've got to be making these, though.
just about, I think. Used all the pocket there. But no, Dave McNamara starts us off with a break dish.
This is the second round, am I right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd... Not odd, but we've changed it up a little bit. So the stream today is a last 64 and then a last 32, and then back to the last 64 for like the bottom half of the matches.
Yeah.
And then another last 32. So we do know that the next game on the stream is an absolute cracker, following presumably what will be one here, and that will be Ben Davis and Clint Hansen.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
So that is one to look forward to.
So this will be the only last 32 in progress at the minute?
No, because the way the draw is scheduled, the top half of the draw essentially are getting their last 32 underway before the bottom half get their last 64 under the way.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
So no, there's actually quite a few last 32s, I would think, either already underway or close to.
They do that in the 9-ball a bit. They give the players kind of 2 matches on one day in a block. I mean, there's a couple of hours in between, but then they'll get the day off, and then the other guys will play their 2 matches.
Yeah, I quite like it, actually. I've never really... It's not something that I'd ever really considered before, but when you put it like that, it kind of... Everyone knows where they stand. There's not as much waiting around, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. You're not getting ready twice. You're not hanging around wasting time. At least these guys are going to be in and out, and then they can enjoy the night and get some food or whatever. That should be a good game, though, Clint and Ben. I think I've got a feeling. I've got this little feeling that because Clint hasn't been to China for a good few months now, I think that he's going to be sharp for this one.
Oh, you think, because obviously, you know, you play the Chinese 8-ball, you play the 9-ball, you play all the Cuesports, so you're saying that Clint might have just concentrated on this?
Yeah, because I notice a little bit when obviously when you come back, you've got to make the adjustment, and I've noticed Clint has struggled a little bit in the past. Not to the point where he's obviously bad, but he's usually like really, really sharp, isn't he? So
yeah,
I think that if he's spent any time on this, which I think he will have, I think we'll see a different Clint this tournament. We've seen one last one actually. I think which was the last tournament, the Grand Prix.
Yes,
he started to make a little bit more inroads there for me. So I think he could go close this weekend, to be honest.
As a player who does play multiple disciplines, because I saw that you were at the UK Open 9-ball.
No, that wasn't.
That wasn't you.
No,
oh right, I just saw the name, so I sort of
Yeah.
assumed it was you. But I know that you do play Chinese 8-ball.
Yeah, well, I usually do go to the UK Open, but obviously with the things that have been going on with the WPA and stuff.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But that's actually been put to bed now. So.
Okay. So maybe back to the 9-ball as well.
Yeah, it's a good event though, so I'd like to go again.
I was going to ask, how difficult is it to sort of jump between disciplines like that?
I think if you're on top of your game and you're queuing well, I don't think it's as hard as it. I mean, it's very hard if you're not hitting the ball well. Put it that way. But it's definitely tough. But it's a couple of weeks here and there. I mean, you're never going to be the best you can at that individual game.
Yeah.
Obviously. But you can definitely adapt.
And at a certain level, you're good enough to win regardless. You know, you don't necessarily have to be at 100% for every single match. Whatever you play, I suppose. You can sometimes get away with.
Yeah, people who specialise in that one game, I definitely think that it's got its advantages. I mean, there's one guy that obviously springs to mind the most. That's Chris Mellon.
Yeah.
I think if he was actually dedicated to one thing, I think he'd be very, very, very dangerous. I mean, obviously he's very dangerous anyway, but
I get what you're
he's spreading
saying.
himself around, isn't he?
Yeah. Back-to-back break dishes from this pair to start us off in this last 32 match. Referee for this one, Brian Moss. He'll be racking up the balls while we take a look at the outer arena. We've got so much going on here this weekend. We've got a different layout. We've managed to squeeze an extra table in. And actually, I think it feels bigger. It feels like there's more room in this venue, despite the fact that we've got another table in, so the layout's come out well.
When the stream used to be on the right as you came in the door, there was quite a lot of wasted space, probably, wasn't there?
Yeah. It's only taken us about 6 years to get the get the setup right.
Did Matty beat Jake earlier on?
I should look it up. I don't know the answer to
I'm
that.
assuming he did, Arias.
Well, yes. that has probably answered that question, hasn't it? Oh, D just got very lucky there to keep the cue ball out. Looked like about 3 balls wanting to knock it in.
Even luckier if he can see that one over the bag.
Yeah, and I think he can. I mean, worst case, it's cushion first, and it's still fine, isn't it? It's close enough to the pocket that you'd be unlikely to miss it.
It's actually, it's funny. It's a funny game, isn't it? Because if he could see a yellow there, he'd still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Oh, now then. Well, he couldn't see all of that red, obviously.
Did he play a jump shot? Looked like he jumped over the edge of the first ball.
Maybe. Be a brave referee to call that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What a chance for Ross, though. I mean, these reds are sitters, really, aren't they?
Yeah, you've just got to figure out how you're getting back down to this bottom one. But, I mean, you'd expect him to get these.
Take it now, will he?
I don't think so. I think he wants to get on the set. I mean, as much as he'd love to. Well, I mean, it's not the worst shot in the world. If he's feeling confident. That's the problem now. You're not even on the set. I'm not saying it was the wrong shot, but
it has kind of given away the frame. Whereas had you got a red on the board first, then gone back down there.
The way that I was looking at the table there was, I mean, I don't think he had a particularly great ball to actually get back down there. That might have been his thought process, but now he's big second favourite, obviously. See the 3-ball combo first here, unless he's in the gap on this same red that Ross just missed.
With the 3-ball plant, I suppose he's just got to be careful that the red that he's hitting now doesn't sort of weld itself to that right-hand red in such a way that it doesn't make a plant or something.
I think he'll hit it positive, Get it away, clear the space.
You'd be unlucky, but it's amazing how many times balls just tie themselves up like that.
Well, he's got the similar. I'm not saying it's a problem, but he's got to think about how he's getting back down to this ball now, because you don't want to be leaving this ball to last, really.
No, you've got that wall of yellows, haven't you, in the middle of the table. So if that's your last ball, that's a really difficult shot to get back down to the 8.
Right, he's figured this out now. So now he's left that one over the top right. He's going to play the one in the centre and then the one at the bottom left.
Oh, a little turn there. I think it's just all right.
Daft little ping pong cue balls I'm not a fan of. Can't fail.
No, just had to land anywhere on the right hand side of the table there and he'd been fine. Not a fan of the lighter cue ball then. Not a fan of the smaller white.
Do you know what? I just think that there's no need for it to be this small anymore. I'm not bothered about the weight of it. It's just it doesn't need to be smaller anymore. Do you know, especially on free play tables.
Yeah, true. I think it depends where you play. I mean, in my neck of the woods, there's very few free play tables around. So almost every table around me, because my area is quite rural. I've got no big club. The biggest club we've got has got 6 tables. Yeah. And it has got a couple of free plays now, but it never used to. It was always £1 a game, which was horrendous for practice.
You're seeing less and less coin-operated tables though these days, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, they're rarer for sure. But again, I think it depends where you are. I think there's a lot of players, and that's their only choice. So I suppose, you know, for the mechanism, I don't know. It's a difficult one, that.
I don't even know how it'd play. Do you know? I've never tried it, but there's no way it can make the game worse. Surely.
You just need to get a yellow, don't you, and just like paint the spot on it or something and see how it plays.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean,
it would change certain aspects of the game, I think, for sure. You get those shots where you can sort of hit it hard and spin it around another ball. I don't think you'd get quite as much of that. You wouldn't get as much throw and as much.
Yeah, but is that a bad thing? I mean,
no, not necessarily. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying it is. It's a really interesting question, and one that I've never really considered fully. because this has just always been the way the game is for me.
Yeah. I wonder why. I mean, the table might feel a lot smaller because it might feel like there's less room to move the cue ball around.
Possibly.
That's actually not too bad considering how it looked like they were all going to cluster for a second.
Yep. He definitely won't be taking reds. We can say that with some certainty. This is a jabby little shot. I was sort of expecting to take the one into the middle first. Just think it's a slightly easier pot, and I think you could bring the cue ball over for the one to the right of the cue ball now from that.
It's a little bit like that other one where you don't want to give up the set. I think the most important thing is to get on the ball here.
Yeah.
As much as that ball's not a particular problem, but it would be nice if he could get rid of it first, but it's probably not worth jabbing up and maybe he's not getting it to reach.
Yeah, I think that's the shot I expected him to play. I was quite surprised when he looked at the one in the middle because it's so easy to underhit those.
Yeah,
when
definitely.
You're half an inch away from the ball.
It's easy. It's also easy to get it to the bag and pull it back a ball or two, and then he'd have been behind his own ball. But
first shot's a good one. Second shot is 2.
I think he'll bump into you see the one that's like the top of the triangle of the 3.
Yep.
I think he'll bump that one for the one that's to the left of the black now, into the bottom right. Just clears all the space for him. A little bit close to his work. Should be okay.
Yeah, this is similar to the one that he was going to take on first, wasn't it? It's very close. I don't think it's quite as close as it looks. I think the camera angle's a little bit deceiving there.
Yeah. He'd like to go forward though, really, because then he could kick that other yellow. That's a little bit. Even though it's in the open, it's in a little bit of a funny spot because it's on the wrong side of all the balls that he's with. Yeah, that should make things a lot easier.
It's a real precise clearance, this, isn't it? And it's not quite over yet. The work isn't done.
The good thing about this shot is he's going to play for the other one, the highest one in the middle, but it's hard to get the wrong side to go away from the yellow. So now he's just going to come back across the face.
Yeah. Nicely done. And Ross Fernie levels us up once again, 2 apiece. He's had an extra chance on Dave McNamara so far, but it's 2-all.
Yeah, that's the fine line, isn't it? Could have been 3-1 and was
probably should have been, to be honest.
One ball. These are the details, though, and you end up losing this game, you kind of go, well, I could have been away from him, but he also hasn't made a really bad mistake.
No, that's it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Another break dish. But yeah, this just is a game of such fine margins because in terms of how many opportunities you get in a match, when you're at the very top level, like yourself, are you almost expecting to be break dish when you're not breaking? Like, it feels like that sometimes. It almost feels like sometimes you're just not going to get enough chances to win.
Ooh. Oh, it's a bit harsh. I think you kind of just hope that they at least got some work to do.
Yep.
Majority of the time, I would say they're not dry, so you kind of just hope that there's a little bit of a complication in the table and it's your day more than anything. But the way that I broke earlier on, I felt like I hit it all right, but I had 3 and offs out of my first 4.
Oh.
So I mean, Gio's too clinical to be doing that too.
Yeah, I mean, people often say it's the most important shot of the match, and you know the most important shot in pool is the break. It cannot be overstated. I don't think. It just makes such a difference.
Yeah, I mean, when it's your day, even if you get a dry one, it's usually scrappy, and these are the things that don't necessarily get broken down. You know, it's like sometimes it just looks like, well, he didn't miss many balls today, but let's imagine there was another couple of clusters on this table, and that's obviously a bit of run for Dave. But I mean, it's not the most uncomplicated table in the world. The knees need working out, but if he gets these yellows out and gets on. If he can play it, well, it's still gone a little bit funny, but if he can play the combos, the yellows have still got 2 reds locked up, haven't they?
I don't think he can. I don't think he's on it. And I think that part of that shot is relying on luck when you're sort of breaking out that cluster. Is he on it? Must be close.
Yeah, he's got to hit the bottom side of it, so he's just okay. It's still. I mean, he won't be happy with this because of obviously from ball in hand to be in this position. The saving grace is obviously you've got the red on the right and you've got the red that's above the yellow, which is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's dead. It goes in the left middle.
That's what I was saying about his last shot. How the yellows came out and those 2 going on the cushion was a little bit unlucky, but where the cue ball ended up from his breakout shot was poor, actually. He should have been giving himself a better shot there. The cue ball was the easy part to control of that shot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how. But that's this game. Sometimes it can like lure you in where you think, oh well, I'm just going to hit that and that can't go wrong. And that was one of them examples where he's ended up hitting it middle ball and he's pulled it back a ball and then he's left himself funny on the combination. And even though them 2 balls went safe on the left rail, he had a good ball to move them with.
Yeah. And now he has opened up the table for Dave. With just really the one problem red, that one next to his hand there. Be wanting to move that sooner rather than later, but it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you don't want to come at it from the top half of the table, because then you could just push the yellow over the pocket.
Yeah, but there's only really one good ball to do it from the bottom, and you've got to land in a very specific area, haven't you?
Yeah, so again, this is one of those finishes that's...
I think I would prefer to go at it from the top, and then if it doesn't come out, still have maybe a couple of other balls that you can move it with.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in trouble now. I think he needs to just play a smart shot, maybe, and just shut down here. Maybe can he still go? Yeah, maybe he can still go. He can maybe play the one on the ball line. Should leave him if he can come back on and off the top rail. Yeah, if he'd have got a few ball rolls higher there, he could have played that one thin into the top left and come back down the right hand side and maybe dislodged the red.
Was always going to be tough from there as well, though, wasn't it? Especially the way he left himself bridging.
Yeah.
Can Ross clip this in and have a go at those 2 on the side rail now? Is there any value in that?
I mean, it'll slide and the red's a big ball in front of it.
Yeah.
These are the situations that make the difference, because you need to find a good area on this ball to get rid of them 2 balls. This is. I mean, he's played a smart shot there. He's accepted pushing the red safe and being able to see a yellow. I think. I'm calling it safe. I'm saying.
Yeah,
safe,
safe-ish. Yeah. Can he see this one over the bottom right, or is he going to have to take on the one to the left of the 8 ball? Left of the 8. Terrific pot.
I think he's actually got the natural angle on the one over the right now. Unless he wants to play a little safety and just throw the gauntlet down to Dave. He could push that first yellow out and leave him bridging on the second one, you know. Can you run through? Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's clever. It's essentially put him in a horrible position for queuing. But it does let him back to the table with a sort of half chance. They would be happy to be back at the table, you would think.
Yeah, but Ross will also be thinking, well, if you get them from there, you deserve it. Yeah, it was a smart shot from Ross, I think. I mean, it always looks like that after the effect, but he definitely asked the question.
You're right, the chances of Dave getting those was slim from that position. A slightly scrappier frame, this one, but it's going to be Ross Fernie coming out on the right side of it. (3-2).
Is it Ross to break?
Yes, it is. Yeah, because that was a foul break from Deej. I think Ross will be the happier of the two so far. We mentioned that, he might feel that it should be 4-1 now after that second frame, but...
Yeah, he played a bit of a loose one, and I was... I can't remember what shot it was. He played a loose one, didn't he? And
yeah, he tried the one down the rail, didn't he? That's the only real mistake I can remember from him.
I can't remember the shot. I just remember thinking he looked like he was a bit angry with it when he walked back to his chair. That sometimes the game can start to turn if you start to get... But he's like settled back down now, so it wouldn't surprise me if we've seen a break clearance now.
Well, he's had 2 from 2 so far, so no, it wouldn't surprise me either. Breaks have come out nicely so far for the Scotsman.
He didn't hit the last one very hard, did he? But they came out nice.
I think in these conditions you don't necessarily need to smash them, do you?
That was better.
Well controlled. Cue ball's going to be close. Safe.
Might be forced into that. Well, saying that, he's got the yellow goes past the other yellow.
The yellow next to the 8 ball's definitely on, isn't it? That's
I think
the easiest ball I can see.
I think I favour the Reds. If you just need to, well...
Are you taking the...
There's a few spots actually that are funny. I mean, just visually they look like the better set just because you've got 2 yellows on the rail, but there's actually 2 areas where the Reds are a problem. But
are you saying red to centre or that cut back to the corner?
I actually, the yellows are less complicated, but you're going to have to play 2 good pots. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
If he plays that yellow into the left middle and then kicks, he could kick the yellow that was on the left of the red and hold for the one on the left, but it looks like he's taking the red.
Going Reds. Well, that's not great. He's pretty much got to double that straight away, hasn't he?
Yeah, I just want to leave it there. Definitely, I don't think it was on.
Well, treble nearly was.
It's gone into a half-decent area for him. I think Dave can still go. He's got that same shot that I was talking about for Ross. If he can... Even if he pushed that yellow half ball into the red and pushed that yellow to the left rail, that'd be the best place it could go, because then it'd give him a link to the one at the top right.
Is he tempted by the one he's closest to now?
Maybe he's
he keeps looking at it. It's a nice time to get rid of it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie, isn't it? Oh, it's turned out.
Wow. I haven't seen a ball do that like that in a long time. But that definitely rolled away.
Yeah, if it's going to do it, it's usually across that middle section where the cloth gets pulled really tight into the.
If anything,
bags.
when he hit that, I thought he might rattle it near jaw.
Yeah, it looked like it was going towards towards the second cushion when it first went going.
Yeah.
And then once it got past there, it looked like it was going in the middle of the pocket.
That is unlucky. Is there anything you can do to guard against that, really? I mean, you've kind of got to play it at the right pace, haven't you?
The only thing you can do is hit it harder, really, and then the pocket's probably not going to take it. That's one of the downsides to English pool, I think. But
lighter balls on the cloth.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to the point where you need to be concerned about it.
No.
Obviously, it's a sickener when it does happen.
Yeah, it sort of depends on the moment in the match. You know, it's easy to say now that at 3-2, that could still end up being what costs Dave the match potentially.
Yeah.
You know, it can just be on one moment. That could be the moment.
It hurts more if he obviously counters straight away off it, because
Yeah.
then you feel like it got taken away from you. If he gets back to the table, he won't worry about the fact that it did do that.
It looks like he might, unless Ross can pull something out of the bag here.
No, he's actually left him. That's a disaster for Ross. He's left him on the most awkward ball that he could have. These are the subtle things to do with pool as well, because now if Dave gets out here, he's not going to even think about that roll ever again.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I doubt he would take a similar shot on in this match.
No.
after watching that.
They might try and leave Ross one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that shot. I mean, it's hard to go wrong here, to be fair, but I'd be leaving the one over the top right till last, I think.
Does the yellow next to the 8 ball pass it? It looks like it probably...
does.
Oh, yeah, flies. Absolutely flies.
He just needs to be a little bit careful. I mean, he's still obviously to do well to go wrong, but you don't want to be going too far away from the black up table here, or pulling it back into centre table and leaving yourself a horrible cutback. Is he playing it in off the black?
He is. It's a nicely controlled shot. Three all. Nothing to choose between the two of these at the moment, and I think that's probably a fair scoreline, actually.
Yeah, I'd say that was fair. I think Dave was having a word with someone in the crowd about the shot that he played up to the top pocket.
Lots and lots of action in the outer arena. See there, table 1. Deb Birchall was stalking the table. She currently trails Emma Cunningham by 6 frames to 2. And on table 2, Matty Rowland and Gio Edgar are the same scoreline, with Gio leading in that one.
Ooh.
There's Deb.
We'll never know if it made it to the pocket.
Did it drop? Yes, it did, by the looks of it, because it's not on the table anymore. These two tables are also available on YouTube. If you are bored of our voices, or you've got 2 screens, or 3 screens even, you can pop onto the IPA YouTube channel and watch both table 1 and table 2. See if we can get some more scores while we're at it. We've got Corey Rees and Johan Attard. That's a good game. Wales v Malta. Sounds like a European qualifier, doesn't it? That is 3-2 to Corey Rees.
Johan I played him last year. He really impressed me. First time I'd ever seen him play. He was rock solid.
Yeah, won a tour event last year as well.
Did he beat Sheppy in the final?
No, he beat Dave Adenall.
Oh, so he must have beat Sheppy in the semis then, because Sheppy had an opportunity to beat him.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was Malta v the Isle of Man. That really was a weird one for the one for the flag purists, I think. Mark Boyle and Tom Barley, they're underway. Tom Barley 2-1 up in that one.
Yeah, I seen that at 2-0, so Max just grabbed himself his first game there.
Dan Davey, Eddie Roberts, 2-1 to Eddie. So this is all sort of early days in this first half of the last 32, if you like. Andy Crowsdale actually is flying. He's 6-2 up on. I say that 6-3 up now on Dale Lawrence. That's in what 45 minutes. That's a quick game.
That's what you like to see.
Yeah. Andy's got that about him, though. He really can just put the hammer down and just take frames.
Yeah, he's a little bit like Tom Barley, isn't he? They're either getting them or they're finding trouble.
Yeah, not much in between with either of those two, I agree.
Yeah, and Fast and Furious. Matty's got himself some work to do now because that black doesn't go in any pocket.
Yeah, and 6-2 down as well. That's going to be a real. He'll do well to get out from there.
I think he's looking at the one over the top left now. I think he might be forced into it. Try and leave that one next to the black to kick it. Oh, is he trying now?
He is. What a shot that is.
He still might have his work cut out here. Can't see where the other ball is.
I think he might just be able to push this through and then cut it into the top left.
I don't mind the double.
Yeah.
Looks like the cue ball's going up table, but
yeah, it's not. Yeah, that yellow's further away from that corner pocket than I thought.
I think if you leave it, it's going to be a very, very testy little shot.
Can he push around the angles with pace, top and right?
Nah, not that close to it. It'll throw so wide. He's playing the double.
Is it there? It looks there. Oh, just off the far jaw. Good effort.
Gio gets these. There's no coming back. He's landed a bit funny himself now. Little snick back to the middle. Gio plays at that kind of pace where he convinces you that he's not going to make a mistake. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's got a nice tempo about his game and doesn't rush any shots.
It's measured but not slow.
Yeah, I like it. Makes a clear decision and then goes with it. He's never just winging it. What's going on in our game here, by the way?
I don't know. I wish I did, but I don't know.
I wonder if...
I suspect someone's having a look at the table.
Yeah.
Thing is, you just never know. A little roll like that can be just something on the table. It might have been just a bit of grit, or
that's the cloths on a blue cloth. It's a funny thing. Sometimes it'll track one way, and then you'll try and do it again to prove that it's doing something. It'll go the opposite way.
Yeah.
There's the weave on it's very. It can grab the cue ball very easily. Well, I mean, on the odd occasion. I don't want to.
Yes.
I'm not saying it's a terrible cloth or anything.
It's vanishingly rare. I haven't seen it happen like that for a long time.
Like I say, the way that they pull the cloths in on the centre pockets as well, they pull it really tight, so that can make that area slightly thinner than other parts of the cloth.
Right.
So if it tracks across there, sometimes it can like deviate. Yeah, we've just been given a little bit of information, guys. They are having a little look at the table, see if they can correct that roll that happened to Dave. So we're stuck with Matty Rowland and Gio for the time being.
Yep. Matty needing the last 7 frames in a row. Stranger things have happened, but not very many of them.
Shame it's not winner breaks.
Yeah. Is that a format that you like, winner breaks? I personally, I'll set my stall out. I hate it. But
I've never
feel free to try and convince me.
In China, that was the first time I've ever played 8-ball winner breaks, to be honest. And
Right.
I don't think it necessarily determined the matches because people haven't necessarily got that break tied right down yet because it's a bit more random now because they're not using the template. But
Gotcha.
it'd be interesting to see how this game would go in a longer race.
Yeah, I remember. We're back, by the way. Great break from Dave as well. I remember watching. I can't remember what game it was, but essentially it was one of the top 9-ball matches. I think it might have been a world semi or something a couple of years ago, and essentially someone made one mistake and then their opponent just ran out.
Yeah, I think
And I was just like that. I just didn't really see the appeal.
Yeah, I mean the only defense I would say for it is it doesn't happen that often.
No.
I think that game might have been Ko Ping Chung. I think he went like 10-0 up or something.
Right.
But the final of the UK Opens went similar.
Yeah.
Suto didn't get a shot until he was like, I think he was 4-0 down and he hadn't had one shot.
Yeah.
And then I think he was something like 9-0 down before he made a ball.
Yeah. See, I don't really see that. I don't think that's necessarily entertaining. I can see the appeal because people can come back from a long way on the opposite. But I think it's, for me, sport should always be sort of about giving both players or both teams or whatever it is a fair crack at it.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's necessarily giving a fair crack at it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it can't be a nice feeling when you've got your first big final and you don't really even get a chance to play in it.
Yeah. I mean, it happens in this game sometimes. We've all been there, but that's, if you've broken badly, you've broken badly. If you've been unlucky, you've been unlucky. But at least you've had opportunities to put your hand on the table and hit the balls.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of American pool players that don't like the winner breaks format as well. But like I said, the only thing that
he's all right.
The only thing that I would say is it doesn't happen that often where it completely gets taken away from the other guy.
No, of course. I think my problem with it is that it's more likely to happen the better you get, essentially. And so at the top level, which is the level that people would want to watch and engage with, it's more likely to happen. And I don't know. It's just not my my bag.
They changed the break format, didn't they? Like a couple of years back now, and to try and make it more challenging and make it a bit more tactical and things. And but they've solved that again now. So they're just popping it and sticking the one in the middle pocket every time.
Players will always find a way.
They need to make them break from the centre of the table. That'd probably be the only way to do it.
Well, back to our game. Actually, talking of our game, English 8-ball. Let's talk about what we're supposed to talk about. You've just mentioned sort of making players break from the middle, I've seen conversations before about sort of banning the cut break, stuff like that. How do you feel about that? Is that something that you would do, or?
No, I mean, in this game, I still think there's still some randomness even in the cut break.
Yeah.
And the guys who are doing it, at the end of the day, they're doing it well.
Yeah.
So why? It's like saying, oh well, he pots better than him, so we can't let him have that.
Yeah. No, I agree. I wouldn't personally, but
I mean, Boyley went through a spell where you couldn't live with him because he was relentless, but even he seems to have
he's
lost
gone
his way a little bit with it.
Yeah, I've seen him go back front brawl at times,
Which is unbelievable, because if I'd have said 4 years ago to you, Boyley will stop breaking like this, you'd have been like, why would he be going from the front?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because there was a time where he was unplayable. Just had the best break in the game.
Yeah,
still does for me, but
maybe we shouldn't encourage him to revisit it.
yeah, maybe. Here's Ross Fernie at the table. Presumably his break was nice.
Yeah, well, they're coming out nice, aren't they?
Looks like it,
maybe
doesn't
someone's done something, and maybe they've made the pockets bigger while we were gone. Probably leave the yellow to the left centre for his last ball now.
Yeah, it looks
If he can hold, that is.
a little tight, this, doesn't it? But it did just clip off that other yellow.
Maybe he won't. I don't think these can go wrong. These you can, if you hit them a little bit decently, you can end up tucked behind that red on the right because you're trying to get into it a little bit. Yeah, I think I can see him changing his mind here. Just leave himself straight on that one to the top left and pull it back towards where the yellow is to the left centre now.
It's a pretty similar shot to the one he missed a few frames ago as well.
I don't think he needs to play this shot personally. These are the kind of ones where it is the right shot, but you kind of talk yourself into playing it because of that, and then it can go wrong. You need to hit this clean.
Oh, slow down, cue ball.
Just okay.
4-all, and neither player is giving an inch here at the moment. 2 break dishes each for the pair. And it is still very much anyone's game.
The only time they haven't got them really was when there was a little bit of a funny layout. If they're there, they're getting them.
Yeah, Matty Rowland is strolling away from the table. He has lost to Gio Edgar by 8 frames to 3. Matt Steeper and Mark Farnsworth. Mark Farnsworth 3-2 up in that one. Matt, of course, winner on the previous game on the stream against Adam Myerscough. Is there anyone that you've seen coming into this tournament that you think are favourite, or anyone that you've watched play, or is it just hard to pick a winner at this stage still?
Yeah, there hasn't been that much going on over the last 4 or 5 weeks, really, has there? I mean, I'll hold my hands up. I haven't seen anybody playing. But I mean, if Gio keeps playing like he is there, he's not going to be a million miles away. It normally comes down to the usual suspects, the guys that are bringing it every time, doesn't it? That's the thing. But I definitely think that Gio's kind of going to be pushing himself towards that bracket of players in the next 18 months, maybe even before, who knows.
100%. Yeah, I agree. He is definitely going to... There's titles in his future.
He just takes it all in his stride as well.
Yeah.
That's if he did get in a position where he was in the final, I don't think you're going to see him kind of fade away.
Yep.
I think he can actually... Can he squeeze this in and kick the red into the yellow? it's not a nice shot, but it's probably a frame winner if you can get it. I don't think he's got much choice. If he's going to take it on, he might as well go into red.
Yeah. On into the red. Well, it's opened it up.
This is one of those situations where dumping on the back of the yellow and pushing it onto the back of the red is not a bad shot.
Looking at, can he see enough of the yellow next to the 8 ball? Because that would make the clearance on. But
I think he thinks he can get there in the future. I think he's already been on it once before this as well.
Yeah, it needs a flick there. That's probably all right.
Yeah, I can see him having to play this one down the rail to his last ball, but he's going to need to get straight on it because he's going to need to run forward.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure. I assume he couldn't see that yellow next to the 8 with the previous shot, because if he could, the pattern was sort of there and he would have had that.
Play like the combination.
Could have played the plant as the last ball, yeah. Now, if that yellow is his last ball on the rail, and you'd think it must be, he's got to get quite nicely on that. And he's going to have to play it in with a decent lick of pace just to get back out for the 8 ball.
I think you'll see him going forward and just accepting a tricky pot off the rail, to be honest.
But even then, you've still got to put a bit more into it. You can't. You can't underhit it.
That's what I mean.
It makes it easier playing with top, but
that's why I was thinking like dumping on the back of it wasn't the worst shot in the world, just because I could see that ball was going to end up having to be his last ball.
Got quite a bit of angle here. Is he just dumping down into the red?
Can he hold?
That's a great shot.
See, now this yellow's going to be played from distance as well by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's hard to see what angle he's got here.
I think he can probably go on and off the top rail, but you need to hit these clean as well, because he doesn't want a big angle on this ball, because that red's going to become a big ball if he's a few ball rolls off the rail.
Yep.
So he's accepted distance. These are definitely missable, because like you said earlier on, he definitely needs to. He can't afford to just plop it in the pocket. He's going to have to put a little bit extra into it.
Yeah, you've got to really cue this.
These always look easy when you're watching him. If he puts it in the centre of the pocket, everyone will be thinking, well, he was never going to miss that. But if you're behind these are funny.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, fair play. He hit that as well as he could have.
It's a lovely shot. It's been a lovely finish, this, actually.
It's been a great standard, especially since we came back.
Yes, it has. You made the point earlier that they'd been taking out the finishes that were there. I think that's probably the best finish of the match so far, in terms of there was work to do.
Yeah, that was one of those where it comes under the bracket of, well, that could have went wrong. Dean Richardson at the table, trying to make it 7 each.
Yeah, up against Jamie Ringham. He's a player who's come on a long way. I played him a few years ago, and then I played him again more recently, and he's really, really improved a great deal, Jamie.
I think I have the potential to meet him in the Open, actually.
There's so many new names this year, but the standard just seems to improve all the time. Big break for Ross. Chance to open up a 2-frame lead. Would be the first in the match. Didn't catch those nearly as well.
Dave jumped out of his seat.
I think he almost caught a little bit of the front ball on that cut break.
I think that's the problem, though, with that kind of poppy pace. If you hit them slightly off, you don't get any movement in the balls.
No.
So I think that one reminded me of a bit more of the one that he hit, was it 2 breaks ago when they landed kind of clustered, but they landed okay.
Yeah.
I don't think that was by design, obviously, so I think he was lucky that they landed as good as that. But then the second one that he hit, he popped them and he made that happen.
This is probably the key shot in the frame now for Dave.
Yeah, he can't afford to catch the first red that he's closest to. because that'll happen.
Yeah, that is. It's not quite a disaster, but it's not that far off.
He needed a bit more of a sweet kind of like just a timing shot there, like less pace, just trust that you're going to bump that other ball like half a ball away and he'd have been in prime position.
Now, I mean, unless that is a plant, those two yellows that go sort of off the cushion, off the red, maybe.
I think he can stick this yellow back in the middle as well, which, I mean, you're trusting to look a little bit, but...
Yeah, it's just such awkward queuing, isn't it? And you've also got...
Playing your shot here,
That's a great shot. That is very, very good.
Yeah, he's going to need another good one.
He is.
It should be frame ball if he gets it, though. But I'm saying that, I mean, is he going away from his work?
I mean, you could take that yellow. You could take the yellow long. But given what happened a couple of frames ago...
In fairness, that's not a bad shout because that red is... You'd be blocking a good red if you did play that.
Looks like he's going middle to me.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking...
He's missed it.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't want to roll it full length.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shot which you can also just bypass you where... Because when you originally said it, I hadn't even spotted it. So sometimes you kind of get locked into the easiest pot.
I think that happens all the time, actually. I think I'm really guilty of it when I'm playing as well. I think it's so easy to get locked into a finish and not necessarily look at all the options every time you come to the table.
I did actually. Your shot was a good shout because if you played that pocket weight, I think it was a lot easier to land on your next yellow, and if you missed it, you did have a lot of insurance.
Yeah, because reds aren't great here, but they would be a lot worse if there was a yellow over that bottom right.
Yeah, you would. You wouldn't even see him going. I don't think if he had that ball there. Ross is probably seeing the one behind the black as a bigger problem than the one on the rail.
That's nicely played.
You might see him attack the black here because while he's got that one on the left rail as well, he can probably go one cushion. Well, I'm saying it'll be two cushions by the time it gets there. Try and split the gap. Maybe even kick the black from behind a bit. He could even screw into it direct. That's not the worst shot in the world because it'd be very unlucky not to land on a ball if you did cannon the black or the red.
Yeah, you'd have to be on something, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone direct. That's a good shot.
Well, it's come out a dream, to be honest.
Gonna have to leave this one down the last and then leave the black to the top left, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not dissimilar to the finish a couple of frames ago, is it, where he had to leave one on the rail till last?
Yeah,
this is a bit easier.
You know when the cloth's running kind of like new?
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of just have to hit them and let them roll.
Yeah.
The pocket wants to take the ball when it's on a new cloth. Well, he's made that a lot simpler now. But he still needs to get on this. I mean, has he made it a lot simpler? I'm not sure whether he has, to be honest. Because now he's landing straight on that red's not as good as where it would have been last time.
No, he's almost... He's just closed off the window for that last positional shot a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... He's actually made it worse.
I'm surprised he moved it.
Yeah. Because if you'd already decided that you needed to leave that red to last, unless he was thinking that he could take it then now he's made it worse because if he gets straight on that ball, you're going to have to see him pull it back for the black into the right centre, probably. And it's not easy to get an angle on that ball because obviously the black's cutting off a lot of your space.
No, I mean, got work to do to get on this red as well. I assume he's trying to hold on the yellow.
Yeah, this has gone very funny now. I think he's going to have to screw around with a smidge left-hand side. 3 cushions. It's a timing shot. You can easily cue across these if you're not hitting the ball well. He looked like he was looking at coming all the way down then.
That would be surprising.
No, I think he's playing my shot. Little punchy left-hand side. Nice place. And it didn't look like he could straighten it out.
That is an absolutely monstrous shot. That's a beauty, to be honest.
So now he's got that. He's got that situation which we were talking about. Now he's going to end up leaving a worse black than he would have had originally.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's done what he'd be happy that he's given himself an opportunity, you know.
Big moment here. flushed it.
See, in a Sunday, that might not drop.
No, yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm not saying he hit it bad, but it
No, he hit
wasn't
it well.
as clean as the other one that he hit in the bottom right.
It was just slightly far draw, wasn't it?
Yeah. These are probably more missable than the one on the rails at the minute.
Not if you stroke him in like that, though. 6-4 to Ross Fernie. The first time in the match we have had a 2-frame lead for either player, and it's getting towards the business end. It's certainly a good time to take that kind of a lead.
Yeah, that's them couple of frames there. That's the kind of pot in which that's what takes matches away from your opponent, isn't it? Where you kind of you're clinical and you pot in good balls and you take like if someone's playing kind of a little bit at 70%, 80% against you there, they don't take them 2 frames. They find an error in them. But
yeah,
he's took them out very well.
Yeah, I think Ross is good value for his lead at this point. He perhaps started the match the slightly shakier of the two, but I feel like he's grown into the game, whereas Dave has sort of just regressed a little bit. This is
the thing though. It's you've got to keep on top of your opponent. There was that little window where Ross missed that ball, and I couldn't remember at the time exactly what happened, but I feel like that was Dave's little opportunity where he could have got Ross thinking.
Yeah, thinking back on. Yeah, I know the moment.
Ross is kind of. I mean, I don't want to say there's only one winner, but it's going to take. He needs to get him off the rails a little bit.
Well, given that break's gone dry, and given how inviting, I think either colour set here, but probably yellows.
Definitely yellows.
Yeah, those 2 reds together, and I don't know if that red pass is in bulk, but anyway, it's a waste of time talking about it because this is 100% yellows. This is the dream, isn't it, really, when your opponent does this off the break?
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen very often, or it doesn't seem to. When it's going your way, this is the kind of stuff that happens for you usually.
I'd assume that the last yellow in this clearance would probably be the one to the right centre. It's the easiest to get on the black.
It depends how he sees this bottom left one, because the one that's next to the 2 reds, that's the one that I least like. I mean, I'm not saying it's a problem ball, but
yeah,
if you decide that it's a kind of ball where if you land on it early on that line, straight in on it, and you can pull it back for a choice of a different ball, you'll probably decide to get rid of it. Because if he leaves it to last, he's going to have to land relatively good on it to not have to like run round off some cushions to get on the black.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm stretching it there, obviously. But if he ends up leaving that one to the left centre and only pulls it back like 2 balls, and all of a sudden he's a little bit funny.
Yeah.
He could probably hold. So he could probably play a little soft screw into the red and hold for the black in the bottom right as well. So now he's going to do what I said. He's probably going to play it now while he's got the free shot on it. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, and as soon as that ball's gone, like you say, that was the only sort of marginally difficult ball on the table, just because of the position of the 2 reds. Just an awkward one to get onto.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think if he'd have left it, I don't think he would have found trouble. It's the kind of one where you could end up overscrewing it or underscrewing it to try and get on it. So now with that ball, like you said, to the right centre is going to be his last ball for definite.
Yeah.
This is the kind of finish that you like to see when you've just created a nice little gap, and you know that Dave's not playing bad. Dave's played a good match, and it's just that little subtle thing, isn't it? Like that dry break at the wrong time, and especially the kind of layout that you've left. That's just huge.
Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't have left a worse layout from his perspective, he couldn't have left a worse layout there. From Ross's, it was like Christmas.
Dave's probably sat in his chair, or if he does actually lose this match, he'll be thinking to himself, well, I'd imagine he'll be relatively happy with how he's played, because, I mean, I can't recall many mistakes. If there was 1 or 2 maximum, and if there were very... you'd be stretching to call them a mistake.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think there's been a couple of times maybe where Ross has made errors that Dave hasn't punished fully. but I think that's about as far as it gets. In truth, we've had 7 dishes so far in this 7-4.
You could probably argue that Ross has made more errors than Dave, and he's 7-4 ahead.
Entirely possible, yeah. Yeah. The difference probably, the actual difference, is probably on the breaks.
I think it was them 2 finishes to go from 4 to 6-4. That was
Massive.
the difference, because then that's put pressure on Dave's break there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he hit a bad one, but that's what kind of tends to happen when Ross has kind of earned that buffer.
Interesting. Ross is eschewing the cut break here.
I think he's probably just decided he's queuing well, and he's hit a couple of like half-tempo cuts. Just take the game away from him if the white stays out.
Getting sweet. Cue ball's close but not in. And this is a fairly presentable opportunity. It's a little bit 6 of one, half dozen the other, isn't it? Obviously, the yellow to start with is easier.
Yeah, it's them 2 yellows on the right, isn't it? That's obviously that one goes above it, but you need to be able to get down there to get on that ball.
Does that red in the middle of the table, the one closest to the blue spot, does that go bottom left?
Yeah, I was
if it
thinking.
does,
Yeah.
then you've got a nice ball to go into the red on the rail as well.
Yeah,
that
so-
would open everything up.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a bad option. If you're going to go reds, that's definitely the option on the reds.
It looks tight past the yellow, doesn't it? I can't tell.
It definitely goes. I'm pretty good from like a bird's eye view like that. Yellows are simpler. If you're one shot away, pretty much. I think you'll see him pull this to the left rail now for the little delicate one, and then he'll use one of the other 2 to get down table up towards the red near the bottom rail.
Oh, that red. Did that just move? I think that's just rocked back onto it. I think about a second after that stopped moving,
I think
the red rocked onto the cue ball.
That's another thing that happens with the lighter balls, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's still going to make this yellow regardless, but obviously it's going to probably make things potentially more complicated now.
He's checking for a total here.
It might be the shot in off the yellow anyway, because he's not going to be able to really force an angle out from where he is. Unless he just plays a little stun and plays the cut back into the middle, he might be better off bumping it in off it to create some space anyway.
If this is a total snooker, though, how's he going to play it? Is he going to go off the side rail or off the bottom rail?
No, I think he'll throw it around the red. Even
Just
if
a swerve?
Yeah, because he's got a lot of space because of that yellow that's making it a big bag. So it's not. I'd still expect him to make this. Wow, he's jacking up way
I was
more
going
than
to say, I
expecting him.
think this is... yeah.
Wow.
I think the way that the red and cue ball were together made that incredibly... In fact, the way he's ended up playing that, I am surprised he hasn't come off the top rail.
I don't think he played the shot great, but that's another... The fact that it probably did rock back, that's another thing that's frustrating, isn't it? It's like,
yeah.
That's one of them things with this game where it's like, that shouldn't really be happening, really.
I'm 99.9% sure that it did, because when those balls stopped, I could see a gap from this camera angle.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I couldn't anymore.
He definitely didn't play the shot as designed, though. He either
No.
wanted to kick it completely or not get to it at all. I'd have been playing to land short on it. I would have wanted to land before the cannon, because then you'd have been cutting the yellow back and coming back out into the tail for both of your balls.
I think a Dave McNamara fan might see that as a little bit of justice after the roll that happened earlier in the match.
Yeah, Dave probably thinks that he deserves... Well, he definitely deserves an opportunity to try and put his stamp back on the game. He hasn't done anything wrong, really. He's going to have to come across the face of the black E for the one below the black art. I think that's the safest way, but you have to place for a little bit of left. Makes it half missable. I'm not really a fan of how he played the shot previous, to be honest, because it should have been a lot simpler than this. Yeah, he's good.
I think there might have been a slight heart in mouth moment there. If he'd flicked the black in an awkward way, could have gone wrong. But
Dave to break.
yeah, I mean, could be a huge turning point. That
This is the thing, though, isn't it? Like, if that ball, if there's any space in between there, I'm not saying that Ross was out because he still needed to play 1 or 2 good shots, but they could have been shaking hands, and Dave's probably thinking, oh, well, I didn't do much wrong there, but now it's game on again.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the most overused cliches we have, but it really is fine margins, and that is just proof of it.
I think we'll see Dave at a good one here because he probably feels like he's got a free hit.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Equally, though, the pressure's still on, you know, at 7-5.
Steve Wall dressed as Rabsy Nesbitt in the crowd.
Didn't realise it was Halloween. Do we not have a dress code, honestly?
It's got a collar, it's all right.
Dave's hit those quite sweet and has not been rewarded. Do you know what? The breaks absolutely just dried up. In the first 8 breaks of this match, we had 7 good breaks and 1 foul. In the last 5 so far, we've had 4 dry. It's just turned.
In the last 5?
Yeah, 4 out of the last 5 have been dry. Apart from the previous frame, Ross made a ball.
Really?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like that, did it?
No, I know.
From 4 all, it felt.
I've just looked at my notes and gone, oh. Yeah, that's what's happened. Because Ross went 4-all break dishing, then reverse dished for 5-4. That was the 2. It's just turned on its head on the breaks this game.
The key to this rack's how he deals with the 2 reds that are near the black.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to attack, is it?
Yeah, the way that I like to play that, though, especially if I was practicing, I'd be trying to land. You see where the red is in the centre of the table?
Yeah.
And I'd play it with a lot of topspin, and I'd drive through the black itself and like push through into the red because you'd be moving and opening the black up yourself. You probably wouldn't surprise me if you potted the yellow at the middle, especially while you've got that insurance over the bottom left. I'm not sure what he's done there.
Well, yeah, I mean, Ross has just thrown in a silly one, to be honest. He's just missed a bit of a sitter.
Well, this is the game now. Now, this is where if Dave can actually put a good quality finish in here and take these out somehow, Ross will be starting to stew thinking this game should have been over. And then he might start thinking about that ball that rolled back onto that one, and he might start feeling sorry for himself.
I reckon that's exactly what he'll be thinking right now, sat in that chair, to be honest. That's not a great shot from Dave.
If that second yellow, if that red's just, I don't know if it's just blocked the line. I know he's got a shot to the top right, but if that yellow goes past the bottom right still,
yeah,
he can open up the other one. He's still got the problem with the bottom left as well. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, again, it's very tight, isn't it?
Is he coming back into it now?
We tried it.
It's not the worst, but Ross can just lock him up a bit now.
Is Ross going to try and break the red out as well? I think he has.
I'm not sure about that one. I think he's given him a bit of a free go here. He can drop that one into the right middle and he's got the automatic angle to come and clear this bottom left. I don't think he wanted to cannon them balls off that double.
Yeah, no.
Bit of a rush of blood. Reminded me of one of mine. He's just kind of took it for granted. And
this is interesting. Is Dave going for the double here now?
Yeah,
decided he's nicely on it.
This is an all-in kind of shot.
It's a great shot. How's your luck? Pretty good.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can push the red to the rail now, which gives him a little bit of insurance himself.
Be careful not to overhit this. That plaque's going to be going. It will still go in the middle, that yellow. But you've got to be right behind it.
He's got a good ball to get to it, though. As long as he gets on that one to the left middle here, them two yellows, the line that they're actually on now, imagine the one closest up is the cue ball.
Yep.
That's almost the automatic line to come back towards the black spot.
Yeah, that's where you want to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically taking that shot just below the black spot, probably.
Park the cue ball, come one, maybe it's 2 rails, depending on what you're feeling like. The only problem with this shot is the angle that you land on this yellow is going to determine what kind of black you've got, because you might end up with a really horrible one at the top right pocket.
Yeah. You also can't hit that yellow into the middle too hard. It's not going to take it, so... Like you say, it's all about the angle he leaves himself here now.
I mean, in an ideal world, you probably you want to be kind of cutting it back towards the middle and coming back out into the table.
Yeah. See how close he gets. He's thrown his hand up there. I don't think he's entirely happy, but he will have a shot.
It's definitely thinner than he wanted, but I would say you make the pot, you're on the black. You can just play this playing ball in and out of the 2 reds at the bottom left.
On its way, it's there. It's a great shot.
Game on.
And the cue ball is perfect. And this is an excellent finish under pressure from David McNamara. And he's back within 1.
Big pressure on the Ross Fernie break now.
Yep, it has completely switched around.
I wonder whether we'll see Ross stick to that front ball break.
Well, it worked for him last time, so it's hard to see him changing.
Yeah.
But equally, I suppose, if you're going into this kind of pressure situation, you know, if you go dry, do you want it to be messy? It's...
Yeah, well, that's one of those, isn't it? There's kind of a thing with the cut break where people think that there's some insurance involved, but if you hit it at any half-decent pace, there usually isn't. So you might as well just bury them and control the cue ball.
Yeah.
I like to swing. Do you know, the worst thing that you can do here is not give yourself a chance to win.
Yeah.
Eddie's about to go 5-all with Dan.
Yeah, Dan Davey and Eddie Roberts.
Corey's putting in a good display against Johan, I assume. Like 7-2 up. That's quite convincing at the moment.
Corey a little bit like Ross Fernie for me. One of those players that's won a few titles, but has never, consistently there winning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They haven't matured into a Boyle or a Dunster or...
Yeah, they have the little moments and even the little spells where maybe it's 2-3 months where they're right on it and then...
Exactly.
But they're not like you said, like Boyle. Well, even I'd say Boyle's gone a little bit off. I'm not criticising him, but he's obviously from where he was. It was obviously always going to be hard to continue that.
Yeah, it's not the kind of game where you can dominate for years at a time. This is it.
Well, I think he did, didn't he?
He got as close as anyone has. But even in that time, I think if you look down the list, you're not looking at sort of Federer or Djokovic style.
Yeah.
Most
there was probably an 18-month period where every time we came away he was winning at least one, or it felt like he was.
It did, yeah. It did feel that way. He did the double. I think he did the double a couple of times in that period as well. Like ludicrous consistency. Dan Davies, another one, had a real purple patch last year, but had to miss a couple of events.
Yeah, it seemed he hasn't been the same guy since that break, has he? I think it's like he could have kept the momentum up and then...
I think a lot of things came at the wrong time for Dan. He had a wedding to go to, which made him miss, I think, the tour after the one he won. And then he had to miss the Isle of Man as well.
Is it a good way to describe them as maybe he's like form guys?
Possibly, yeah.
If Farnsworth or Boyle had a wedding in between a winning spell, you wouldn't think that was going to knock them off for 6 months, would you?
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I think at certain times, if Farnsworth Boyle had a wedding, they probably just wouldn't have gone to the wedding.
Gone back to the cut.
That's interesting. I'm surprised at that.
I think his thought process was probably, I'll have a swing at this and try and put him at bed.
Yeah.
He's hit that one half pace as well for me. I think you'll see him play this yellow at the top. Into the left centre, and then maybe he's try and dislodge the one on the rail with it, just because you've got such control over the bottom right pocket. Being yellows is just a big.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, you've got
it's
to
worth
take
going
them.
into this ball just because you can.
Yeah.
It's not so bad. He'll probably just bump the red down at the bottom now. You need to make sure you get the yellow off the rail. You don't want to leave that stuck there. That's just as good. Has he left Ross a fancy little skill shot yet?
Tell you what, that's a great shout. If he has, it completely changes the complexion of the frame.
That's why the shot that he's played, sometimes you get tricked into thinking, no, there's nothing can go wrong here.
He's down on straight away.
And Poole kind of like goes, hang about, you're not in charge.
Yeah.
If you haven't got a plan, it'll make them for you.
This is one of those where that red is so close to the yellow. I don't know if he can catch it absolutely full ball. So you've got to cue it really well to make sure that red follows through.
I think he has to take it on, because I think this is Ross's opportunity to take this frame. If he doesn't play this now, he's going to be big second favourite for the frame.
It's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. He couldn't hit it full ball, but he still managed to get the skill shot.
Dave's got to be kicking himself there. Again, this is another one of those opportunities where he's got that red on the left rail in it, but it's automatic in on the black.
Yeah.
I fully expect. I mean, the biggest problem is probably the one that's at the bottom of the pack. I mean, and that's not a problem. Obviously, you just need to figure out how you're going to get to it. You'll probably just see him go up 6 inches up the rail with a little bit of right hand side, maybe.
You got to be so careful not to overhit that, though.
Yeah.
Like
You don't, but you also don't want to be cutting it back too dramatically.
No, you've got a small window of success here for this one. He's screwing it back?
Yeah, maybe he's going to risk cannon the yellow. No, he's played a good shot. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's about as good as he possibly could have done with that, I think.
This line's actually, it looks like there's no trouble here, but if you get into this a little bit too far and you end up going 6 inches past the middle bag, the cannon on the red in the balk area is on. You need to just get above the centre pocket here.
Again, not a lot of room to work with. Oh, he's nailed that.
Yeah,
it's a very, very good shot. This will be, I mean, obviously it's going to hurt Dave because this finish will knock him out of the tournament, but under this pressure, under these circumstances, this would be a wonderful finish.
He's going to have to get into this cue ball if he wants to pull it to the side rail. It's going to be a little nippy one. If you don't time these, you end up in the centre of the table.
It's not great. It's not terrible, but it's not great. He hasn't got into that the way he wanted to.
Yeah, he'd have loved to have been another 4 or 6 inches to the left.
And now, that last red down the rail is going to be so much more difficult.
You got to get this pot. If you get this pot and you get that red to the rail, at least you've kind of put it on Dave, even if you miss that last red.
That one's in, is it? Yep.
Add a little wiggle.
Just
play this pocket weight 100%, just a little drag shot.
Well, the nice thing is, if you can play this pocket weight, the cue ball can run forward an inch and you're not really going to leave Dave a shot, even if you get it.
I think you're on the black and you're not leaving a yellow. So if you get this, even if this sat over the bag, I think you're still favourite for the frame.
Just don't want to rock onto the yellow.
A little bit pacey, yeah. Ooh, I don't like that.
I'm amazed. I'm absolutely stunned he's played it like that.
Well, not only that, he's hit it that bad that he's left him on choices of yellows.
Yep.
This is how, well, we talked about this at 7-4, didn't we? Like, it looked like it was over. Dave took out a decent clearance, didn't he? now the pressure's on Ross, and Ross might be thinking negative thoughts. And
Yeah, I mean, I think Ross was, you know, a little bit unlucky when that ball rolled back on. But having said that, he's made mistakes since then, and Dave has punished them.
this is how subtle it is, though, isn't it? Because he might be taking a shower in his room.
Yep.
8-4 win. No, that was nice. I played well there.
Yep.
And I don't think he's played bad, but that's that little detail, the difference between a 2 millimetre gap or no gap. Now you might be out of the tournament.
Yeah. Now it's 7-all. I mean, that Ross may have played his last shot in this match.
I mean, it feels like Dave's favourite now for me.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, apart from he's got the break, I actually feel like he's got obviously the momentum too, and probably a better mindset.
Well, my only concern for Dave here is that he's got the break in some ways, because his last few breaks have not worked out well at all. He hasn't timed the break particularly well for about 3 breaks now. He hasn't made a ball in that long.
He was it looked a little bit like short and stabby the last one, even though he hit them with quite a lot of power.
Yeah.
He didn't drive through the white.
Yeah, Dave has only made a ball on 3 breaks in this match.
Be interesting to hear Ross's thoughts now, whether he's still nice and calm or whether he's starting to feel sorry for himself. It'd be interesting to know what he's thinking.
If it was me, you wouldn't be able to broadcast those thoughts, I can tell you that much.
He looks relatively calm in his seat.
He does.
Well, he's hit a good hit.
He's crunched them, and they're dry. There's nothing in.
That was definitely his best hit out of the dries that he's hit.
Yeah.
So, wow. I mean, he's left him in on the 2 most awkward yellows to start as well.
Got to take yellows because that red near the 8 ball is dead.
He's going to be spitting feathers here. Like, you only need to get straight on that ball to the left centre off the one over the top right, and you. I mean, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of work to do. I mean, a red's the worst. Is there a good red to remove that ball on the left?
I think that's the problem. That red is. I can't see a way to get that red out easily, whereas I can see, the yellow pots.
Yeah, if you could move that, if there was actually a good link to move that red, then the red's are way easier, aren't they?
I agree, but I just don't think there is. I can't see it.
Probably overhit that one a little bit too for me. Is he thinking about going all the way over there now for that one at the left?
Oh, I don't know.
It looked like unless he's just reconfirming in his head about the shot.
I think he's going to cut this down the right-hand rail still, but...
Yeah, I'm thinking, no, is he thinking about pulling it to there now as maybe it's a bit of a free hit to get over there?
Yeah. Thing is, it's not a free hit, is it? Because if you get rid of that ball and you don't get on it, then you don't necessarily have a way to get back there. So you've got one shot at this, basically, this clearance, you would think.
I mean, maybe it looks like I'd be playing. I feel like I'd be playing for this to the left centre, but he can't like it if he's looking for that tight space above it.
Yeah, I agree. I think left centre. I'm not overly a fan of the yellow in the middle of the table, to be honest.
That's exactly that. When I was originally talking about the route,
yeah,
I was thinking, get on that one to the top right, nice, and get over there for straight on the centre. But then I was thinking, but how do you deal with this ball before you do that?
It's the easiest looking ball on the table, but actually it doesn't go top left. I don't think it doesn't go top right for sure.
If he's playing to land on this space just past the centre bag here, this is this can run away from you very easily. Like that.
Wow! Oh, he's going to be snookered, is he?
Oh, it's ran away.
It's held up.
It's held up enough to get the ball, and I think he can actually run round off 3 cushions.
It could have been worse.
Is he looking to? I think he's looking to just go forward and come over here. Sorry, I was pointing at the screen, guys.
Somewhere on the right-hand side of the table.
Yeah, the yellow that's centre table goes past the face of the black into the top left, I think. So I feel like he's just going to take his medicine and leave himself on the right-hand side of the table.
Find out. He's going round. This is a terrific shot. This is a terrific shot. It was almost a very friendly nudge on that yellow. It's not worked out bad.
Yeah, I think he can avoid just a plain ball top spin shot. I think he can avoid the cannon on the red and the top rail and just leave himself to the bottom left. Maybe he's just a smidge your left hand side just to widen the angle a little bit.
With a bit of right to check it up, maybe.
It must be missing the ball automatic then. Oh wow, Ross, what have you done?
That's a real adrenaline shot there. He's hit that.
He's overhit a few shots, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Even the first yellow that he played into this bottom right pocket,
Yeah.
he left himself too thin on that ball. Even though I know he made it, but
He's definitely feeling it, but this shot basically is for the match. I think he can just concentrate on the pot here.
Nope. Wow.
Now then.
Do you go?
I don't. No chance. There's no chance I'm going from there.
Yeah,
not when I've got such an easy
You just don't
safety.
I think because the safety's so good. But if Ross could dump on this ball, I mean, I think he'll go. He'll at least play. Oh my God!
He's missed it.
No way. He's not.
Has he left him on the yellow? I think he has.
Oh my Lord!
I think he's on this. Maybe Dave was in two minds there.
That was the last thing that I seen happening.
I can't believe he's missed that one. Of all the balls.
Wow, he must be on this.
I think he is. I think he's on it.
He must be. I bet you Ross can't believe that he's back to the table. At least to be with a chance to win.
I'm amazed at that last shot.
Wow. Wow.
What a match this has been. This has had absolutely everything. Just this 8 ball. For an 8-7 win to Ross Fernie. He led by 7 frames to 4. He ends up winning by a final frame decider. He had so many chances to put it to bed. It looked like he might have thrown it away. But in the end, Dave McNamara just missed a sitter at the end.
What a great game.
What a great game.
It was a good game to watch.
Yep.
I didn't see that coming, did you?
No, it's not that way. I mean, that was exceptionally careless, wasn't it, from Dave at the end to go for the shot and not even and leave Ross on the yellow.
Do you know when it came to a stop, it looked like it just took a little bit of a smidge to the left, just enough so that you could see it. It was like, oh my! I mean, just as well Dave's got a good temperament, because that's the kind of thing that can really hurt you. Yeah,
I think that one will hurt, but fortunately he's not going to play again until tomorrow.
Yeah, so. I mean, it looked like he took it well. I mean, I think I'd have steam coming up my ears.
I definitely would. But for now, let's hear from our winner with Mark Pickworth.
Thanks, guys, and here I am with Ross Fernie. Ross, how have you got over the line there? I didn't exactly think that you could see that last yellow.
I've no idea how I got over the line there. I thought I chucked it from, was I ahead 7-5 up?
Yeah.
I thought I was playing well. I was just making the odd daft mistake. I thought the balls came out a bit dodgy for both of us. I'm just trying to force it a little bit, but no, I didn't expect a shot in the last frame, but I just delighted to get over the line.
Yeah, because I mean, both of you played really solidly at the very start. You know, it was all like nip and tuck, very close, and then you went on to a different gear. But what happened then?
No, I mean, obviously when you get close to the finishing line, you can get, try to get over the line a wee bit. But I don't know, I thought the balls were a wee bit, I was trying to force it a little bit, could have played a wee safety here and there. But, it's not the way I play, I just sort of go for it. But, like I say, I thought I had it at the end, but I was just happy to go over the line.
And before you came into this match, obviously you played against David McNamara, you got to the final of the Grand Prix. How did you sort of go about this match to try and, play against a pretty much informed player?
Yeah, two good players. I played Harry Peart the first game, I was behind in that, so I was happy to get through that. And obviously playing Dave, he's on form. He's been a great player for years, so you need to break well and play well to beat these players. So I mean, it was going to be a tough game, but I just obviously scraped over the line there.
I mean, obviously you've won 2 matches now. You know, how are you looking at yourself at the moment? How do you see your form? You know, because you've not really been at the business end too much as you was like 2 or 3 years ago.
I want to try and get winning tournaments again, to be honest. But I feel like I'm in good form, to be honest. I think you know, if I can sort of find that form that I'm putting in practice, I think I can, you know, I'll be hard to stop anyway. So, hopefully I can just keep getting better as the tournament goes on tomorrow, and see how it goes.
Because you've obviously been doing, you know, you play quite a lot in the Scottish competitions, etc. You always do quite well in them. What's sort of going wrong here at the IPA? I know you've won your first 2 matches. Maybe I'm being really critical about you, you know. But I'm, you know, as a sort of a follower of your results, etc. You know, you sort of fell away to the away side.
No, you're right. I mean, I've been trying to think that myself. I mean, I've been in good form. Obviously, you're still playing top players, you know, in Scotland, but I don't know. I've been trying to put my finger on it in these, but I don't know. I honestly don't know, but it's a tough field as well. You need to be playing well and breaking well. So, just looking forward to my next one. And hopefully I can settle into it.
And a bit of the expectations from you, and you know, don't want to put too much pressure on yourself. What expectations have you got of not just this weekend, but of the whole year? Did you set yourself some goals?
I kind of just try and take it match by match. I know if I'm in form, I've got a chance, and obviously if you're not in form, you're up against it. So, I mean, I just try and keep that sort of mentality, try and just play it match by match. But I mean, obviously, I'm wanting to start getting winning as well. So.
And you obviously had quite a quick match there against Harry P as well, didn't you? Regarding, because we've changed a little bit of the format here. So basically, the top half of the draw is playing straight after in the next round, and now the bottom half of the draw, they're playing their first rounds next, and then they play again. So basically, having 2 consecutive matches. Does that help the player that needs the most momentum?
I think it helps, you know, if it's quite a quick game, your first game. But I think if you're in a sort of long, sort of safety match, your first one, you didn't really want to be going straight on after. So I mean, it works both ways. But at least you've got your eye in and you've had a few hits of the ball before you go on. So I mean, that's a good thing.
Well, you are into the next round. You've already won 2 matches, so well done for that. You're going to get a big rest now because you're not on till tomorrow, are you?
Nah, that's it. 12:30 tomorrow. So.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for tomorrow then.
Cheers, mate.
All right then. Thanks a lot. Ross Fernie into the next round with a great win there against David McNamara. Our next match-up is going to be Ben Davis against Clint Ianson. And we're probably only just a few moments away now from getting this next match underway. So I'll hand you over to the commentary box now with Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Mark. And I'm joined in the commentary box for this epic encounter, I'm sure, by Johnny McDermott.
How you doing, guys? All right?
Is this your first time in commentary?
As, yes.
Yeah, okay.
This will be a cracker, eh?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really wish for a better first round match, could you?
No. Oh, this is the first round, is it?
No, actually. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is the last 64. Yeah. Because I'm getting myself confused because we've gone last 64, last 32, and then back to the last 64. Yeah. So, yes, this is a last 64 match between Ben Davis and Clint Ianson. It just doesn't get better.
2 former world champions.
Yep.
In the first round.
2018 and 2022, I want to say.
My memory's not that good.
Mine should be. I watched both of them live, but... yeah.
Yeah, Ben beat Simon Ward in the final, didn't
he? Yeah, one of the best ever. Possibly the best ever. There have been some honourable mentions, but it was a final frame.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Who did Clint beat in his final?
Clint beat... Oh, you've put me on the spot now. Clint beat Simon Ward.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, so actually both of these two.
Wow.
Yeah, Simon Ward got to both of those finals.
It's kind of clash of styles as well, isn't it? I know Clint's very attacking as well, but Ben's just so fluent and
I mean,
Clint's solid.
I make no bones about it. Ben Davis is my favourite player to watch. He is just absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Yeah.
It's just his style around the table is just so... It almost looks like he doesn't care.
It does.
He does. He cares a lot. He's just so relaxed. Sort of nonchalant, if you like. Yeah, the two are just getting themselves ready. Well, we watch some action on the outer arena. There's a real safety battle there between Maz Ward and Rhiannon Graham in the ladies. It's the first round of the Ladies Elite on table 14. And table 15 there to the left, Dan Davey. He is currently 7-6 up on Eddie Roberts, so this clearance for the win. How did you get in your game? I haven't actually seen the results, so I don't know whether to be...
8-4 to Farnsworth. I maybe made two mistakes if I've been critical. Definitely one. But yeah, it's a tough school.
Yeah, it certainly is.
I don't think I played bad. I just a couple of wee tough things, but move on.
Dan Davies played a beauty there. Has left himself a big pocket for this 8-ball.
Yep.
And he uses it. So that's him safely through to the last 32. And we're back to the arena, so the two players are just going to lag off. Clint and Ben. As you said, two former world champions. Clint on the left, Ben on the right. And hold on to your hats, folks. There's going to be fireworks in this one, I suspect. Man in the middle for this one, Rick Lloyd, one of our team of referees. We'll be making sure all the racks are tight.
I actually struggled myself to get the top ball touch earlier on. I think it's just me though.
I don't, because I had the same problem. So it's so difficult on these super fine cloths, isn't it? You know, there's
So thin,
any kind of just very minor thing can make that a difficult job. So the referees do a great job here. Good break from Clint to start us off.
Yeah, it's a good start into this. A good chance.
Yeah, you can't really see anything other than a clearance here, to be honest.
Definitely. I actually think the worst ball on the table is the ball that's closest to the blow spot, funnily enough. So I'll be a bit awkward to go on, but should be fine.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's only got like a couple of pockets kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll be a problem to Clint.
I wonder whether it slides into the left centre. Would that make life
Possibly.
easier?
That would definitely, yeah. Perfect start then.
Certainly looks that way. Just the remaining red. And the 8-ball for, as you say, the perfect start to the match for Clint Jansen. And in it goes. So a break dish to start off the match. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few of those in this one. Ben Davies, one of the biggest breakers in the game. Hard to forget his memorable run to the World Championship final this year. An incredible performance in that final. Obviously, it wasn't to be for Ben this year. But Johnny, did you watch the World Final this year?
I did. It was frightening, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, just the way that Ben came out in the last couple of sets when his back was against the wall was as good as I've seen anyone play ever.
Like you said earlier, it was almost as if he didn't care. I know I had a sore back at the time, but
He did, yeah. He had a bad back and he didn't want to seize up.
he's just so fluent, isn't he? He's just
Yeah.
plays the game the right way. That's another good break as well. I think Ben will be fancying these.
Yeah, it's a slightly awkward layout compared to the previous one.
I think the yellows, will go yellows. Probably a case for both, to be fair.
Yeah, the yellow on the sort of right-hand side of the balk line. That one in the middle of the balk cushion, that is a little bit awkward.
Actually looked a bit easier in the overhead yellows, but now I see it in the main screen and maybe the reds.
It's just not guaranteed for either, is it, at the moment?
No.
It's if he can land on that one near the right. Oh, he's missed the first one. Just taking his eye off the pot, trying two perfect positional shot, I think. And he will leave Clint a great opportunity for a counter clearance. Again, similar problems. Reds or yellows, watch your poison. I think it's got to be yellows.
Yeah, I think now.
I think he's going to try and land on the ball that Ben was trying to land on, so he is, but from a different angle, because Ben was trying to get straight on this yellow so that he could just drop it in and then take the next yellow, the difficult one, along the top rail. Clint's decided to use the red as a blocker, and that has worked out very nicely indeed.
Yeah, just like the transition from the next ball to the two near the middle pocket now, isn't it? It's hard to find problems again.
Yeah, he really just needs a bit of just a slight screw down the table, isn't it, really?
Half decent cue ball and he's good.
Yeah, going to come across the table.
Yep, pretty good.
Yeah, that'll do. I think he's slightly between the two here. He'd either like to be 6 inches to the left or 6 inches to the right.
He'd almost got to play like that horrible, like, soft screw shot. Like,
yeah.
That's why he's changed, eh?
That's why he's not. But that's well under hit, you would think, unless he's played for a double here. But I don't think that doubles.
No, it doesn't look like it from here.
I think that's a terrible shot. So can you just cut this in and run the red into the yellow into the red? Well, he's tried it. Now this is a let off.
Yeah, big let off for Ben. I was just about to say as well, even early on, 2-0 Clint's break, that would be kind of starting to get stressful times for Ben.
I don't think Ben gets stressed by anything.
That's true.
To be honest.
Oh.
Wow.
Was that a miscue maybe?
I don't know. Ben can take his time to get his arm going.
Yeah.
Which you can't really afford to do at this level.
It's one of the players, probably best pronounced him as like a buzz player.
Yeah.
When he's on it, he's just perfect.
Hasn't left Clint too many options. Clint went for I think the treble there. with the big pocket. Didn't get it. Another chance for Ben. But given what's gone before, you wouldn't necessarily back him to clear up here.
He's almost asked a question, hasn't he? Because he does have a ball that's dead. And
It wouldn't surprise me to see Ben double that now.
no.
I don't think he's going to.
Maybe a bit slack there as well.
Yeah. I still think that red... I think he'll leave it for a double.
I think he's going into it here, well outside. Yep.
Or landing on it, or missing, and going in off. Not quite. Oh.
But the result there, hasn't it? Because Clint has to play the 2-1 now, but
Yeah. Yeah, and this is awkward queuing for Clint.
you can't get... It'd be hard to get good on it.
Yeah, out of the jaws of the pocket like this. I'll tell you what, this is a terrific effort. He's begging for it to slow down, and it has.
That's brilliant.
Tap of the knee from Ben Davis tells you what he thinks of it. That is a fantastic shot from Clint Hansen. There was almost no margin for error there. And Clint did not make the error. And no mistake with the 8 ball either. 2-0 to Clint Hansen. Not a good start for Ben Davis. Got away with a miss there and was let back in, but didn't get away with the second one. That will have to go down as a disappointment for the Welshman, but it's early days in the match. There's plenty of pool still to be played, but Ben needs to get going. That was not a good start.
I think Clint let Ben off the hook there, and then Ben gave it back, yeah?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Another good break from Clint as well.
Yeah, it is. It's just...
Maybe a couple of shots to play. I think the yellows, but...
He's got to go yellows because that red on the right-hand side, I think, is fairly dead.
Yeah. It's kind of all about this shot, isn't it, really?
Yeah, if this comes out well, you'd expect him to make the clearance.
Yeah. I actually thought it was running more towards the yellow there.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't think he could catch it that thick. But there is still that yellow on the right-hand rail. And because of the red above it, it's not the easiest to land absolutely plumb behind.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a bit of distance or a bit of angle involved with that shot. It's not necessarily going to be unmissable. I think he's just straight enough on this yellow that he can just top through and get on that now.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets.
Almost just play this at the pot and you're playing for both yellows. The yellow in the middle or the corner.
Yep. Yeah, you just got to play it with the pace to get through the gap. That's as long as you play it hard enough and get the cue ball away from the cushion far enough. Shouldn't be an issue. If anything, he's come a fraction too far, but I think he can just play the yellow he's closest to and stun down the table. Okay, go middle first.
Popping across, side.
Well, he looks like he means business as Clint Hansen. 2 break dishes in a row, and he leads by 3 frames to 0. And it's, I mean, if Ben doesn't get his arm going very quickly, this could be a fast match.
Yeah, I think someone at Clint's level, you really need to get off the ball quite, don't you?
Just cutting across here to table 2, Alan Robinson against David Adenall. This one is 2-all. This is our 3rd stream table, if you like. We've got table 24, the main table. Table 1 and table 2 are also available on YouTube. Table 1, I believe, is essentially the ladies' stream table. Tilly Edwards 3-0 up on Alexandra Cunha on table 1 at the moment. And Alan Robinson letting David Adenall back in there as disaster strikes for Ding.
It's a frustrating one as well because it wasn't a bad break. It was just unfortunate.
Yeah, kicked in off. Horror show. And look at the layout it's left. With a free shot. It is so hard to see anything going wrong here.
Yeah.
Clint just making this look like business as usual. Needs to leave himself a nice angle here to get back up for the 2 yellows that are close together. Possibly the wrong side of this, but he can top round and...
I think he may actually go to the middle here. Oh, I don't know.
I can't see if the top one goes to the middle. If not, he'll just take it long, but... Oh, he's managed to... Yeah, he will go to the middle. Played that really nicely. Not over yet though, because getting on that last yellow from here, can he screw it back and avoid the yellow and just play it to the same pocket?
He's just kind of landed like half a ball off perfect every shot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Same again here. I don't think there'll be any problems, but
no, the cue ball just sort of skimmed off that yellow, didn't it? And it's left him low when he wanted to be high. So just going to drop this in and leave distance on the 8 ball, you'd think.
it's the key there, just not to be hampered.
Yeah, just get past that red. So an 8 ball for a 4-0 lead in double quick time from Clint Jansen. Oh, no.
That's a surprise.
I mean, he's cued straight across it. But what can Ben do? This is an absolute gift. But Ben Davis has not looked at all good in the opening. To be fair, he's only had a chance in 1 frame, but nevertheless, he had 2 chances in it and it didn't look good. How nicely can he land on that red on the top rail?
It's hard to tell from here, but it doesn't look perfect, does it?
No, I think he's going to have to sort of stun past the 8 ball now.
I don't know.
But you will learn this on commentary. The camera absolutely catches you out.
Yeah.
It really does. Different camera angles look completely different. Ben Davies is on the board, though. He can breathe a sigh of relief, and Clint will be furious.
Yeah, it's funny how pool works, because almost now that Ben will be sitting in his chair feeling good, and
Yeah.
Clint won't. Not that he won't feel good, but
And Anson with the break. Oh, he's absolutely leathered them. Nearly got kicked in off. Has managed to keep the cue ball out. But what sort of a chance has he got? It's not a great one. Can you see a red to pot it?
so I was thinking there, I don't think the red goes to the middle, so
I mean,
You don't
the
want
red
yellows,
is
do you?
the red he's closest to. I think he's just going to have to cut that back.
Yeah.
But it's thin. This is very missable. Cue ball will be travelling.
oh no.
Oh, wow.
45 seconds.
Yeah, same. I thought he fluked it. He hasn't necessarily left anything absolutely fantastic here for Ben, though. Is this going to be a plant to start off with? That surely doesn't go. He's missed the plant. He's rushed that for me. There was an option. He could possibly have played yellow onto red in the middle there. No, there were no easy options. But, you know, he had an extension, and that was always going to be the key shot. As soon as you got a red,
Yeah, of course.
that should have been it, really.
A strange start to the match, because Clint has made a couple of mistakes, but it's looking like he's going to go 4-1 ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just been Ben not playing very well, unfortunately, so far. You know, he is that kind of player, Ben. He is a bit streaky. When he's on it, he's unbelievable. When he's off it, he is off it. And at the moment, he's definitely not on it.
I don't know Ben personally. Is he a practicer or?
I don't know him that well, but no, I wouldn't say that he is. I'd be surprised if he was a big practicer, to be honest.
I think what if he had Clint as?
Yeah, Clint, Clint is big into it. Ben as well, you know, he's only just sort of returned to the tour, if you like. He's been a pro consistently for years, but he took a lot of time out of pool to start his business on board Sportswear. We wear their shirts, and he's done a fantastic job of it. And really, the Worlds this year was his sort of return to the IPA, if you like. He played the odd event here and there, but not many. So, yeah, he's been in the wilderness in terms of playing for a little while, and it's obviously going to take time to get back to the previous levels, but after his performance at the Worlds, this is a shock to see him playing the way he is right now.
Maybe one of the only guys on tour that can just take that much time out and
go
back up and get to the final of the Worlds.
There certainly aren't very many. Simon Ward was always the one. Simon Ward genuinely never practiced. And I mean for years, like including the times where he made his world finals, he wasn't practicing. Very, very rarely played.
The ball looks close.
Cue ball is safe. It's actually pretty similar to the last break. Where it's gone dry, the cue ball's in the corner. There's no easy starter. It's a bit easier for Clint because he wants to be yellows, and he does have a starter on yellows. Nicely controlled there from Clint. What sort of angle has he got here? If he tops this through, is he going to run into the red? Because that would cause problems. So he might just have to find the gap between the two reds.
Yeah, I think it looks like he's hitting like the bottom red.
Yeah.
Good, just with his body language.
Yeah, it's just held up in time. Now, does the red to the right of the one he's about to play, does that go to the top right?
I think it drops in, yeah.
Well, that shot would suggest yes. He's been really precise with his work so far in this clearance, has Clint. He needs one more shot in the same vein. Just got to avoid this yellow.
Really good cue ball control, doesn't he? Goes about the finishes the right way.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had it on a string in this one. So a simple 8-ball into the left centre pocket for a 5-1 lead. And Ben Davies is staring down the barrel. This has been a good performance from Clint. Not at 100%, but somewhere in the 90s, I would say.
Yeah, I think Ben will need a bit of help from maybe Clint's break, maybe a Clint mistake he did there.
Yeah, he's certainly going to need some help in this bend. The dry break in that one didn't help. And yeah, Clint essentially breaking for 6-1 here. Adam Davis there, missing the double. He's up against Scott Anderson, 0-0 in that one. First frame. Lots of these matches have just got underway.
Almost got quite well. He's got players just a bit mad, isn't he?
Yeah. Good news for Clint Jansen. The cue ball stayed out. Didn't look like it was going to. And he's got a choice of colour set. Now, does that 8-ball pass the red?
Yeah, slightly tricky. I think if the 8 passes the red and the yellow passes the red, it would be yellows, but I'm unsure.
Equally, you know, you've got the red on the left-hand side. That's got a big pocket up to the top left. And I think he can get on that red closest to the top rail.
I think the camera's got me again there. 'Cause I thought the red up the side of yellow was maybe.
Yeah, I'm not absolutely convinced, but I think he can probably just about get through to it. If he can, he'll be trying to now. Yeah, you can see there. As long as he can get somewhere near the rail, he'll be on that.
Just past the block line, can I do?
Oh, that red hasn't quite dropped in. So next question then, does the yellow pass the red? Because if it does, I would back Ben to drop that in and play the skill shot, because that red is right in the pocket.
Yeah. Looks tight, doesn't it, from here?
It looks really tight, yeah. I mean, if it doesn't, then Ben's in a heap of trouble.
I think you're right, because I think if it went, Ben would have played it by now.
Yeah. That's a lovely safety shot.
Clever.
It's a pretty easy escape, though, and it's not opened anything up for Ben.
Well, he's almost just trying to give himself one more shot, isn't he?
Yeah. That's nicely done. It does leave Ben the option of the skill shot. I think he's got to take it. Don't think it's going to get any better. Now, can he screw into the red as well and land on the other yellow?
What's he seeing here? I'm stuck.
Well, he didn't try, so I'm assuming he's just going to try and knock one of these ones in the bottom half of the table. He's got the thing cut down
He's going to try and play on it.
to the bottom right. Yeah. It would have been a great shot.
Yeah.
But that is the way that Ben plays.
Yeah, exactly. It just maybe looks bad when it's not going, but
Yeah.
if you're cutting here, do you play this? Just the pot for the frame kind of idea? Or?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he could actually just knock the red off the rail and leave Ben welded to the back of the yellow there. Ben would have had no shot. Ben now has a shot, and Clint took on a difficult pot that he didn't necessarily need to. I think if the scoreline was closer, and if Ben was playing better, I think Clint might have taken just a step back from that one.
These are normally the kind of scenarios that Ben will thrive on as well, getting let back in.
This looks quite a nice angle as well to just top through and get on that awkward one now. I think he can land somewhere close to the right hand of the two reds.
I think he's got to play now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's absolutely got to. Well, he's not going to. I thought he'd try and get closer to it than that. He is trying to get closer to it than that. This needs to not flick that red. And it needs to bounce, and it hasn't.
Yeah, I think he was too good on it to not take it.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been a reasonable angle. He'd have flicked into the red, but the angle he'd have left himself on the next yellow, I don't think would have been too bad.
Yeah.
He's throwing his arms out a little bit there. I think this is going to be a heave-ho from Ben Davis. It is. He heaved, and the cue ball came flying off the table.
Just hasn't really started yet, has it? It's just...
No, and I fear that he's not going to be honest.
I don't think he's really had anything like easy to go at. It's more been like having to make things work. And
Yeah, the only thing the second frame, he had a decent chance.
yeah, the second frame, yeah.
Since then, no, it's been more awkward than that. I'm trying to move the 8 ball here. It's not a bad shot. I don't think it's quite as played. I think he wanted to catch the 8 ball fuller with that yellow and leave the yellow tighter on the cushion.
Yeah, I think he's slightly annoyed because he has to like drop this red in, like
Yeah.
pocket weight, and kind of cheat the pocket a wee bit.
Yeah, because Clint's now got a shot to play on that red on the top rail.
That's why he's not playing it straight away. Yeah, that was slightly annoyed him.
It's quite a bold move, that, to play it that way.
It is. I think I'd be doing one to like, drop that in him.
Yeah, he's sort of turned down the opportunity to get fairly nice on that red
Yeah,
in favour of a more difficult positional shot to get perfect on it.
he's played this really well, I think.
But to be fair,
Yeah.
when it works out like that, who are we to
I think
question
I'm
it?
just going to stop talking about the way to go about finishes now. Don't look silly.
You could learn a lot here.
Is he going to come up and down here twice, or can he hold?
I'd imagine he can hold, but yeah.
Just the way he walked round, I thought for a second he was maybe a bit thinner.
(6-1), and the writing is firmly on the wall now for Ben Davies, you feel. But these are the moments where Ben can be dangerous. We saw it in the World Final against Michael Rhodes. You know, when his back's against the wall and when the pressure's almost off because he's that far behind, that's where Ben can be lethal.
I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but he could actually maybe loosen up a bit more now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think he might. I think when you're 6-1 down to Clint Johansson, your chances are so slim that he'll probably just let the arm go. If nothing else, almost for a bit of practice for the Open, you know.
So what do you think then? Maybe a 40-second break this year, maybe?
Well, we'll see how the break goes, but I wouldn't put it beyond him.
Just the way the games went, really, hasn't it?
Yes. He's got a shot on here, actually. The yellow he's closest to. He can play that onto the red in the middle.
Yeah.
And then the reds are all there. The 8-ball's awkward, but not horrible. What's he doing here? Similar, but off the red. Oh, he's played the plant. Where's the 8-ball going? Everything's going everywhere. That's worked out nicely, though.
Yeah, take that. I actually think your shot was probably right. Quite like that shot.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem he's really left himself. Again, the 8-ball's moved out, but it doesn't go in the middle, and it's a slightly awkward one to land on. Oh, Ben. Well, that's just, he's not at the races.
So uncharacteristic, but you kind of almost seen it coming just the way the matches went.
Yeah. Yeah, he's I think his head's in the bin here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, seems to be.
It's been a tough watch, this, for...
I think, apart from maybe one, Clint's been solid, but...
Oh, Clint's done
he's almost got in second a lot and had like the... Can I just mop up?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I wonder if we play this off the yellow to try and get a better angle. I was bound to get one right, wasn't I?
That's a very good call. That's a very good call.
I just thought potting it plain, he was going to be like the wrong side of everything.
Yeah, it's amazing how awkward this finish has turned out to be.
Yeah.
Because when he came to the table, you just almost wrote it off in your head, didn't you?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Ben now, is it? And if it's Clint's break, isn't it? 9th frame.
Yep, Clint to break. Well, our previous match on the stream was topsy-turvy. It went swung one way and then the other, and in the end went all the way to a deciding frame. I don't think we're going to see that the same here. Ross won.
Did Ross win?
Yeah. Really good game, actually. Like, really entertaining. It wasn't perfect from either of them.
Yeah. Hard first round, wasn't it?
Yeah, big time. But it was a weird one because Ross went 7-4 up and had 3 good chances to get over the line. Couldn't do it.
All right.
And then, in the end, Dave missed probably the best of all the chances in the decider and let Ross back in.
I seen the ball down the cushion Ross had.
Yeah. Yeah, he missed a couple of those actually.
I actually feel as if the tables maybe are playing a little bit tighter than they usually are.
Hmm.
That's exactly the kind of break you want it. 7-1 front, isn't it? Reds, I think, are going.
It's the sort of break you get at 7-1.
Yeah,
it's not
that's
the
it.
sort of break you get 7-all, is it?
7-0, it's always messy, isn't it? And Clint's feeling great just now, isn't he? I don't think News will be here long.
No, he is well on the way here, Clint Ianson.
Well, I didn't see this coming, to be honest.
No, me neither. I expected this one to be close. I expected it to be quick,
Yep.
which it has been. But yeah, Ben just, I don't know, he's got out of the wrong side of bed.
Yeah, he just didn't turn up really. He did have the kind of hard chances, I think, but
He's definitely had the more difficult first visits.
yeah.
But having said that, the shots he's missed, he just hasn't been there. I mean,
Yeah, definitely.
he's missed balls that you just wouldn't expect. And Clint Ianson for the win. And he takes it 8-1 over Ben Davis. It's good that Ben can laugh about that.
Clint was really good as well.
Yeah.
Didn't do much wrong.
No, Clint was excellent. Clint, thoroughly deserved that. But he will know that he'll be surprised that wasn't a harder game.
Yeah. But who does Clint play now, do you know? Putting you in the spot here, don't I?
You have put me on the spot, yeah. So Clint will play the winner of Mark Fleming and Lee Shepherd, and that is 3-1 to Lee Shepherd at the moment.
It's a solid session, that, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got another stream game coming up for you shortly. Morgan McInnes will take on Paul Harkness on this table. But before we...
Newgard Scots.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There is Morgan coming to the table, but before that one gets going, I am fairly sure that Clint is just on his way to see Mark Pickworth, so we'll hand over to Mark for the interview. Thanks for your co-commentating, Johnny.
No problem. Thanks very much for having me.
Been a pleasure. And yeah, Mark Pickworth is in the studio with your winner, Clint Ianson.
Thanks, guys, and here I am with Clint Ianson. Clint, very light working. I can't even get my words out.
Easy for you to say. No, to be honest, I don't know how, but somehow I broke pretty well there, and the balls were just there to be put away. Really, I didn't really have to do much. I think I had like one tough clearance which I got, but the rest were like pretty easy, really.
And Ben's had a good return to the IPA. Made the final of the World Championships and that. Was you expecting a bit of a bigger game, or was it all just about the break?
Yes, well, Ben's probably got one of the best breaks in the game, so if he breaks, well, you're definitely up against it. You're probably second favourite, to be honest, because he pots so well as well. But fortunate for me, his break weren't quite as good as it normally is, and mine was better than it usually is, so I'll take that.
And just a little bit about your break. I'm very critical of your break, because sometimes you'll have a different cue to break it down the middle, then you'll have a different cue to break on the side.
Yeah.
Am I right to be critical on that? Have you found your, which one works the best?
The cut break, I use my playing cue just so I can, because I feel like it's more of a shot than a break, because you don't know unless you're Mark Boyle. Obviously, who absolutely hammers it, but it's kind of like more of a shot than a break for me. That's why I like to use my playing cue. But when I'm hitting the first ball, I like just to use like a break cue just to protect my ferrule more than anything. Because I had a problem, one of my cues that I used to use, and the ferrule just kept going wonky, and I thought it was from breaking. So I just if I'm going to hit the break hard, I'll use a break cue. not because I think they're going to break any better, just to protect my playing queue.
A little bit about yourself, you know, I'm sure I saw on social media from yourself, you was looking at someone to repair your queue. Is everything okay?
Yeah, the queue's fine. I just I got back off holiday on Tuesday and had a knock on the Wednesday, I think it was, and my tip split all the way around. I had a game of snooker, just had a game of snooker on my own, and after the game, like I could see, like, I think it's because the balls are heavier, and it's maybe the tip's not used to hitting like the heavier balls. It split all the way around, so I had to take it off. And then one of the lads who owns the pool club, Chris, he managed to stick a tip on for me this morning. So thanks, Chris. Cheers, Chris.
Okay, and a little bit about your expectations for this year. What you set out yourself out, get back in the winner's circle?
Yeah, definitely. I always want to win competitions, and it's just, to be honest, the start of the season, it's not been great for me. It's not like, I feel like it's not really that I've played bad, it's just my break's been terrible. Like, my break's been really bad. Like, I've been hitting the break bad, not potting any balls, but if I can break like that, I feel like I can beat anyone. So.
And this place, it's got a bit of a buzz about it. I don't just mean Coventry, I mean the IPA has just got the buzz about it this year. Has it made you a bit more incentive to try and do even better?
Definitely, yeah. Everything about the IPA is much better. The prize money is getting better. A lot of the old players are coming back over to the IPA, which is good. It's tough. To win one of these competitions now is going to be really hard work, but I feel like if I can get my break working, then I feel like I can definitely win one this year.
Well, I know you're going to be pretty much straight on, because we've changed the formats a bit now, so the bottom half of the top half, if that's how it's called, they're playing pretty much straight away again. So you're looking forward to your next match? Yeah,
I'm not sure who I play, but yeah, if I break like that, I'm looking forward to it. If I don't break so well, maybe not, but we'll see how it goes. I'll try my best, and that's all you can do.
We will see how it goes. Clint Ianson into the next round. Thanks very much, Clint. And then in jumps Stephen Walker. Clint Ianson, man on a mission?
Yeah, I mean, I think the word lightning is probably a bit of an exaggeration of that, but it was frightening. He looks like he was on it from the start. I know there was the odd shot early doors that probably wasn't perfection, but the rest of the match, it was just absolutely fantastic. Clint looks like a man that really is on a mission, and who's going to stop him?
Yeah, obviously Ben Davis had a great start to his return to the IPA. You know, he's obviously playing a lot more now, etc. Brilliant in the World Championships, making the final. But he's no slouch of his own either, you know, because he plays this game at a rapid pace. Yeah, I mean, that's since the World Championship, I feel like every time I see Ben, I expect him to just go flying round the table, take finishes, miss very little, and it's something that I know he's always been that kind of guy when he's in the groove, but it's just becoming that seems to be the Ben Davies style now, and I mean, long may it continue, because it's good to watch. Yeah. And you as a commentator, you know, I'm always critical of Clint, the way that he goes about his different breaks with different cue action, with different cue, etc. Do you sort of find that you should be critical as well? Yeah, I mean, I think Clint's probably the first person to say that he does a bit of chopping and changing, and maybe it doesn't always go his way. He's maybe just one of the people that's pretty hard on himself when it comes to how he breaks and how he decides to make his decisions. And for me, he might be striving for perfection forever and never ever find that ideal way, but I mean, he's already at the top end of the game, so who am I to argue? And a little bit about this next game. Two people that you may know up in Scotland, Morgan McInnes and Paul Holness. A little bit about that. Yeah, I mean, Morgan, although he's been about quite a while now, he's kind of like the new kid on the block. He's won numerous titles in Scotland, two-time Scottish champion. He's obviously been absolutely flying in general, and Paul Hartness, I mean, when you talk about someone that's done the hard yards and been there, been through it all, he's got both sides of the game. But you know, Morgan's learnt from his dad, and he's got both sides of the game. This could be one of the games where both of them come flying out the traps, or we might end up with a bit of a tactical battle, but both of them have got it. Just a case of who's going to get the win. And Paul Holtness, you know, he has been, you know, hit a little bit of form over these past couple of months as well, so you're expecting a bit of a tight affair? Yeah, I mean, for me, Paul, he was probably pretty hard on himself over the last couple of years. He had a lot of problems at home. He was struggling in life in general, certain things that were going on off the table, and he's managed to get his head down again. He's enjoying it. He was considering walking away. He spoke to me a number of years ago that he wasn't too sure if he was going to continue playing. I think he's made the right decision, because he is a man in form right now, and he's capable of beating anyone on his day. Well, thank you very much, Stephen. Well, our referee is just about to set up this first frame. Let's get over to the commentary box now.
Thanks very much, guys. Good insight into both players. I'd like to welcome in beside me a guy that was playing on this table earlier on, Adam Myerscough. He shook his head there as I said that, so I take it you weren't too best pleased with your performance earlier, Adam.
Well, first off, good evening, everybody. Yeah, it didn't really go to plan, if I'm honest, Al. It was just poor from the start. There's no ways around that.
A lot of the players that play out there aren't particularly used to playing in that environment. I know, but I know you were, especially through the amateurs and playing in finals and winning finals out there. They all say the same thing, that the table plays completely different.
Yeah, I mean, one thing for sure is I think the white ball's still on M1, so it absolutely does play a lot different. I do think that it's still forgiving as well.
Yeah.
A bit more than the outer tables.
Yeah, for sure. And these two guys, Morgan McInnes, as Stevie alluded to there, the former Scottish champion, he's now the Scottish #1 ranked player. So, I mean, that's a mean feat in itself with all the players, all the good players up there. And Paul Hartness, do you know much about these guys?
So I've known Morgan for a long time. Always been a decent stick, and he's proving it, isn't he, with him having the #1 spot. And then there's Paul. I've played him a couple of times. I think he's quite slow and methodical. So it's going to be a test for him on this stream with the 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think Morgan's going to take his... oh no, is he playing? Yeah, he has. Would Reds have been your choice there, Adam?
Yes.
And he'll be going for these, I take it. There'll be no messing about here. See, this is a good opportunity to win the first frame.
Yeah, he shouldn't have any issues here. See what I mean there, though, Al? He's pinched that bag.
Yeah.
Knowing that it'll take it.
Yep.
I think he might be a little bit straight now, so I think he's going to go through. He's going to push through with this red.
So you think he'll go the gap, yeah, between the yellow and the 8-ball to play it?
No, below that.
Okay, he's going, yeah, okay.
To see the red in the middle, in the left middle. It looks like he's screwing. Yes.
He's under,
He's
isn't
short.
it? Right, okay. So, surprising little error for Morgan there, because it was one of those shots that I keep saying there was nothing for shot. He could have been as long as he wanted to be, and he was still okay. He was just maybe trying to get too cute with the cue ball. So a trickier be finishing at first looked. So do you see this as an invitation then of the pot to the right middle, Adam?
It's one good pot, isn't it?
Yeah.
One good pot and you're away. But it's a lot harder than what it seems.
Okay.
Putting it middle.
Yeah, he's played it well.
Lovely.
He's also played it with a semblance of safety. That's the way Paul plays. You know, I think a lot of people might have looked at the other yellow and thought, right, I'll play that one, but he's played that in such a way that even if he would have missed that, that it would have left it quite difficult for Morgan.
So I think he's just a bit too far. Got a bit more angle than that. I think he might crash into back a little bit. Yeah.
The only issue with that is never 100% sure where that cue ball's going, Adam.
That's
and
it.
He's come a bit close to his next ball. He should still be all right to come round off two here. Or is he checking it? Yeah, there he goes. That looks perfect.
Was right, yeah.
So I think if Paul settles here, this could be a good match.
Yeah. Yeah.
As we discussed, or as the boys discussed in the studio there, he's a wily campaigner. He's been a professional now for a number of years. He keeps his status. He always does okay. He wins. You know, I don't think he's ever won one of the events, but
And that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like, he keeps trying.
yeah,
You know.
yeah, because Paul's no spring chicken anymore either. So fair play to Paul. And I think he came from snooker. So
Yeah. Great shot.
Yeah.
Perfect. Very good. Yeah, I think if he settles, it could be quite a battle for Morgan.
Okay, so 1-0, Paul Hartness. Oh, it's an all-Scottish affair because we have Fiona Atkinson refereeing the game. All the outer tables. All pro matches over there on the right. I think Liam was the last match to go on because of his ranking. He was the very bottom of the draw. I was talking to him earlier on. And he says he's still in quite good form and he's breaking well. And that could be a frightening prospect for the rest of the guys. Because I know he's won a few titles up in Scotland recently and he's back to his best. Great hotel, this.
I love it, mate.
Yeah. Hilton Doubletree Hotel, Coventry. Fantastic venue.
And I think this time they've set it up a lot better.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So we've changed this time. We have actually changed where the TV table is, and it's anyway that was here last year. It was over on the left-hand side, or just as you come into the hotel, your right-hand side. It's now over on the left-hand side, and it's much more spacious.
Yeah.
And the aircon's on now, which is I take it. But you were playing earlier. It wasn't on. It was warm out there. Yeah, really warm.
Absolutely sweltering. I mean, it doesn't help when you've got more wool than a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think just before that frame started, I'm sure we saw a couple of other Scottish lads in the crowd.
Oh, right, okay,
Preston McInnes.
Yeah, that's Morgan's young brother. He's becoming a really, really top player himself now.
Yeah.
And the reason, part of the reason why, Adam, is because he sits and he watches these matches, and then it's like monkey see, monkey do. That's what I wanted. I want to recreate, you know. And I know their dad Ross very, very well. He's a good friend of mine, and he's always from day one of Preston lifting the coop, and he was maybe 6, 7, 8 years old. He thought he was the one that would be the very, very top draw. So did Morgan pot an initial red there, Adam, and then did he go for the cut on that and missed it, or is it still an open table? Because I was discussing there.
Yeah, I apologise. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's fine. You get carried away in here sometimes, and so Paul's on yellows.
It's just took an extension as well, I believe.
And these are the finishes the professionals really need to get, funnily enough, which is, I mean, a lot of the amateurs watching just now, or even just like the pub players or the guys that play in pool teams all over the UK, they'll be looking at this and they'll be saying, just got to put that and put that ball over the bag to stop that, which I think he's actually doing now.
Yeah.
I may add. But I think his original shot was to try and... Oh no, he had it out. I think his original shot was to try and break these out and make something happen down there. So there's not as many safeties, guys, with the professionals, that's for sure. because they attack the game so good.
Not sure about you, Al. I don't know if you can see that red closest to the middle. Because obviously you want to be getting the bad ball out.
Yeah. That the one that's sandwiched between the yellow and the 8 ball is the key to the finish here, Adam. The fact that Morgan's not played the shot yet tells me there's a difficulty in it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want it, but I think he'd maybe forced to take the ball over the bag. That's not. He came round, looked at it. He's away back round looking again. So
I think because he'll be stretching as well.
yeah, now he's under shot clock pressure into the bargain. No, he played it okay. So he got plan A okay, potting the ball, but he didn't have the success that he wanted, and he's not in particularly great shape here now.
No. I think for me, Al, I think the one over the bag, I would have played it, and the one he's just played, play it into the middle bag and go into like half ball the black, and then it'll nudge the other red.
Yeah, I got you.
It's hard because of the shot clock.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I think now, sort of, I don't really see what Morgan was trying there. He's left it open now.
Yeah, I just think he put his. I think what he tried to do is get a good cue ball, and I think what happened is the cue ball ended up double kissing the red, and he's presented a great opportunity, Paul.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, if that yellow goes to the bottom, next to the red.
Yeah, I also think it goes to the left centre.
I think it does, yeah.
I think it's more likely to go to the left centre, but I mean, his cue ball's not in great shape here, is it? He sacrificed his cue ball there, potting the red. He would have liked the cue ball off the cushion a wee bit. Is he just going to tuck safe here? Yeah. There's a lot to be said for that. Apart from letting your opponent back to the table. But he's let him see the red that obviously wants him to move.
Yeah.
But Morgan's too wily for that. He'll come off the cushion and hit another red and leave that there.
See, I'd just be clipping off this red because the black's going into that little cluster.
Oh, he is.
And he's going to leave Paul on nothing here. Like that. You can see that yellow card.
Yeah, okay. So that's... I think the shot you liked was the right shot. If he performed the shot better, he would have left him and got him closer to the yellow that obviously Paul's on now to the top left.
What do you think about it, though, Al? Another ball and a half, he's nowhere, isn't he?
Yeah, it was certainly a good spot, Adam. That's worked out well. It looked kind of quick, queuing wise. He's definitely on the bottom one anyway. I think, is he on that one at the top left?
Must be.
Right, okay. So, that goes to right centre. Does that go to top right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a great chance.
My question.
Yeah, great chance.
To be fair, if you look, Al, that yellow goes in that middle.
Oh, he's playing it now. Yeah. Good camera work with Craig. He's giving us the overhead. Okay.
And for me, Al, he might still get them, but that's the difference between the top 8 and the rest. You just can't keep crashing into balls.
No, you can't. That's just Adam, I agree. And it's good that guys like yourself who are trying to make your name and trying to get better as a pro realise things like that, because then you're more likely to put it into practice and say, I'm not playing unnecessary cannons.
Yeah. A good shot, Paul. I think for me over the years, though, I think when you lose, it hurts, like more than, anything else. But I know that at this level now, it's probably going to be more often than it ever was. So,
I think So this is your first year turning pro, yeah?
Yes.
I think you learn so much more from losing matches. I truly do. And when you look back, what you also tend to do is you tend to remember your defeats more than your wins.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say to you, though. Over the years, I think I've learnt to. I do care, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I've learnt to channel it.
Well, at the end of the day, you've got another tournament this weekend.
Yeah.
And I feel when I played at times when I was a professional back in the day, and sometimes when I had 2 events, I was so gutted at losing in the professional event when I'd lost that I couldn't channel it away. And I went out and had a nightmare in the open. And I just think for the money it's on offer and the prestige it's on offer, and all you guys have got sponsors and this and that, the next thing you just need to, if you do lose, get rid of that very, very soon and then go on with the next one. Say, right, okay, that's it. Social media is a big thing as well. You need to go in and own it pretty much.
Yeah.
A lot of people go in and they're like, I'm never going to play again, and all of a sudden 2 years later, like, I'm only kidding. I'm actually playing tomorrow. You need to you need to have a release of the anger. And going on social media is certainly not the way.
Back to the game now.
This is a very important finish for Morgan. He's underhit it.
I just don't think he's settled yet for someone of Morgan's talent. And it is hard out there. So we'll see what you can do with this one. And again, time pressure.
Yeah. I think he needs to take it. He keeps on looking and keeps on looking at the ball he played for, which is the one into the left middle. But I think he's going to probably need to take... Can he see the one at the bottom right? That would be an easy starter. No, he's going to take the one down the cushion. Yeah, that's a big shot. Yeah. He's played with a half-safe cue ball.
I think he's played a Paul Harkness shot there.
Yeah, that's totally what he did. And I think it's worked out quite well. So what can Paul see here? Posting his extension here. I think he's going to thin off this, or can he see the potting angle? No, he's coming off it. See, Paul's very good that way.
Like you said, it's experience.
Very, very good that way. It's because that's his natural game. Those shots are going to be second nature to him, and Morgan needs to take his chances when they're presented to him.
Yeah. He needs to make something happen now. I'll tell you what. Oh, I thought I was going to take a bit more there.
Now, Paul's did everything pretty much okay so far. As we'd expect for Paul, just being steady, apart from what you said about kicking into a ball. He probably shouldn't have got away with one there. Wonder if he's going to take the ball with the horns and get the pot in the top left. Is he playing another save? But that's not as good a shot.
No, he's left Morgan an opportunity now.
So when you've not had the best start, even this is a tricky pot, isn't it?
Yeah. He's got to cue this nice. Don't think he has to do too much with the white ball though. No.
Yeah, okay.
He cued across that.
Yeah, he did. And you can almost see it coming sometimes. But when you're in Morgan's position here, all you want's an easy starter.
Yeah. But that's it, innit? He's 2-0 down. And he hasn't settled. And it plays a big part.
So this is a scrappy one, but the key to the frame's the left-hand side, viewers. The yellow and the red over there. Whoever sorts that out will be favourite to win the frame. I've no doubt about that. That's another good cue ball by Paul though.
He got a little kiss at extra though, didn't he?
Yeah, they got a nice feed up.
I think he might have got away with that a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he's just bashed that.
Yeah, it's a scrappy. This has been a scrappy frame. Okay, so where can he be positive, Paul? Or does he need to try and hide the cue ball? Is he coming off this thin and in behind the big area?
Yeah, of
He's
course.
played it too thick. This is an interesting one. See, when you're involved in frames like this, Adam, what's your thought process as you're playing the frame? Obviously, you're like, oh man, this frame's doing my head in, right? But are these the greatest ones to win because it's been so scrappy?
Yeah, it hurts your opponent. I think that is the key thing. I'm not really a safety guy. Just a personal point of view, I don't like to give my opponent the opportunity, and I believe if I can go, it's a good shot. Is that from Paul? It was a good safety by Morgan as well. Yeah, so I personally, I'd rather go for it and miss rather than let someone else in.
Yeah, I mean that's the philosophy of most of the professionals, to be honest with you.
I couldn't live with myself, Al, if I let someone else in and they've cleared up, and that'd hurt me more.
That's a couple of loose safety shots from one end to the other. I wonder if the aircon's affecting the. Sometimes can happen.
Is that affecting the eyesight, Al?
Aye, possibly. So, if you are of a certain vintage out there watching this, you'll be absolutely loving it. For all the younger guys, let's go on to the fourth frame as soon as possible. Hopefully the balls break out. But nonetheless, as we discussed, Adam, it's such an important frame now.
It is 3-0 or 2-1.
And it's sorry, on you go.
Yeah, sorry, it would be a real kick for Paul, because I think a couple of loose ones from Morgan. I think Paul's had a bit of a chance.
This is now a much more important frame for Morgan.
Yes. I think just like my game, I think struggling with like the pace of the table and the white ball.
Yeah.
Because for me, he just wanted to leave that white where he potted that yellow.
I agree.
So he could go into them.
For me, Paul has to get the cue ball to the left-hand side of the table, and the way to kick the bad ones into play is from the one that's close. I don't get this at all, to be honest with you.
I know what he's going to do. He's going to play that left yellow, Al.
And safe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That white's going to be glued behind
the... I mean, that's fair enough.
Yellow. I've played Paul a couple of times. Oh, there's another bad one.
Yeah. Yeah, very much a percentage one. I think the more aggressive player would have played round off the couple of cushions there if they had the angle to leave a kick from the yellow. You would say was the closest to the brown spot if it was a snooker table, and then cut that and then come off the two cushions and develop them.
I mean, it's still a tough shot.
Where's his ball?
Morgan.
Okay.
It was a great shot, but obviously the white ball's loose, and this is Paul's for him to lose now.
Yeah. It's a tricky one with the free shot, Adam. But what would your train of thought be here?
I mean, you're asking someone who couldn't string 3 balls together, really.
But it's easy in here. I've never missed a ball in here, Adam.
For me, he's playing the right shot. The black onto the red. Obviously, hopefully, don't skill shot it.
and come through for the yellow to the left middle next.
Yeah,
He's played it. He's played it great.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, he should be out here, shouldn't he? If anything, he would have hoped the 8 was right over the bag, but he should still be okay.
Well, he should be using the one just above the one he's playing now.
Lost the cue ball there.
Oh, where's he gone?
I think he might be fortunate that because of where he's put the 8 ball, he might end up with a big bag here. But I tell you what, that was a very loose positional shot. He's also got it into the right middle, but it's not ideal.
But the white ball's travelling.
Yeah. Oh, he would need to screw it into the right middle. I think he's got what I was saying, Adam. I think he's got it into the. He's got to watch for the 8 ball goes here, though. Yep.
Question is, does it pass? No, it looks like
goes
it.
I think it does, yeah.
So essentially, Al is perfect because he's just going to drop this in the middle.
Yeah.
And use 2 cushions and swing round.
Yeah. The left-hand side cushions.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's fine, isn't it?
ball cushion and left-hand side cushion. Yeah.
And come between the 2 reds. Even if he misses it, he's still got it anyway, hasn't he? It's like there's just nothing for short here. He needs. Yeah, it's fine.
Perfect.
That's fine. Yeah, he's played it great. So, what I would say here, if Paul does get this, he's 3-0, but it's an unconvincing 3-0 if he knocks this in. But you'd rather be winning 3-0 unconvincingly than.
Oh, is the white going? Oh, man.
So, how's Morgan feeling?
That is going to hurt him more.
Yeah, of course.
I feel for him a little bit there.
Made a strong stuff though, Morgan. You can't.
Number one for a reason.
Yeah, you can't be the number one in the country without. So, and I have seen him.
Make no mistake, Paul could have 2 dry breaks and he'd be 4-3 down.
Yeah. So lots going on here, Adam. Some of the pro games, I'm sure the people at home that's sitting watching just now would be. Can you inform us? Because you're sitting over there, and I've not got my glasses on to see you over there.
Right.
Some of the scores in the pro games.
Yeah, so we've currently got Alan Robinson 7-6 up against David Adonal. We have Gavin Robinson on 2 and Wayne Fryer on 6.
Oh.
We currently have Scott Gillespie 7-2 up on Robert Stephen, another all-Scottish affair. Is that a drive from... It is from Paul, so chance for Morgan. I say chance.
Paul... Yeah, I mean...
He can see it.
Yeah.
But I don't think... If he can pot this and use the other red closest to the black and pot that...
To get inside the 8 ball, yeah? Yeah, I think you're right. Even this is tricky when you're 3-0 down and you've not. I think he's made it. That's a good shot. Good shot. Liam Dunster 3-0. I was just praising him up there, and he was praising himself. He was telling me earlier on how, and just shows you.
Yeah.
He's the guy informed just now, and don't know much about Darren Cook. Is he a new professional as well, Adam?
Who's that? Sorry.
The guy that Liam's playing. Yeah.
No, I think he's been done a couple of years. I think. He's from North East, he's Darren. Like Sheppy's wearing that.
Okay. So there's some really talented players down there.
Yeah, loads. Even amateurs as well.
Yeah.
There's David Compton. He's a decent amateur.
I like the young boy for down there as well. He's a
Charlie.
decent. Right. So it's the North East. Is that not Newcastle area? Is that yeah? Is it what's the kid's name? The Monk.
Anthony Monarch.
Yeah, he's a good player.
What
that
a
young
guy
kid.
he is.
He is. He's a great guy, isn't he?
People say that he's better at darts than Paul.
Oh, can he play darts as well? Right, okay. So multi-talented.
Yeah, he's a nice lad.
So Morgan missed the one. Covered the 8 ball, however. Paul then tried to get the right corner
Yeah.
Put it out of commission for Morgan. Morgan's played inside it, but he's still toiling to finish it in one visit.
He's definitely going to struggle here.
It looks as if he's gone super aggressive and he's playing the double. Very interesting to see the way Paul sees this. And I'm going to put you on the spot a wee bit here as well. You looking to finish this on yellows, Adam? You looking to bring the 8 into play at any stage? Or like Paul's not going to change the way he plays, isn't he? Right, he's just going to what he thinks plays the right shot all the time. And
yeah. And to be fair, most of the time he does, and he's great at it. I think his execution could be better. That's all. Yeah, so Morgan's tried to cover them 2 yellows, but hasn't. And now this is an opportunity for Paul.
So what do you start with here?
You're playing the plan for me.
Okay. And are you using one of the yellows upstairs to bring the 8 ball into play?
Yeah.
Or do you use one of those yellows to actually play cushion red? And so the issue I have with Paul doing that is he's eventually going to let Morgan cover this left-hand pocket upstairs, and then it prevents Paul from being aggressive. Or okay.
Makes it harder now for
Yeah.
Paul. I think this is literally what I was saying to you, Al. So it's a scrappy frame because Paul's a safety guy. And I think Morgan's frustrated at the minute with being 3-0 down. I was going to say he's going to cover that back.
Yeah, okay. So all I can see here now is Morgan covering the left-hand corner back properly. And then it's like we then have like a really fudgy frame.
Yeah. But that's what I was saying, so...
No, Morgan's trying to make it happen. He's trying to go aggressive. Yeah, you're bang on what you're saying.
So the problem is, Paul's got to know when to go.
Oh, and he needs to go now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have gone like 5 shots ago.
Yeah. He's got a great opportunity now. And he's got good balls to fall back, and he's not going to. Right, okay.
The problem is, if Morgan can develop the one that's surrounded by them yellows, Paul's in trouble.
Yeah. I honestly thought the last time, though, and it's not like Morgan to ever play a wrong shot, I thought he got too aggressive, and I thought he should have cut that one over the bag and then just promoted his and before. But I think he's happy knowing the fact that Paul's not going to go for it.
If he's got the angle there, I'll tell you what I'd be doing. Potting or trying to pot the yellow that's nearest to the top left. Doubling it.
Oh,
off the cushion, off the red.
Yeah, okay.
But Paul just wants to cover the bag, quite clearly. It's a great shot to
But that's a great shot. But if he'd have played that more aggressively to finish, yeah, okay. That is a great shot. That's such a hard shot to play.
Yeah.
Unless you're very used to it, the way Paul is, because he plays those shots to punish people regularly.
Well, I think Morgan moved that red that's on the left of the yellow at the top now. I think it was harder for Paul to go into them.
Will Paul go now, do you think?
No.
No? He won't play cushion first, or he won't play the pot in the yellow and screw into the red?
Oh,
There
he
he
has.
goes. There he goes.
And it's come out for him. What a shot!
That's
ball.
perfect. You've got to hand it to him on that one. He's actually played that really good. And here are you just concentrating, making the plant, Adam. You just let let the yellow go where it goes.
I think he's played the right shot there. Played the same shot again.
Oh, everything goes. Yeah. So he's played that plant well.
Yeah, because the one above the black spot, is it? Goes into the middle, and then the other one goes bottom left.
Right, okay.
And you're perfect.
Yeah. So this is the only little tricky one, isn't it? It's just like a soft stun back.
Yeah, just like a little dinky one,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Well, they certainly didn't think that. That's for sure.
So he's going to play that second to last yellow at middle bag, is my guess. Or not.
Yeah, I thought he had the angle for that shot, but certainly
It's deceiving, isn't it?
very deceiving. Sitting here at times in the commentary booth, it's very deceiving. And he
Just a little stun shot.
Yeah, he's probably played that as good as you could play it. He's loving screwing the ball back. But Paul likes to try and get close.
Yeah.
But you can't grumble with his shots. He's played those shots great.
Yeah, good finish and well done. 4-0.
Yeah,
4-0 to Paul.
Good timing. As you say, good timing in the finish there. I didn't think he could knock that back again, but okay.
Right, guys, quick update on the scores then. So we've currently got Rob Wilson 5-4 up against Adam Stevens. As you know, Rob won the last IPA over in Newcastle. And Adam is a newly promoted pros like myself. We've got Lee Shepherd 6-5 up against Mark Fleming.
We were talking about that. I was talking with the talking with the talker. I was having a discussion with Stevie, and I was like, "That's a good game. That who do you like in that one?" Because I had a conversation with both players. I was talking to Mark Ella, and he was saying that he'd be put a bit of time in this week. And then talking to Lee, he was like, "I've not really played since the last event at all." And I was like, "So that will be an interesting game."
Yeah, both decent sticks, aren't they?
Yeah, very much so.
I don't know Mark too well.
Good player.
But I've seen him play.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Oh.
He's a good guy as
So
well,
is his
Mark.
brother?
Yeah, Ryan's a good player. Yeah, both good players.
Another dry break then.
Yeah. And I was talking to, just before I came into the commentary booth, I was talking to the legend, Emma Cunningham, outside. And she's safely through, I think, to the last 8 of the Ladies Elite. She did Birchall in the last 16. I mean, so that's a big tie in the last 16 of any tournament.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to this one.
It's another scrappy one, Al.
Yeah. Was that Paul's break there? Or was it Morgan?
I believe it was Morgan.
Right, okay. Because Paul's been side breaking and he's not been hitting them. He's certainly not been doing the Mark Boyle side break anyway, that's for sure.
No one can do the Mark Boyle side
it's
break.
unbelievable.
He's some guy.
Okay. And I've seen Paul do this as well, right? Like, you think he's just going to sit in.
Yeah.
And then he gets a couple of frames and then he goes aggressive. And I tell you what, he's landed okay here. He
For
can
me, it's
develop these
5-0
two.
now.
Yeah. Is that If that's a plan,
Yeah.
then it could be very well be 5-0. They'll play
Not
that
hard
cue
enough.
ball particularly well. Okay,
Jinxed it.
so yeah, but I mean, it's half a table shot.
It's another safety error out. He's going to be stuck on that overhead.
Unless we're doing him a disservice, Adam, and it possibly wasn't a plant.
Yeah, I think the angle just changed. I think it was
Yeah.
slightly off, I think.
Yeah. So if you listen to this back, sorry, Paul.
Sorry, Paul.
You had every intention of putting that cue ball up there and then playing the extra snooker.
Like I said, the angles are deceiving. It looks easy on the screen, but it's not when you're there. Great shot by Morgan there.
Yeah, Morgan's
Good
just got
safety.
to stick in here and not try and overdo being aggressive because his opponent's possibly bogging him down a little bit. Or it could be a really bad night at the office for Morgan if he can, so he's just got to steady the ship and just play the right shot at the right time. I mean, I understand that he's trying to get the balls into play and park the cue ball and leave it tough for Morgan. Knowing that he's toiling a little bit and knowing it. So.
There's just been a few slack shots, haven't there?
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's absolutely no doubt that both these players can reel off frames.
Oh, absolutely.
Just sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Sometimes the break dictates the frame, Adam.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's been happening as well. The balls haven't been broke out great, and then you're coming to the table and it's presenting you with tough opportunities. Whereas when you're breaking well and the balls are going everywhere, all of a sudden the pattern's there and it's sitting nice, and that's the best feeling in the world as a pool player.
Yeah.
But these scrappy ones you need to win just the same. While Morgan goes about his finish here, his attempted finish on yellows, it's a good pot. What is that? 7-5 Lee Shepherd now against Mark Fleming. So I can only imagine Morgan likes the plant to the right middle here, and that's why he's going for these, because everything else has got a pocket. These are a tough wee finishes at 4-0 down, Adam.
Yeah. I just think if he can take these, it'll give him so much more confidence. But it's not easy when you're trailing 4-0 and you haven't got an easy finish on. But saying that, sometimes the easy finishes are hardest.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because that's the natural switch off happens then thinking they're easy. If you think they're easy, it's... Whereas you put more concentration into the more difficult ones.
Is he going to play the cut here out and stop the white with the black and red?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's set out to do.
I don't think he came through far enough. Oh, sorry, he wanted to be further.
Oh, no, He
But wanted to be further.
It's worked out nicely.
Yeah.
Because it's naturally brought the 8 ball into play. That might have been by design, Adam. It'll be interesting. It's one I talked to Morgan about and said, did you actually leave that angle to develop the 8 ball?
He's still okay, just punch it on and off the cushion.
Yeah, just everything's graphed just now though. He just wanted that to be straight, didn't he?
Let's watch the cue ball.
He's played it well.
Great stuff.
That takes a little bit of doing 4-0 down because that wasn't an easy finish.
Good stuff.
So that's Morgan finally in this match showing his class.
So at the moment we've got Drew Hughes at 6-1 up against Greg McMillan. I have to say, Greg McMillan, I speak to him all the time. Grew a good friendship over the last few years. He plays for Scotland and me, England, etc. Good lad. Him and Johnny McDermott and
very nice lads. They all are. They love their pool. They're the same as yourself, Adam, and they're under no illusions how hard this is going to be. But they're willing to try and get better and have a go and learn as they go. But Drew Hughes is a guy I've known for many years, and he's a very aggressive, stereotypical Welsh player. And I think he's get better as he's got older.
Yeah.
Much better, actually, as he gets as he's got older. But that's a better break.
That yellow's flying, yep.
Now, that's what I would say is a much more presentable chance, not on yellows though, which are sitting better because he's not got an opener. See, Paul won't like these on reds because there's
no easy starter, is there?
No. That's when you're desperate for a yellow to be available to you to start with. I'm not even sure if Paul will go for these. But, I mean, how do you see this yourself, Adam? It's like you've no pot on the yellow. You know the reds aren't as good. But you still need to be aggressive here, don't you?
Yeah, you do for me, yeah. Tough shot.
Yeah.
For me personally, I'd have played the one on the right cushion.
Yeah.
Come down for the one on the bottom and work your way back up.
This is for Paul's steadiness, his cleverness, if you want to call it that. I don't think he'll go here. I think he'll just park the cue ball. Might even play a snooker. Yeah, he's just parked the cue ball. See, I like that.
Yeah. It's percentage pulls,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is, yeah. And he's basically put Morgan to the place that he was at the start here. Saying, well, I didn't like your yellow, so what do you see that I didn't see? But is he left one into the bottom right? There it goes. There it goes.
What a shot that is.
Oh, he's just spotted it, hasn't he? And he's feeling good after his last finish, but he'll need another one.
I'd like to know what he's seeing now, Al.
Yeah, me too.
A part of me thinks that he was hoping that was going to stay up.
I think a part of me thinks
But
the
over the back.
exact same, to be honest, Adam. That would not have been the worst result had that stayed over the bag. Not looking at a 4-ball. Can you see those two?
I don't think you can see the right side. Like you said, I think it might be a 4-ball plant.
Yeah, or even yellow onto yellow off the yellow into the left mid. Oh, what's he playing? What's he playing? Is it cut? Yeah,
Oh,
great
what a
shot.
shot that is.
Great shot.
He's on fire now.
Well, we know who the more aggressive of the two players is, that's for sure. That was a good shot. Morgan played there. It truly was.
He wants a little cannon here. Perfect.
Yeah.
He's put his hand up, hasn't he?
Yeah, fair play to him because he obviously didn't play to nudge the red then the yellow. He played directly. If you're his opponent sitting there, you're certainly not wanting to acknowledge that apology.
So Morgan in perfect position to get it back to 4-2.
And his pace has increased as well. It's noticeable to me, Adam.
Yeah. You can tell that confidence has risen.
Yeah.
Or risen.
Almost as if I'm here to play. Okay, so back-to-back decent finishes by Morgan. We got a match on.
match on. We've also got a match on table 11 with Rob Wilson against Adam Stevens, now tied 5 apiece.
Am I right in saying Rob was the winner of the Tour 1?
Yeah. Mentioned that earlier, Al. Yeah, and Adam Stevens is a newly promoted professional.
A very popular winner, I would say Rob was as well.
He's a down-to-earth guy, play South Yorkshire, Rob. All-round solid guy.
Yeah, it's very impressive, to be honest, and well earned. You can't fluke an IPA title, professional title, that's for sure.
I wish I could fluke a match, though.
It's even difficult to do that, to be honest with you. The standard is excellent. So here we go, Morgan's down the middle. 4-2 down. Back-to-back finishes. This must be a new... Oh, look at that.
Tell you what, Al, best bracket match for me.
Oft.
What are you saying?
I see the reds right away. However, the only tricky... No, there isn't any really tricky ones, is there? There's a bag for everything. And he can get on the one next to the 8 ball right away, I suppose.
Yeah.
The only issue I see is what you're on after it. But I think the sliding the fight, the cue ball to the right hand side, I think that's good. Even if he nudges into the yellow, he's going to have a shot at. He's going to be on the red to the left middle, isn't he?
Yeah.
But he doesn't need to be. If he goes past it, he's got the other one to the... Oh, Morgan.
And if there was a time to put your hand up, I think it was then.
That was the time. Now, if he puts the cue ball in the top cushion, he's fine.
Yeah.
If he puts the cue ball up in the top cushion here, he's absolutely there. That's where he's looking just now.
Oh.
That's still okay. Oh, has it been a wee bit bad?
Ran a bit too far, I think. I've watched Morgan play a lot, and one thing I'd say about him is when he gets a little bit, not angry, but frustrated a little, he chalks his cue a different way.
Okay. Right, okay.
As if like he's biting his teeth and he's...
Yeah, sure, yeah, I'm with you. Like an aggressive chalking method. He's come a little unstuck here. How does he recover this, Adam?
With a bit of luck, Al.
Yeah, but is it luck, or does he try and get round off 2? Or does he go into the yellow and gamble? He's tried to go off 2. He's played it brilliant. Oh, he wants it to break. What a great shot.
Recovery, that. Well done, Morgan, for that.
And now he wants the cue ball back to where it is just now, which is a stun across.
Yeah.
Just don't go in off anywhere over that side of the table when you've got the 8 ball into the bottom right. He's on a roll here, isn't he, Adam? Oh, just as I say that. Just as I say, yeah. The shot prior to the one he played there was more difficult than the one he's missed.
Yeah. Do you sometimes think because he thinks the hard work's done?
I know Morgan.
Yeah.
Definitely not. I think what he might have been thinking is, exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I'm on a roll here. I've just did back-to-back finishes, and then he's maybe rushed it a little bit. A great shame. This is exactly what Paul wanted.
You know, even the greatest of players come unstuck.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. I'd love to know the way Paul set out to go here and what he was going to do with the 2 yellows together over there.
Is he going to play the plant? He is.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Like stun punch it.
The great thing is he doesn't actually need to be on the yellow he's planting. You know, he can play for the one into the opposite left. Yeah, just like that. So, and he's got the insurance of the red not being right over the bag up there as well.
Great shot.
So what should have been 4-3 is looking like 5-2 Paul Hartness.
I think this frame will hurt Morgan, but he's good enough to come back.
Oh, yeah.
He'll just forget it.
Well, he just showed that when he was 4-0 down and took probably 2 more difficult finishes than the one he just got a little quick, Just got a little quick on the... And he'll know that. He'll know that more than anybody.
We've got Mark McAllister.
Yeah, good to see everybody there on their phones and paying real attention to the match.
I played Mark at the Worlds in Bradford.
Good player. Uber aggressive player, super aggressive.
His
So,
break was huge, Alan.
yeah, his break is huge. It's just the way he plays. It's the way he plays.
Nice chap, though.
Yeah, great chap, great chap. So we're on a wee break here. And
Scores on the doors, Al.
Yeah, on you go, Adam.
So we've got Rob Wilson 6-5 up now to Adam Stevens in the race to 8. We've got Liam Dunster 4-3 up to... Oh, no, it's just changed 4-all. I think there's been a couple of frames that have been a bit long on there.
And Darren Cook, and we can see in the background in table 17 that Darren's breaking. Straight back over to the action here. Paul's made one. And his break's not particularly working great. Is that a plant on the reds though? If it is, he's got a chance on reds.
He can make that.
Okay, if that's the case, he has got a good chance on reds. And the only positional shot, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an acute angle into the right middle, but the one that's closest to the 8 ball, if that goes to the right middle, he's got a real good chance.
It looks okay on the screen though, but
absolutely, of course,
it's going to be 100 times worse when you're out there, guarantee.
Yeah. Middle bags. The more distance it's between the balls when you're playing them into acute, they become much tougher, Adam.
100%, yeah.
It looks as if he's rolling a yellow into the middle. Okay.
Is that white going?
Okay.
I think the yellow just passed them 2 reds though.
Okay.
So the question is, how is he getting the yellow out on the left hand side? Can he go into it
The
now?
answer is yeah. The harder you play these shots, the less they go over to where you want to get to. And he's overdone it. He's actually overdone it. Did he overdo it? No, he came inside, which means he's overdone it.
I think he put a bit too much side on that.
Yeah. It's okay, Paul. You've got 4 more yellows to try and bust that into play. Is he just going to take it out? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Is that...
Lovely. Well, it's asked the question, that's for sure.
But he's also left it safe, hasn't he?
Don't like what he's put the 2 yellows together though. Yeah. I mean, Morgan's got a pot on the left corner.
Yeah.
If he takes his white into the middle of the table, or to the right hand side of the middle of the table, he's then got options to tie the bag up. Oh, he's not even playing that shot. He's going to try and tie the bag just now. Yeah, I like that. Okay.
Good shot.
Yeah, it's fine. The only issue with what Morgan did, and probably what I would have potted the one over the left corner, and then I would have tried to get the right corner properly, or the top left. With Morgan trying to do it all in the one shot, there's a chance of Paul maybe sneaking one of these yellows inside to get there. Yeah, just like that. And if his dad's watching just now, his dad will be the exact same as what I says there. He'll be shouting at the TV saying, you played the wrong shot, son, you played the wrong shot. You should have definitely potted that one, and then tied the game up, and he's lost control now because of not playing the right shot. Ross was one of the best tactical players ever that's played the game, and he instills that a bit into Morgan, so he'll not be happy basically at Morgan not seeing the right shot there.
I think that's glued to that red L.
Yeah.
See what he was trying to do though, because if it wasn't, it could come off that.
Yeah, sure. What Morgan can never afford to do just now is let Paul see the yellow that Paul just put over there.
Yeah.
Because if he lets him see that one and he gets control down the bottom of the bag, he's going to be in a world of hurt. Okay. I don't think he tried to pot it.
No, and you know when it went in, you could just see from the body
yeah.
that he didn't want to pop that.
Yeah, for sure. He needs to try and do something constructive though. What's he doing? He's not going potting. Doesn't even look as if he's reached. I loved. I don't know if you happened to see Paul sitting in his chair there, but he signalled. He signalled with his fingers to the ref. He stuck 2 fingers up at the ref, so he did.
I think it was the peace sign. But if you was to watch that back on replay, I think from the body language that I got from Morgan there, it sort of got to a point and then rocked back.
Yes.
And that's why he was sort of like,
yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened there. That got over there. To me, it was quite clear it didn't hit, but it looked as if it hit and rocked back, and that's why you know Fiona was, to be fair, all our officials are quite good, and that didn't even go to the monitor there, so Fiona was on it. And to be fair, Morgan would have been the first person to turn round and say that was a foul, but he was probably out the 3, the furthest away, and Paul wasn't letting him away with anyway, as we just seen.
this might be a chance here, Al. Slim one, but it might be a chance. If that red that is closest to now passes the yellow, he's got a good chance for me.
Yeah. A chance he shouldn't have had, possibly, on him. He's played the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem was he wanted to be on the bottom one now.
Yeah, he's a little one.
Then he's running into him, isn't he? Knowing that I'd have the one over the middle anyway.
Now what Morgan has to do is not be too cute here. He must make sure you pot the ball. Oh, he's a little unlucky, and now he needs to...
He needs a bit of luck.
He needs a bit of luck.
You know what they say, Al, when you crash into balls?
Yeah, you want to always have one to fall back on if you can, Adam, but it's... I mean, it's not the perfect world. The fact of the matter is, like, Paul's played a loose shot, it's unlucky. And now he needs to find a really big shot.
Yeah.
He needs to try and make this here.
Definitely a player that can do that. So what you got, Morgan?
No, he's... Oh, wow, he's...
I'll tell you what.
Is he okay?
I'll tell you what.
There he goes.
It's thanks he was total than he called it.
Yeah.
Even Paul's having a little bit of a chuckle there.
Paul's chuckling because he's still presented to be a really nice opportunity. Paul can play this in such a way that he can come down and try and kick this out, knowing that if he goes past it, he's still okay. Oh, he played it terribly, though.
He stabbed at that, didn't he?
And you know, everything Paul does is turn into gold at the moment. He stabbed at it. He's obviously tried to develop the ball over the left, and he's perfect.
Yeah. I think it's hard to call what Paul's going to do, to be honest. Yeah, it's perfect. So he'll just stun for the ball at the top now.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yep, take your one next to the 8 ball, stun across.
What he does.
The great thing about that shot, Adam, is even if he's not on the one that you had said that he played for, which he's perfect on, I hasten to add, he's still going to be on the other ball anyway.
Yeah.
But when he plays the one at... Oh, he's deciding to play this one.
Play either now, can't he?
Yeah. But I thought this one was the best connector to the 8, but...
He's okay, just control it.
And this isn't a problem for a guy who's played snooker as well. This is a kind of black off the spot, isn't it? It's just like a screw across.
Think he got into that, Al?
I think that, yeah.
Do you know, I know we, like 99.99% sure he's going to put it to top bag, but try and leave white on bottom cushion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's pretty effective, but... and I'm not scared to say it, right? Could if I went out here just now, I'd talk to you, Paul, about it. It's such a strange way to play.
Yeah.
It's like almost like even with one ball or 2 balls left, it's almost as if you're playing a safe cue ball, a different, a way that...
Negative.
I call it if I miss pull. Yeah, negative.
Yeah.
If you miss. If you miss. Yeah.
No.
But Paul's pretty good at it.
Yeah. Like I said, it's experience, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's been
yeah.
around for like 84 years.
Yeah.
If you're watching, Paul. If you watch it back, sorry.
So
we've currently got Rob Wilson 7-5 up on Adam Stevens. We have now got Darren Cook 5-4 up against the Dunster.
I can only imagine that. Oh no, this is Mark Fleming's match against Lee Shepherd.
Currently 7-6 to Lee Shepherd at the minute.
And Lee's bopping about there, so Mark's on the
Lee's frame now, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. And I think that I can't see Lee not potting the ball over the left corner here. It's hard because Mark's standing on the road of the camera. We're back to the main table anyway, so we'll let you know if Adam will let you know because he's over that way. Next to the screen, it's giving us all the scores. If Lee manages to finish that, it's all Scottish guys in the crowd for the All Scottish affair. Okay, Adam, so only issue the 8 ball here. Is there a pathway for everything, or is it that wee sticky part over with the...
Well, you know what it is, Al? The bad ball is the black 8 ball.
Yep, okay.
You know, you only need in one nudge for reds.
Yep.
And then it's how you get in on that black. But I'd be going reds, personally.
Okay. I think he find... it's not just that little bit off. As I say, that could be the table as well because it plays slightly different.
Yeah.
The Reds, to me, the Reds was an easier start.
I just felt you were close to your work.
I agree with that.
You don't really need to do much. The one that's in the middle of the table, closest to the blue spot, you could have used that to nudge the yellow away.
Yeah.
We all see it different.
Oh, absolutely.
And we probably play a different shot at the table than what we do sat here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I seen a chance on both, to be honest. The only thing with the yellows that I thought was slightly better was the yellow that Morgan just played there and the one that's closest to the right middle would have been possibly the best way to get on the 8 ball, to get a good shot at the 8 ball. But apart from that, it was much of a muchness.
Yeah. So Paul back to his good tricks again and a good safety. Is Morgan going to play this plan? Does he have much else?
don't particularly think he does, and I also don't particularly think he wants to get bogged down in this kind of game.
Yeah, it's definitely not Morgan's game, but it's definitely Paul's.
Yeah, but again, if you go crazy here for very low, but yeah, I prefer. I think that's a good way. Make Paul win the frame.
Yeah.
Make Paul win the frame. You know, good percentages instead of going for the low percentage finish yourself. Say to Paul, right, okay, you go for a finish. It's maybe 50-50. You need to develop the red that's over there, and the 8 ball's no easy.
No. That's it, though. You're running a bit of luck here because he could, even if he dug down a tiny bit, he's not, I don't think. Even if he dug down a tiny bit, the one that's closest to the blue spot, to clip off it, and in turn the white ball would hit the yellow.
Yep.
Closest to the other red, and
this is a wee shot you want to throw over into that, or as you say, hit the red to hit the, yeah, exactly like you said. Good call. The only issue is always you're never guaranteed.
Yeah.
Never guaranteed on a ball after a dislodge like that.
Yeah, so sometimes it's hard, isn't it, where you don't really have a choice but to go into that.
Yeah. But this is where Paul hides the cue ball good.
Yeah.
A lot of people still go for a thin cut here and things like that, and Paul just sort of just says, no, I'm going to make it hard for you. He has played the thin cut this time.
And it's not worked out, I don't think.
So will he slow down now, I ask myself? He's not got a good result there, and that red goes to the top right. They'd have been down on that by now, wouldn't they have?
Yeah. And then obviously some players start going kamikaze, like the red that's closest to the middle, playing that off the top yellow at the top, into the top left bag.
There he goes again, just slowing down. And it's.
I get those shots if it actually does benefit you, but I think with Morgan having 6 balls on the table, it's harder work, isn't it?
Also, it's I mean, if Morgan comes thin off this and puts it behind the yellow, it's upstairs, and that's exactly the line he's looking for. He's not particularly played it great. He's given Paul a half chance.
I'd be tempted to screw that middle one and try and nudge the black out now.
Yeah, there's that possibility. Yeah, in fact, there's a great possibility. Especially if the red beside the yellow goes to the left middle. I can tell the way he's crewing, he's not going to attempt that, Adam.
He's gone for a pot, though.
Yeah, he went for the pot. To leave the one into the left middle to then... Yeah, I don't think he was playing any kicks here, but I can only surmise that he was playing the pot, then the one to the left middle, potting that, and then playing the 8 ball up to the top right bag.
Usually, like I said, I won't crash into balls, but I thought that was a 2-in-1 shot.
Yeah.
Well, here's the opportunity for Morgan then. Can he get on the board?
So I take it the way Morgan's going about this, he's going to double the 8 ball.
That was my first thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when Paul missed that ball, he's put it over that bottom right, hasn't he? So
I take it Lee Shepherd did finish that there then, Adam?
Yes.
So for any Lee Shepherd fans, he has beaten Mark Fleming 8-6. I knew that would be a good match. So the pint-sized powerhouse is through to the next round.
So it looks like that black is quite close to the cushion now, so I think you might want to be higher than usual.
Yes, he's going to screw back.
Oh.
He's down on it quick, so it must be. Yeah, excellent.
Great stuff.
Okay, so Paul did have a chance. He had a chance to get on at the hilt. It's now 6-3. Morgan will be wanting to keep him off 7 for as long as he possibly can.
So we do have a couple of games that are coming up in the pros. So Scott Gillespie will play Alan Robinson. Rob Dagnall will play Dean Shields. And Gareth Hibbert will play Drew Hughes. And that is in the last 32. I believe.
Yeah, that's second round matches. Great to have 64 pros. It's great to have first round draws like Ben Davis and Clint Hansen. I mean, that's just unreal. Scott Gillespie.
And Robert Stephen.
Yeah. You know, imagine you're one of the seeded players. And all of a sudden you're like, who have you got? I've got Scott Gillespie in the first round. Oh man, what have I done to deserve this? So Paul's been quite effective with it. But there's been no roadmap presented us. There's been nothing easy. The congregating, the downside of that break is the congregation on the either side.
Yeah. And I think that's what's made it hard work for both. I said to myself, Al, obviously when I knew that I was going to be on stream, to keep that break consistent, so I'll break from the exact same place and do the exact same routine.
So you side break, Adam?
No.
Right, yeah. So you're down the centre.
No, so it's sort of like in between the side cushion and the middle. So like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And hitting the front ball. Okay.
Front ball, and then to make my weight when it hits that front ball to go straight back up the middle.
Yeah.
And to be fair, barring one kick, I had one literally kick it in. My break was consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, the break's just. Some say it's now the biggest shot.
It is.
You know, it's so. I was talking to Liam earlier on as well, and Liam was like, so clever. Even the way he thinks and the things like that. And he was like, I was like, how are you playing? And he was like, I'm playing great. Didn't he say great? That's not Liam. He says, yeah, I'm playing okay. And that means he's playing well. And
yeah.
I was like, how are you breaking? And that he was like, I'm breaking really good. He says, but I had to change something. He says, because I went through a barn period that I was breaking and not getting one. I says, oh, what are you doing? You can do in the middle. He was like, no. He says, all I did is, he says, I'm just playing slightly low. Same spot, just slightly low.
Yeah.
And now he's getting the ball every single time. He's breaking good, he says, so that means he's consistently getting that ball into the middle of the ball into the corner that he gets. So he's not got as powerful a side break as Mark, but it's just as effective at times.
Yeah.
So is this slight gamble? Does he need to play this off the other red to create the angle to get... Oh, okay.
Where's the white going now? Oh.
The white's okay, it's where the red's going. That's going to be troubling him. He needs to keep aggressive.
Yeah.
But the last time he tried this, he snookered himself, if you remember right.
Yeah.
When he left the kick to last, he's no choice this time. So he'll be hoping for better fortune this time than he did the last time he left the second last ball to play the kick. Pretty similar result, Adam.
Sorry, I missed that, Al.
No, he played the ball at the middle, it kind of double kicked into this one. I don't know. He looks as if he's getting maybe a shot. They're very close together to get any purchase into the cue ball. Okay. And you can but ill afford to give Paul chances like this.
I think he might just be on the hill.
Yeah, I find these situations quite fascinating as well. Yeah, I mean, I looked at Pod probably playing yellow into yellow and then just taking the two up the top and then all your work's down there. But
Not a great first shot, like Al.
Didn't
Yeah.
like it. Didn't like it. Didn't like the fact that he only like blinkered. He only seen that was the one shot and there was nothing else. Maybe not overcomplicating it. Also very strange that he decides to go upstairs there instead of staying downstairs.
Yeah.
When the 8 ball looks obviously as if it's going to get into the right court. I wonder if it's just a wee bit of adrenaline with Paul.
You know, some players can see the winning line too early.
Yeah.
You know.
It's also a case that they're that easy. Remember we were discussing earlier on, they're that easy you have the switch off instead of concentrating a wee bit more.
Yeah.
Came a bit straight on this. Don't get me wrong. Regardless of how you play this, he's got an easy ball either side. Well,
He had a bit of angle, didn't he?
yeah. He should be fine. He should be fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. What did you do here then, Adam? Did you just put it into the left corner or did you come out and put it in the same bag?
No, middle.
Left middle, sorry.
Yeah,
yeah,
just done
left
it,
middle,
yeah.
Yeah, it's
I like
pretty
that.
good. Yep. So one thing's for sure, Morgan can't make any more mistakes.
Thing is, though, Morgan's more than capable
Oh, yeah.
of not
Yeah,
making
more than
mistakes,
capable.
So. But I just feel with the way this game's gone and Paul's break, it's been great, but not great because they're just clumping, like you
Yeah.
said before. And I think it's just made it that bit harder for Morgan. So Alan Robinson has started against Scott Gillespie, and Scott is 1-0 up at the moment, and
Yeah.
Al at the table.
That's a very long 10th frame with Darren Cook and Liam Dunster.
Yeah, it's been on there for a
Yeah.
while, hasn't it?
And did Rob win? Rob Wilson.
Just having a look here, Al.
I don't see the game, so it must have finished. So I can only imagine Rob's through it. Need to get on my cue score.
Just quickly on the amateurs, Pete Fisher, who obviously lost in the final at Newcastle.
Not a bad amateur.
Yeah, he's playing against Andy Lucas, who has been around and done it.
And not a bad amateur either.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy's been world champion, world professional champion, he's European champion. There's nothing that Andy's not won.
So that is a great matchup, guys. Yeah, so 11th frame then, Al. So Morgan's broken, gone in off.
Oh dear. It doesn't rain, but it pours at them. And interesting. Yeah, I like that. So, Reds, do you think, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. I'd probably play the one that's closest to the black now, and then play the one in the middle, and it's done
Okay.
for me.
See, I thought he'd be leaving that till his last two. Not sure about that. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
He's planting that, isn't he? But then the red's going away.
Right, okay. That's a strange shot. I thought he would have left that there. Took one up the top right.
Yeah.
That must go, Adam. Surely he's not playing a plan here. Yeah. I thought it sneaked in. Right,
Angles are
okay.
deceiving
Yeah,
now.
very much so. And you know, the more I do this, I think the more I get switched on to what the player's going to do. Because then what you say is, why would anybody, especially at professional level, leave a plant in that situation? So then you'll think to yourself, right, okay, that must go. I remember Craig used to listen to every word the commentator says. And what he did, yeah. But it's a long day for Craig, to be fair, our streaming man.
I think he's rerouting now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think, for me, if he can't see this one on the right hand side, to play what I said.
Oh, I think he's on it, Adam. I think he's been fortunate. Yeah.
He's got away with that a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, Paul's played really steady.
Yeah.
But to be fair, he has carried that wee bit of luck that you need to carry as well. Liam Dunster goes 6-4 down. The tournament favourite. What's he got on the tank? Strange. Played it very aggressive.
Yeah,
you know, like a kind of power stun, but
he wanted to come up another couple of balls.
he could have come up. He could have come 4 foot up at him, but not be 1 inch too shy. However,
I saw that shot.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to say it.
You should have said that. I tell you what, he played that great. That's the shot of a guy who plays 2 or 3 inches short all the time instead of playing into the 4 foot area. Well, he just draw back onto the yellow here.
Yeah, it's punched the yellow away.
That's it. If he gets this, which I'm sure he will, that's a very good finish, to be honest with you.
He deserves it. He's been steady and you know, it just hasn't gone for Morgan this time.
Yeah, well played, Paul Hartness. Unlucky Morgan McInnes. Very well done.
Unlucky Morgan, and best of luck for Paul in next round.
Yeah. Yeah, steady performance, Adam.
Thanks, Alan, and here I am back at the studio. Paul Harkness. Don't get many opportunities to talk to you about a win on the stream table, but a great win there against Morgan McInnes.
It was a great win. I had a lot of dry breaks, but I did make a lot of mistakes, so I was quite happy with that. Played really well.
And I think that a lot about your game is you're very sort of match play orientated, aren't you?
Yes.
Is that the way that you wanted to be set out yourself against Morgan?
No, I was doing the cup break, but I wasn't hitting them quite as hard as normal. You know, I just tried to just play a steady break, but I only got a ball down once, I think. So it's just the breaks, really. I need to improve on the breaks at times, but it's okay.
And you've been playing pool for a lot of years, and you've been with the IPA, you know, been very supportive of all of our events, you know. But you know, obviously you had your, you know, a few personal issues like a few years back now, and now you come back, and we are starting to see some good form from you. Do you feel like you're playing some good stuff?
Yes, I've been playing quite well. Just losing quite a few close matches. Yeah, I've been playing quite well, just need a wee bit of run with the breaks and that. Maybe sometimes we do a wee bit better, but no, I'm playing quite well. Quite well.
And a little bit about yourself, you know, like you say you're playing quite well. Are you putting a bit more time in? Are you playing in more competitions now? What is it about the new Paul Harkness?
I've not been playing much in the run up to this one. But the last two I played Dave McNamara twice, and they were both very close games. Just, you know, my break maybe nearer the end. You know, it's just probably need to practice a bit more actually, but.
We always need a bit more practice, don't we? And a little bit about yourself, you know, expectations for this year. Have you set yourself any goals?
Well, I've always hoped that I was almost in the top 16. I've always looked to get in the top 16. I was close last year. Not had a great start to this season, but hopefully I can go deep in a few, just hopefully.
And a little bit about Morgan. You know, Morgan's, you know, he's already won titles already this season.
Yes.
You know, so he was pretty much a slight favourite against yourself. Would you agree with that?
Well, I've only actually played Morgan once, and I beat him in an IM in Scotland. So that's only the second time I've played Morgan. So.
But racing off to a 4-0 lead, do you think that sort of helped you on your way to getting the victory?
I think so. I mean, his breaks were good, but the balls weren't always sitting well, you know, so it made it a bit more tactical at times, which maybe helped me a wee bit.
Okay, and a little bit about this next game coming up then, Craig Marsh against Luke Sanchez. I'm going to ask for a little bit of insight from you. You obviously know these two players pretty well. How do you see this one going?
Well, Craig just won the English Grand Prix, so I think Craig's a big favourite.
And Sanchez got to the semi-finals of the World Championships and made the final, the professional one, just losing out to Rob Wilson.
No, I just fancy Craig for this one.
Yeah. Well done. You're into the next round. I know you've got another match coming up. So well played. Poor Harkness safely into the next round. Is he going to make it into the last 16 tomorrow? We'll have to find out. But this next match coming up, Luke Sanchez against Craig Marsh, is going to be an absolute belter. Let's get over to the commentary box and they'll bring this game as soon as it's ready.
Thanks very much, Mark. And well done again, Paul. So just a bit out of action going on just now while we await the all-Welsh battle between Luke Sanchez and Craig Marsh. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce in beside me for this game, or for me for the start of the game, Ben hopefully for the full game, Ben Davis. How you doing, Ben? You all right?
Yep, all good, Renz. Nice to join you here, buddy.
It's nice to have you here. Watched the wee bit of your game earlier, Ben. So on Ben-like. What's going on there?
Yeah, you probably got bad eyes now after that one.
Although, to be honest with you, two world champions in the first round of the last 64 at a pro event's not ideal, is it?
No, it's my own fault. I don't put the effort in. I mean, I can turn up and get a little bit of run and get some form going, or I can turn up and play like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of bipolar nowadays if you're not putting it in. Great world championship, obviously, you had.
Yeah.
Great run. And
like even for that, I did play a couple of hours before that. Not a great deal, but played a few hours and just felt good. Went there, things started going well. Started getting a little bit of run here and there and started feeling good. And you know what it's like, you get your arm going, you can get on the run.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's what happened.
It's especially for guys like yourself, very much buzz players, and you hit ball and then all of a sudden, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that the game is coming up with Craig Marsh and Luke Sanchez. Everybody knows about Marsh, right? They've known. Luke's a wee bit of a... He's been in good form recently. What do you think about Luke and what about his form? Where does that came from?
Yeah, he's impressed me, to be honest, this year. He had a good World Championship. He had a good event straight after that. And it's just something new about him, something fresh. I think he was lacking something before, where maybe when he came up against the bigger players, he didn't believe in himself to get the job done. But I don't see that in him anymore. He seems to be confident. He's aware of his ability, and even Marsh lately, he's come back into form. He's on a good run as well.
I'm talking to Marshy, and he said he'd been putting a bit of time in. And you don't hear that very often for the players, especially the guys that's been there and done it, and they've been doing it for years. And it was nice to hear that. But I've watched Luke. Luke's always doing. He's always practicing. He was in here at 8 o'clock this morning. He was practicing, and he's always had a bit about him. You know, a bit of character about him.
Yeah, he puts in a lot of effort. Luke does, no offence to him. He's got a table at home as well, where he plays a lot of hours on. And yeah, like I say, you get in what you put out. You get out what you put in.
So these are all last 32 matches. This is obviously one of the outer tables. We've got Scott Gillespie. And let me have a look. What do you think of this Coventry box, man? Look at the screen in front of you. You're doing all the updates. He's 2-0 up on Alan Robinson, so this is no long started. So before this match actually starts, I am going to hand over to Mr. IPA, I like to call him, Matt Pickworth. He's going to be doing the game with Ben. So Ben, good catching up again. I'll see you out there, and you can maybe get me a beer later on, pal. And I'll stick it over now to Matt Pickworth.
Thanks, Alan. And just hopped, skipped and jumped into the comms. Very quick first frame there, Ben, wasn't it? This is the first frame, yeah?
Yeah.
They did some practice, didn't they? Yeah, I actually thought I missed the first frame as I walked past. But I was watching somebody else playing.
It's a good break, to be fair. It's just a little bit of work to do with rides. It's not straightforward. His first shot is part's easy enough. It's just getting the white in the right place, isn't it?
What do you think, Luke Sanchez? You know, because obviously these past since he's come back to the IPA, you know, he's had a great run in both the tournaments he's been in. You know, what do you think he's done differently?
We just touched on that now before you come in, actually. I'm not sure what he's done differently. Obviously, I just didn't he playing over with the other guys. Whether that's done him good somehow, I don't know. But he seems to be more confident. Like I said, before he used to come up against maybe the bigger players. Maybe he didn't have the confidence or just believe in himself and to get the job done. Whereas now it's different. And he's not just like winning 7-6 or 8-7 against the bigger players. He's winning 8-3, 8-4. 8-5, and that's a difference. Like, you know, he's steamrolling over the line. He's not just crawling over.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the big things for me that I've seen a massive change in is his temperament. You know, because he'd lose his head. You know, back in his younger days, etc. He's definitely controlled that. He hasn't controlled it fully, but he's definitely on the right road too.
Yeah, he relies a lot on technique, and he used to. And I think, to be honest, he used to think too much about his cue action and about technique and everything, and he used to take away from what he's trying to do. But now I think he just seems to flow and get on with it a bit more.
Yeah, and flowing is definitely a great word to be associated with Luke Sanchez at the moment, because he is he's going to take some beating here. But Craig Marshy is also on a bit of a road to recovery. You know, winning the Grand Prix, had a good run in the Open last time. He's back, isn't he?
Yeah, he's always been the same, though, Marsh, and he's a class act. It's just it's whether he decides to put the effort in or not. If he puts the effort in, he can beat anyone. I think he's been putting some practice in lately. So.
Yeah, he won't tell us that though, will he? It'll all be hush hush. This is a tester though. This black.
Absolutely great cueing.
Yeah, kept very still on that shot and executed it perfectly. 1-0 to Luke Sanchez.
Even little things like that, Luke, before, he would have been, you just get be petrified and probably missed that before. Now he just gets down and rakes them in as a fit on the hole.
yeah, like you said, belief, and he is believing in himself, and he's a very dangerous player on this IPA this year, isn't he?
He's very good, yeah, very solid. He's never, you're always up against it. When you play him, you're always going to get a game. You know, he's never going to be just an easy walk in the park.
Yeah, not sure if you watched too much of the final he had against Rob Wilson. He did just run out of steam. You know, he was playing match after match after match. But, you know, when you keep winning and you're getting far in tournaments, that's what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, it happened to me in the Worlds, to be honest. But he's
similar.
He's a lot fitter than me, so I didn't think it would happen to him. But it's mental strength, isn't it? Because he's constant the whole day, and it does take it out of you. Didn't seem to put full power into them, but it's got a good split. A little bit of work to do, though.
Yeah, so first glance, you're obviously thinking yellows. Of course, obviously it's an easier pot on yellows for the first ball.
Yeah, I think it depends if that yellow goes past the red into the top right corner as we're looking. But I think he'd want to go reds if he can get one.
Yeah, it's all about how close that cue ball is to that red. If he is going to opt for the reds, you'll have to take the plant first, maybe.
Well, looking at it from this angle, that yellow goes off the red, so if he left the yellow in the middle till last, but one, it wouldn't be too bad. But he's got more room to work with reds. What I mean by that is he's got big areas where he can swing the white around. He doesn't have to be so precise. He can just land into areas.
Yeah, and I think obviously the two reds in the bulk area, if that red does pass that, the one that's off the cushion, the furthest off the cushion, that does pass that red, it could make his clearance a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think it will pass, but I think he needs to get nice on it because the red next to the black is causing a little bit of a problem, isn't it? He needs to find a way to get in between them.
Yeah, and you think probably somewhere around there, the brown spot, if you want to call it that, the centre of the bulk line. That's probably his only area where he can get to it. Well, as a percentage shot. It's not a bad kiss, but he's going to have to navigate a little bit more yet. It's not perfect.
Does maybe have a shot here where if he can pot this with a bit of right hand side, just go as close to these two yellows as he can, and then come inside where he's looking there, just to come inside the other yellow. He'll be on the red into the corner, but the white will be going away from his work, so it'll just be the case of giving himself a shot, really. Oh, he's up. Try to go into the red.
Yeah, he's lost the cue ball there. Definitely put on a little bit more than he wanted there. Do you think he's just overhit that or just misjudged the cannon?
No, I think he's misjudged the cannon. He might have been playing the shot that I said, but he's just completely misjudged it, and he did put a bit more right-hand side on it. I might just see a safety here, Mark, 'cause I can't see a pot.
Yeah, didn't give that one too much thought either, did he? It's still effective. Definitely work to do for Luke.
Yeah, just a bit of a gamble safety. It's like kind of one of them ones where you get your balls out and just say then have a go. If you get them, fair play to you. If you don't, you step in. I think Luke would be itching to take this one down the rail first shot, but I can't see him taking that. He's probably going to take the one into the top right corner just to get his arm on the table and work his way around.
Yeah, very, very awkward queuing over that red if he did want to take that yellow into his bottom left.
I think this is dead straight. He's turned it down.
Yeah, I thought he might, because I don't think that red passes into the centre, or they haven't really got a pocket.
I think he's left Marsh a straight double here, though, Mark.
Has he? Well, if he gets this, at the end of the frame.
That was very careless. I didn't think he'd leave that. Still got to play a good shot here, though, because he needs to get up on the high side of this red. The next red. He's played that well. It's a great shot. Slightly overrun it, but from where he was, he'd definitely take that. Yeah, I think Luke will be thinking he's let him off with one there. I think maybe he would have probably potted the yellow at the top and then try to play safety down here. That was a good finish nevertheless.
Yeah, good finish, but as you said, Luke probably really should have just gone for a pot there, instead of playing a bit of a negative safety shot, if you want to call it that, and left a great opportunity for Craig.
I don't think Luke seen that double. He wouldn't have left that otherwise.
Scott Gillespie here on the table nearest to us, 3-0 ahead against Alan Robinson. It looks like he's got ball in hand here as well, so maybe he's going to extend his lead to 4 frames to 0. And somebody else that's 4 frames to 0 on the other stream table is Rob Dagnall against Dean Shields. Both of them games are available to watch on our YouTube channels. That one's just above you there. Look, Dean Shields is currently at the table but trailing by 4 frames to 0. Rob Dagnall, new professional here, but great addition to the IPA ranks as well.
I haven't seen much of him. Has he had some good results?
Yeah, he's not lost everyone. He's had a good couple of wins and that. So he's had a pretty strong start for the, for his IPA career.
Yeah, it's always a big jump from amateurs into the pros.
Yeah, that first year is always your toughest year, isn't it? Yeah. 1 frame each here. Where's that cue ball going? Little bit unlucky, but when it does track anywhere near a pocket, always a good chance of it potting.
Yeah, I don't think it got bumped in either, did it?
No.
It's going to be 2-1 here, Mark.
Yeah, this 1 free shot. This is where Craig's always quite dangerous. It's a bit like all you boys, yourself included. You use that 1 free shot very well. You're quite devastating with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't see him. Can't see him making a mistake. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
I think he'll make light work of these. Could be a quick old finish. How long have you two been playing the game now? Without sort of saying how old you are, etc. You have been playing it absolute donkey's years, haven't you?
I won my first tournament 33 years ago.
Wow.
I was in 7.
Incredible.
I won a holiday for my parents.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Amazing. You two have grown up together, haven't you? Through the years, through the Welsh years.
Marsh came on a little bit later. It was more me and Simon early days, and then because Marsh used to play snooker first, and then he came into the pool scene afterwards.
Yeah, because you used to play the 3PO, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, years and years ago. Makes you sounding really old here, and I'm the oldest one sat here.
Yeah. Won my first world title in 2005.
Wow.
20 years ago.
I'm not sure where the years go, Ben, are you?
Crazy.
A very quick finish from the Marsh. 2-1 in our leads.
I think we got ourselves a nice little game here, Mark.
Yeah, what an ending this is to day 1. You had a very tough opening first round against Clint, didn't you? But couldn't really do much with him with his break.
Yeah, he played well. I had a couple of chances. Maybe I could have nicked a couple more frames, but I think he's done maybe 4 or 5 between off my break and his break.
Yeah.
So he played well, no offense to him.
Two former world champions drawn against each other, weren't you? Ben Davies against Clint Hyanson. Not the first round we would expect, but...
That's what happens when you're as low ranked as I am.
Yeah, but good to see you back, and you're playing some good stuff as well, and you'll be critical of yourself, I know you will be, but it's good to see you back, Ben. Good to see you playing some good stuff as well.
Yeah, just enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. I'm not expecting anything. May look a bit reckless at times, which I am, but more so for me, it's just the enjoyment. When I stop enjoying it, then I'll probably stop playing again.
Yep, definitely good to see Ben Davies back, and yet obviously, you being back, bring your lovely wife as well, which is all good.
Yeah, she's enjoying it.
Yeah, she does, isn't she?
Yeah, she's keeping the partakings up.
You got to spend that money sometime, Ben. You can't just keep it in that pocket all the time.
She enjoys herself.
Good. So good break once again from Craig. And I think this is the thing with Craig. You know, you don't want to let him get too far in front. You know, Sanjay, he'll be thinking about that, won't he?
Yeah, I mean, what was it? 1 each, and Luke's covered the bag, and he's not going to get another poke until he's 3-1 down.
Yeah.
And that's just how quick it can turn, and that's how brutal it is at times. He's come a little bit short there, but I think he's okay. He can just stand on and off the side rail and give himself a choice or two. If he lands short, he'll have the yellow in the middle. If he lands where he wants to land, he'll be on the one in the corner.
Yeah, is this a little bit tighter than we think, or is he definitely on it? I think he is definitely on it.
I think he can see enough.
Is he milking it?
If he can see enough of that, he's played a really bad shot.
Yeah, we're disappointed because that's a huge area to be in, and one you'd expect Craig Marshall. I don't think he's on it the way that he's tapped that table.
Body language tells me he's looking to cut the yellow in the middle of the 3 to the bottom right.
Wow, cue ball will be all over if he does. But what else does he do now?
He hasn't come far enough, definitely.
And that clock is ticking down.
Oh, he's playing a little swing. Great shot.
Oh, what a shot. Where's the cue ball gone? He's lost it again, and he can't see any edges this time.
Bit of Virgo coming out in you there, Mark.
Yeah, watched too much snooker, obviously.
Hold on to your hats, because I can't see him playing a slow shot yet.
No, he's going to be putting everything into this. Can't be containing, surely. Oh, it is.
Oh, he's gone for the pot.
Yeah. Careless.
He's let him off the hook. He's definitely let him off the hook. Whether he capitalises on it is another thing. In a situation like this in pool, where you've got 7v there 2, you shouldn't really never lose unless a fluke or something happens.
You think he'll pull the trigger there and go for him?
Yeah, I think he'll go for that.
Yeah, me too. And I think, you know, when you're at this level, and you're obviously playing players that you know, etc., and you just cannot afford to turn down chances like this, can you?
No. I mean, the last thing you want to do is let somebody back to the table. Anything could happen. It's a little bit short there. You don't want it to be straight down, huh?
He needs to get on this top one on the top cushion next, if you ask me.
I don't know if he maybe...
Can he get up there?
Well, he's got options. He can either play on the red of the top, on the top right into the top right, or he can punch this into the top right and come across for it into the left.
Either way, where he's pointing his cue there, that's exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, it looks like he's punching it across.
You know he plays these quite well.
He's just going, yeah. That's the only thing with them shots is you can easily underhit them. So what he's done there is he's made sure that he's not going to underhit that, and if anything, he's hit it a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Because if that was on the rail where he's queuing now, it would have been a really tough shot. But no, he's played that well.
He's got a bit of dot to dot here. Just needs to make sure this medium range pot into the bottom right. Drift down for the one, probably on the bottom cushion. And he pretty much should be taking the frame from here. Just got to hold himself together here.
Yeah, it's a tough pot.
He's played it, punched it in.
Good stroke. How's his angle? Has he got the angle to come across?
Or is he too straight? Looks a tad straight, doesn't he? A tad.
He may be able to cut in the middle and go up and down if he's too straight. I think he's okay. Can punch it. Good shot.
Played it at a good pace though, didn't he?
Yeah. Good finish.
Yeah, another solid finish from Luke Sanchez, but an opportunity that Craig Marsh has missed. Is that going to come back and bite him? 2 frames apiece. Our tour events that's going to be coming up this year in 2025. Obviously, we're here now at the British Open in Coventry, and then we're on to Glasgow in the UK Open, 27th to 29th of June, and the International Open back here in Coventry. Great venue, this, isn't it, Ben? And then the final, the festival, the grand final one, at a new venue, Comis Hotel in the Isle of Man in November.
Yeah, it looks like a nice place.
Yes, it does. I went to visit it before we announced it, and yes, it's probably too good for us. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I think I'll be packing my clubs.
Well, I'll let you know how that goes. I'm planning on doing a bit of golfing up there in July as well. So we'll see how that goes. I'll let you know. But this game here, 5-0, Scott Gillespie leads. Somebody that's a very good front runner, isn't he? Goobsy.
Yeah.
You've had some battles over the years, you two, haven't you?
Yeah, he's been around for the same amount of time as me.
Yeah.
And he's another one, you know, if something goes right for him in a tournament, he can just win the tournament without even blinking an eye.
He won plenty of titles. Goobsy has. 5-0 leads Alan Robinson. And a dry break on this table for Luke Sanchez. Not what the doctor ordered. It just stops the momentum, doesn't it, these dry breaks? And we talk about mental strength. You know, things like this can really affect you.
That's the luck of the game, isn't it? Doesn't matter how nice you hit them, you still need the run of the balls. The split is great. Just nothing down.
We've seen Craig already be a little bit careless on one of his clearances that we'd expect him to get. So it's about now, taking this opportunity.
Yeah, if he gets it, he definitely will be kicking himself because 4-1 is a big difference. He should get these. He just needs to mind his work a little bit. He needs to land. So where he's pointing at there, they're his last 2 balls. So he needs to pot this one in the bottom left, play the one into the right-hand corner, and then leave an angle on the one into the middle to drift the white over to the right-hand side of the table to play the plant. I'm guessing he's in 2 minds here with the screw back and play it now or not. That's why he was taking so long. But he's going a different route. Does like to screw the ball. He's got good confidence of timing and screwing the ball up the table, yeah. He likes to play them shots.
Yeah, he's got a half-decent angle here. Just to stun this up, and he has to play the red onto red plant.
I'd prefer to roll the ball because I find it easier to judge the pace. Because when you screw in the ball, like that length of the table, you've got to cue the ball so well and time it so well. It's a harder shot.
Is this what he's saying, that he's been putting in a bit of practice then, has he?
He's obviously seen something here that we haven't. Is he going Cush first?
I don't understand.
With a bit of right-hand side to go around the back of the red. He's going Cush first.
Yeah, he's played this.
Yeah, he's played it well. Risky, but he's played it well.
Yeah, he's definitely seen a shot there that
it's a good spot.
Not many players would have seen.
I don't think he needed to play that though, but it's worked out for him. Oh, where's this going? Oh, he's had a nudge.
He was really overreaching there as well, weren't he?
He'd take that nudge all day long. I think he tried to come up and down, so like off the back right and bounce back out from the back of the corner.
But what a clearance that was. And yes, didn't have the, did you sort of thought he went the wrong way there, the last couple of yellows, the last few reds? Maybe.
He took the finish out, so he didn't go the wrong way.
He didn't.
I think players just got their own preference, haven't they?
This is the beauty of the game, isn't it? We all have our own ways. Gillespie He's having it all his own way at the moment. 6-0 he now leads against Alan Robinson, and at the table again. But I've not seen Alan Robinson at the table.
No, every time we've gone back, I thought they were playing the same frame, but the score keeps going up.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And on the other table, Rob Dagnall, even though Dean Shields is at the table again, he's 5-1 ahead against Dean. Rob's back to the table again with another opportunity to extend his lead. Looks another one that's going to extend his lead is looking like Scott Gillespie. That's going to go 7-0. Back to the main table. Nothing's dropped. It's dry.
Oh, is it? It is. I thought he got one.
No.
He got
nothing.
Perfect as well.
I mean, it weren't the best split for him where the cue balls landed, was it? If he did get a ball.
You always know when Marsh has called it perfect. It might rip straight back to the top right. It's not easy though. There's a little bit of work to do. I don't think he has a starter, does he?
No, that's the thing. I mean, does he play a 3-ball plant, try and get some? It's crazy, but what does he do?
Yeah, I think he wants to be on Reds, doesn't he? I think. Potentially. I know it's crazy to say because the yellow's covering this black pocket, but the Reds look a lot less messy. Sorry, Marshall trying to make it a little bit messier.
Yeah, this one might have a little bit of to-ing and fro-ing on this one. I don't think they're giving much away to each other, that is a fact. I can tell you, Scott Gillespie 7-0 ahead now. One frame away from getting himself into the last 16.
I wonder if we can nip back to that game and catch Alan at the table first time.
Might be over the time these two have finished this frame.
Just re-rack them. Let's go again.
Yeah, something that doesn't happen in this, does it, too often?
The break's too powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, and the conditions of the cloth, the balls, the cues, the tips, the chalk, wherever you want me to stop, you know, they're all top quality. I thought he'd left that.
Just like that, we're on a finish.
Yeah, and I think all these yellows go as well, don't they?
Yeah, they all look good.
Not sure if you spoke about this game, but former world champion, former IPA number 1, Liam Dunster, trailing by 7 frames to 5 against Darren Cook.
I'm baffled. I have no idea why he's played that. I can only assume that yellow near the top cush doesn't go into that left corner. Because if he was straight on that, he would have definitely taken it.
What, the one that's nearest the top cushion? Yeah. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, from our angle, it looks like it goes into the top left.
Oh, yes.
But I don't think it can't go. Good shot.
He's nudging into balls, though. He's relying on a bit, but he's good in here.
Yeah, it's perfect.
But he needs a good angle on this next shot.
He can play the one into the top right with a bit of right hand side and just a controlled cannon if he wants to, but he's going a different way.
Yeah, just cannon into this yellow, will he? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to get back and take the one on the left side first.
Don't think he's got the angle for that, has he? Okay.
Yeah.
You think he can stun down?
Yeah, I think it just gives a little soft screw. He can come out towards the middle bag.
Yeah, he has the perfect angle, but is he okay? He's a bit hampered.
Yeah, he just needs to drop it in.
Yeah, you don't need to do a lot with the cue ball now, does he? And that black, no, it's not too far away from that pocket. I expect this to be 3-all.
Yeah, you can just use the red to bring the white down, or you can just stand past it. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, he should be able to get pretty close to this. He decided just to make sure he's got, obviously easy cueing. Get his hand on the table. 3-3 it is.
This is going all the way. I'm going to call it now.
Are you?
I have no idea who's going to win.
Well, have to wait and see. That was Dean Shields just put in the black, so I think he's pulled another frame back. 5-2 he now trails, if that was him. Just put in the back, I think it was. And this is Scott Gillespie, 1 frame away. Looking like this is going to be a whitewash.
Andy Lucas, 6-3 up on Pete Fisher. Must be playing some good stuff. Pete's been playing well, maybe. If it's the right person I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and I think Andy's already played Nathan Davis as well. The very first round, weren't it?
Yeah, he did say he played him actually, and he said he played well.
He's not a bad old stick either. Nathan,
No.
I say old. He's one of the young and up and coming ones, isn't he?
Yeah, Nathan's solid.
Yeah. Yeah, so Andy's not had no easy run in here, but we're on about the amateurs.
There's a name from back in the day there, playing Paul Harkness, Adam Davis. He'll be in the business end a couple of times, or at least once this year, so I'd imagine.
Yeah, I said that too. I don't know who I was talking to now, but I said I wouldn't be surprised if he picked up a trophy this year. He's just too good of a player, isn't he, not to get any silverware. I know he's not had too much match practice, etc., but surely he's going to be able to.
He may not win something this year. Maybe it's just first year you just find your feet, get yourself comfortable. But if he stays again next year, he'll definitely win something for sure. If he doesn't win something this year,
Well, that was Scott Gillespie winning, 8 frames to 0. And this is also a great chance for Luke Sanchez to regain his lead back again to 4-3. Surely he takes these out. Obviously, they just needs to be a bit careful with the 8 ball.
yeah, easy. He'd have liked that to win, probably. Saves him coming back down, but I think that's his last ball now for the black in the middle, so it's fine. This could have been his last ball if he was skilly done, but it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Seems to have picked up the pace a little bit as well now.
Yeah.
So these worrying times for Craig Marsh.
Nah, you won't be worried now. It's only 1 frame, isn't it? You only start worrying once it gets past 3 frames. Because if you pass 3 frames, you've no longer got the chance to break finish, your opponent dry finish, break finish. But you can get back into the game really quick if you're within 3. If it goes past 3, then you need that and some. So that's when you start worrying.
Yeah, and these race to 8s, it's even though it could go one-sided, I mean, it can be a game of 2 halves as well, can't it?
Yeah. I mean, how many games have we seen over the years where you just try break and there's nothing you can do?
No. That's all about the mental strength, though, isn't it, of how you sort of control that.
And you could be hitting them the best you've ever hit them.
Yeah. And it can destroy you, this game, though, can't
There's
it?
literally nothing you can do.
But we keep coming back and playing even more, don't we? Just for some more punishment. I'm not sure why.
It's nice when you're on that end. It's not nice when you're on the receiving end.
No, definitely not. There you go. Look, Darren Cook looks like he's completed his victory there against Liam Dunster.
It's a good win.
Yeah, 8-5. I mean, Cookie, he just plays some great stuff in there.
Yeah, it's a good win. Did they start that one out yesterday afternoon, Mark?
I'm not allowed to comment, I'm afraid. So, no, I'm not sure what. But I think that must be the last one of that round, maybe. To be completed. The last one of the 64. Yeah, Darren here still have another match to play.
8-5, is it?
8-5, yeah. I think.
It's a good win. Is Darren Cook a season pro or first year?
Second.
Second.
Yeah. Yeah, had a bit of a lean spell towards the latter stage last year, and but he's back. And he can really get some good results as well.
We're in for another break finish here, we. Took my eye off it for a second and look back and he's on a finish. Little bit of work to do, but I'd 100% expecting to get these. Good shot. To leave the one on the top rail to last, is he? Unless it goes past the red. No, I think it goes. It may go. Yeah, I think it goes past. The way he just went and had a look at that.
Again, he'll just make sure he leaves himself a shot on the one on the top cushion, won't he? And just drift down for the black with whatever angle he's got.
I think it goes past the red mark, so you
Oh,
just
does it?
drop on it.
Oh,
now,
no, it's easy. Yeah, just couldn't tell from our camera angle here. Well, this has made it even easier then.
Yeah,
isn't it?
dot to dot.
Do you feel like that, Craig Marsh hasn't really had the better clearances in this match? Luke Sanchez had to work a lot harder and probably looks the better player out of the two, and the match is going to be all level?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you feel, I mean, even the one Marsh missed, really, they would look a bit easier than what Luke's had to take out. You've still got to get them at the end of the day.
Certainly are. And we're into a best of 7 now. 4 frames apiece. Is this going down to the wire? Ben Davies says it is.
Are we going to have a little drink on this? Let's toss a coin.
Yeah, it could well be. In Shields, still trading 5 frames to 2, race to 8. Rob Dagnall at the table.
Now there's a player that flies under the radar, but is always in the business end of every tournament I enter or go to or see, is Dean Shields. But he always seems to just never get in the spotlight, or he's always like...
Not in that winner's circle.
Yeah. I remember when, like, I think I've beaten him in like 3 finals when I was playing all the time. You'd always see him like semi-final, final. He'd always be there and thereabouts all the time. Has he won a tour event yet?
No.
Oh,
no, he's unfortunately a bridesmaid. Unfortunately.
But like the consistency of him is incredible. So that Rob Dagnall must be playing well to be 5-2 up.
Yeah. And Dean, great player, on and off the table as well, great guy. But, we do always cheer him on to try and win one of these. I'm sure he will one day. Could well be here this weekend.
Dry break here from Luke. Left. I mean, there's only one awkward ball, but if he lands on the yellow in the centre, he can stun off the rail, bump the yellow and land on the other one in the middle at the same time. He's tried to get on it, yeah. Has he got it? I think he just got it. Or has he gone too far? I think he's just okay the way he's walking. So I'd be pot this, cush first, bump the yellow past the red, leave yourself on the one in the middle. You want a full ball kiss. Just like that. Perfect.
He's making the game look easy at the moment. And, he's had to work a little bit for this, but he's left the right angle, so deserves this clearance.
Again, another great break from Luke. Just unfortunate not to get a ball.
And, 3 or 4 years ago, Luke, he'd have lost his head a little bit here in this situation, but he seems to be sat there just being patient, and he might get another opportunity sooner or later.
Yeah.
He's not out of this yet.
a long way to go yet. And Marsh looks like he's queuing nice.
In it goes, 5-4. He now leads, and he's going to be breaking next. Do you feel like if he gets his breaking clearance in this next one, 2 frames ahead with, only needing 2 more, he's got to go for, definite favourite.
Yeah, it's a big break.
You're just praying for a ball, aren't you? When you're 5-4 up, race to 8.
When it's nip and tuck like that, it's always nice when you can nick one off your opponent's break. Just praying now that you can put a good solid stroke on it yourself and just hear that noise of a couple of balls going in.
But Luke looks really focused, sat there in his chair, even though he's just waiting.
Yeah, but yeah, that's Luke.
Yeah,
but he looks more relaxed now. Before he'd be more, he'd probably be sat there saying, "Why am I 5-4 down? Why have I done this? Why have I done that?" Now I think he just accepts it and gets on with the next frame.
Frame number 10.
It's a good strike, but he didn't put much into it.
He didn't got a ball. Chance for Luke Sanjay's back. I don't know what the chat was there, but it made Craig Marsh laugh.
Back with the dry bricks.
Yes, it seems that way. Momentum stops again. And we're probably going to see now Luke Sanjay's probably take the next 2 frames for him to go one ahead again. It's been a very topsy-turvy kind of match.
I think he's got a choice in any colour, yeah.
It's all about that red on that bottom cushion with that yellow.
I think it goes.
It goes in one of the corners.
There's no way you would have taken reds if that doesn't go.
No. Do you think it goes in this bottom left one on our screen now?
He's still on nice on this, so I think he's coming up for the plant.
Yeah, I think that's what he's played, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's a trick. This is the only tricky shot in the finish. If he nails this, I think he should get out then.
Yeah, pretty quickly on this.
Oh. Kind of stabbed it a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, if he'd have queued through on that, I think it'd have been okay.
Yeah, I think he stabbed it a little bit. I'm guessing it was maybe like off straight. It wasn't a straight plant, so you had to try and hold the white and make the pot at the same time.
Big shot for Craig here, trying to open them all up. Where's the cue ball? He's fine. Is he on his next yellow? Yes, he is. He's got a shot.
Yeah, he's got one in. I think he can get that one into the centre, or he's got a long one. But he's still got a bit of work to do here, Mark.
Yeah, it's all right. As you said, putting either one in the centre or the long one, it's about how you get down table, because that yellow on this left-hand side only goes to the left centre.
He might choose to put the brakes on, Snook him at the top.
Do you think so?
Well,
I think you're right.
The thing is, with the new cushions and the way the white slides off them, that's a bad shot. He's left the one rail shot, I think. I was going to say, if he could make him come off 2 rails, they're very hard to judge when the cushion slides so much.
I think you can see this red.
Do you think he can see that?
Doesn't look that close to that yellow. I might be wrong, but
he's queuing up as if he can see it.
Tell you, he's left this pot. There's a pot in the bottom right. Can you see enough of it?
He must be down to the bottom corner. This will be a big pot if he can get this. It's a great effort.
Only just missed.
Great effort. I can tell you one thing, Mark. Marsh won't be snooking him again.
No, he didn't get anywhere near that snooker either, did he? Didn't put the concentration into that shot. But now, surely, she's going to pull the trigger here now. There's a cue ball going. Not very good.
Oh, if that yellow doesn't pass the black.
He ain't got any choice now.
I don't think he's got a shot.
He'll have to play the containing shot which he played last time. It's nearly come back to bite him. He needs to make sure this is a good one, really.
That's a good one. Yeah, he's played it well.
Better.
It's not easy to get this.
As
He's got a big target down here to the bottom left corner if he comes off 2 rails. But he doesn't want the white to be down this bottom left corner because this is where Marsh wants it.
Yeah, but you know, that red in the middle of the table is quite a big target, isn't it? And it's not the red he wants to be hitting. As you said, needs to get in this bottom corner. No.
Wow.
That is unbelievable. How's he gone through that gap?
And give him another 100 goals, he wouldn't do it.
Oh, that's just bad luck, isn't it?
Brutal. If he has any kind of little clip there, he's got half a chance.
What have I just seen there? Because he's glanced past the red perfectly. Got the perfect angle, but found the gap on the... into the corner. Unbelievable. Cruel game. Very cruel indeed. Where's the pool gods gone? Were they about? Not in Luke Sandy's corner, that's for sure.
He did have his chance first, though, Mark.
Yeah. Is that how it bites you, is it?
Well, it's a funny way of coming round, isn't it?
Craig Marsh, can he open up this 2-frame lead?
I tell you how it normally bites you is on the next break. That's where it normally gets you.
It's just, as you've already noticed, I mean, Craig Marsh does look like he's changed his break a bit. He's taken a little bit off, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know if it was intentional or...
He's done it more than once already in this match, hasn't he?
He did it in the very first frame, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or his very first break. Yeah. He's come up a bit short here, so he's going to have to leave the one... He's landed okay, but he's just going to have to screw this in now, come down table. And make sure he clears this red.
He's got to come past and towards the back cushion.
He hasn't cleared it.
Has he?
Oh, he's got away with it.
He's not played it to there, has he? He's played it to come past the red, hasn't he?
He's landed absolutely perfect. I think he's played that side, but he just didn't want to get that close. He wanted a bit more of an angle, but it turns out perfect. As you could see, as soon as he hit it, he was like, oh, has I gone too far? Good finish.
Yep, 2 frames in our lead fight. Luke Sanji's break not been too kind to him so far, especially recently. But this is where he needs his break to start working.
Yeah, this is where you need plop about 4 balls in off the break, see tap-ins in front of you, and then your opponent breaks and goes dry and leaves you tap-ins. That's what you're praying for, 6-4 down. But they're both playing some good stuff. Marsh has been the more solid of the pair so far, so I think the scoreline is probably a true reflection so far. Got one. There's reds. Oh, can he cut that red back?
What's his opening ball? One in the balk area on the opposite side to the white.
Yeah.
That's the only shot, isn't it?
Hit the break nice as well. Just the best of rugby, is he, for a starter? But I think he can put that red back into the top left corner.
So he control the cue ball though, isn't it? Where's it going?
Yes, we have to screw it with a load of bottom right, didn't he? Try and hold it up. It doesn't go running around the table. I mean, this yellow on the right-hand cush over here would be the target. It'd be nice to hit that, or the two reds.
Could have been worse.
I mean, I think if you asked him where he'd wanted after that, he said that.
Yeah.
I think that couldn't have come out any better.
Considering how hard he hit it, I mean, but he didn't have any choice because that's how deep the angle was. But this isn't bad. Good opportunity now.
Yep. Is it a little bit harder? Land on the high side.
I think he's going to have to re-navigate here, isn't he? Because getting into the black, it's not good, is it?
I don't know if he can screw this enough and get the white back near the yellow that the reds play off the side rail.
Well, he'll know. He's directly behind it. I think he's just rolling this in, tapping the black.
Taking his medicine.
Yeah. This red, the two reds on this left-hand side, and the one closest to the middle pocket, if that goes into the bottom left, it makes such a difference.
It all depends on this shot. He needs to get nice.
Oh.
Took his eye off the pot. Trying to get a perfect position. Just going off the boil a little bit at the moment. Even though these yellows look a mess, I think it's only one good shot away from being pretty straightforward, these yellows are.
Sometimes with these, one just opens up the other.
Yeah, I think they can plant in there. He's just looking at it. So he can play the top yellow into the bottom right. And then play the plant on the other two, and then everything's open.
That plant though, it doesn't look straight, does it? He's got to be careful with it. Don't want it drifting over near the reds.
No, and I think the yellow that he's just potted, the shot before that, I don't think he got onto that one right.
Oh, it's perfect here.
Yes.
This is good.
Oh, he's played that one. He's nearly angled to miss the black. I was going to say he didn't have the perfect angle on the yellow. He potted at the bottom right because obviously, like you mentioned with the plant, I think the yellow was going away, so you'd have liked to leave the yellow in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
He's still going to knock a good one in here. Unless he can... No, he can't nip that back. He's going to have to punch this up top or just pinch the pocket and stun it in. He's got a bit of side on it.
What's the cue ball?
That's the only thing with them shots, because you're so scared of going off in the middle pocket. Your brain, you automatically put a bit of side on them, rather than just playing a straight scream shot.
What does he do now?
He's going to have to play double.
But it's a natural angle, isn't it, to get the position.
Maybe a little stun, maybe. Yeah, just a small stun. He's played that well.
Oh, it's not there though. Luke Sanji's back to the table. What can he do? Looks like he's only got the skill shot. Red onto yellow. They need to put on both. It's not easy though.
It depends where he gets. If he gets perfect position on it, it's pretty straightforward. And if he doesn't, then it's not an easy shot. I'd like to be a bit closer than that.
Yeah, it looked like he quit a bit on that shot.
Yeah, he didn't want to overscrew it. Kind of stabbed it a little bit.
I think he's just got to try and take it. Got to take it out.
He'll just be trying to get a skill shot.
Nice shot.
Good shot.
Very good.
Great cue with that was. Still not out though, is he? It's tricky. I mean, he's got options. Yeah, he could probably stand behind it, take it top left. He could stand onto the rail, maybe take it top right. He could play safe. He's probably playing safe, but looks a bit. Oh, he's over it, is he?
Well, I've been nudging it.
Oh, don't tell me that's left a double.
Don't think he can see enough of that yellow to get the double. Oh,
Treble.
can he?
Left a treble.
And he can see enough of the yellow. He won't be looking at the treble if he didn't think he'd get it.
Just get the white down to the white. Oh, he's got it.
No, he has
what a
got
shot.
it. That's going to hurt.
Oh, that's definitely hurt. He left a double early doors as well, didn't he? And then he's left that treble. I mean, we're talking about trebles. If he left the ball in the hole, let's take nothing away from the shot that Marshall's played. It's a crazy shot. And he screwed the white across. It was a great finish. But Luke could be kicking himself. He's left that.
Yeah, he's over it, that Reg, as you identified.
He didn't really need to play it that way either. He could have like stand off the side of it and played off 2 rails rather than screwing it. Or just played it with a touch aside. He'll be kicking himself. He'd be telling himself, no, why not just go for it?
Yeah, very. That will hurt. And Craig Marsh, is that the last shot we're going to see of Luke Sanchez?
Well, Marsh is there. He's punished his mistakes. That's what he's got to do. He's just done what he's had to do. Oh, he's hit them perfect.
A lot more power in that, but no result.
Quite a few dry breaks in this match, isn't it?
We're going to see a twist. Luke was out of his seat pretty quickly there, but he's got to really punish Craig now. He's got to try and keep him sat in his seat. Cannot make another mistake now, Luke Sanchez. He's got to play perfect pull now.
Yep.
He's very capable of doing it though. But is he capable after the mistakes he's made in this match?
I think he needs to put 2 on the board and then he'll forget about the mistakes. But this finish here, it's a lot harder after you've made a couple of errors. It's just in the back of your head. I think this is one of them finishes that if he gets them, it'll do him the world of good, because it's not an easy finish. It's a little bit of work to do. Played that well.
Do you think he's leaving the plant here?
It's what he does with this shot. Do you play onto the yellow in the middle after this, or do you play the plant thin so the yellow comes out to the left and run the white through? It's a tricky shot, this is.
Guarantee yourself a shot on your next ball. Don't leave yourself any dodgy queuing.
Yeah, he's played for the one in the middle of the table. If he's got an angle on this, he's fine. I think he can stun across the left rail.
I like the way he's got the cue ball off the cushion as well.
Yeah.
He could quite easily have been close to that cushion, but he's played it like that for that reason. Don't want to be on the cushion this side though.
No, he's okay. He's going to have to play the black long, but he's fine. When you're feeling it a little bit, Mark, you just want everything to go perfect, land perfect. You don't want to be messing around with anything, but it never happens that way. It always tests you.
And this is going to test him to the max. I don't think he's got much of an angle here. It's more the queuing as well. He's going to top in this through.
He's got Yep, he's on. He's got a shot. I think he's got enough as well, so he can let his arm out and screw it off the rail. Yep, great finish.
That's one of them. 7-5 now, and he will be breaking in frame 13.
He'll still fancy the job. Knowing him as he is, he's very gritty, and he'll always keep going till the end. He'll still fancy this. I mean, if he can get a good breakaway here, that'll give him a world of confidence, that last frame there. 7-6 puts the pressure back on Marsh a little bit.
Yeah, it will be Craig Marsh the break, though, in that frame 14. But we've seen so many twists here at the IPA. This will be some twist, though, if Luke Sanches just get out of this one. But one frame at a time. He just needs a ball off his break. Try and keep that momentum going. Give Craig something to think about.
But those beard games looking strong with him, innit? Fair play to him. Never noticed that with Luke before. Must be a new rule. He's got one.
What a ball.
Oh, this work though.
First thoughts, definitely work.
This work.
He's not been leaving too many opening, well, not easy pots anyway, has he, on his breaks?
I was going to say, he's not getting much luck, is he? Yeah, I've never noticed that routine with Luke before, with the break. Kind of gets down as if he's about to break, and then as if it's like a first alignment, and then gets back up and then goes into another alignment.
It's not there. Missed opportunity.
Yeah, it wasn't easy though, was it?
No, and, I don't think they're any easier now for Craig.
I think if that yellow, so the three yellows top right, I mean, if the one closest to the white now goes through the gap of the yellow and the red to plant, the one on the pocket, this finish could be pretty straightforward.
So it's all about that shot, though. I think the way that he's going about the table here, he's looking at taking this finish out, isn't he?
Yep.
You don't want to give Luke any more chances.
No, he's definitely going game, yeah. He may even choose to just go into and move them a little bit. Because he can pot this now, bring the white back around 3 or 4 inches, and then he can stand across off the one in the middle.
Yeah, he's made his decision, hasn't he?
I mean, ideally here you'd like to screw through the gap of the red and the yellow and bump the yellow out from behind, so you leave yourself on the plant on the rail. Or he's just going to go okay Crowley and just smash him. Yeah, that didn't work out. Needed more pace for that shot.
Yeah, but also going into him at the top end, you know, it was always a tough.
Way.
Yeah.
As I say, he needed a lot more pace, so just move everything out of the way.
That's something that Craig doesn't normally struggle with, is power and pace, and we've seen evidence that he has done.
I think he may have just been obviously trying to play a little controlled shot, and it didn't go right.
And now the cue ball is all over, in off. Another chance, Luke Sanches. That was wild, that one, Ben.
Drama. There's no drama in pool, is there, Mark?
No, never seen it.
No.
Not yet, but there could be a twist here. No mistakes from here, though, is it?
No.
You know, even if he doesn't take him out of this opportunity.
He just wants to leave. Well, he's probably got the angle. Yeah, he has. Just on and off the cushion, bump the red. Leave himself on the one down the rail. Nope. Same result, really.
Yeah, still got it out. Yeah. Not under any pressure, not where that yellow is. So
Not just up over the middle bag. I think that's F6.
He'd like to hit that a little bit harder, wouldn't he? You know, the spin he got on it just slowed it up a bit, maybe killed it.
He bought the one in the middle and stand back, on he?
Yeah, digging a little bit, but you'd expect him to take these ones out. Nicely done. Not in prime position, but he's okay.
The shot's the black. If he gets on it nice, so it's pretty straightforward. We didn't want to go too far down there. Don't want to be straight on this.
He's okay. Maybe a trace aside, on and off the cushion. I'm assuming if he's got that angle. Yeah, but going a little bit away from the black here, is he?
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of it. It's not going to make much of a difference, but he would have liked to be right behind it on the rail, but it's just a dead cert.
Yeah. Don't need to play this at any pace. Just drop it in. Give it every chance, and every chance he has. Trails by 1.
Great shot. Didn't touch the sides.
It's going to be Craig Marsh to break. We've already mentioned this in the 14th frame. Huge break in this match, this, isn't it?
I don't think we'll see him leave a lot off this one.
You think he's just going to put all full-blooded out, yeah?
Yep.
He did in that careless shot when he went in off. It was a bit wild. But he'll be pretty mad with himself. But now...
There has to be a point, doesn't it, in a match where you actually get a good break. Sure, you can't just not have a good break. Like, come up dry every single frame. Luke got a ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just,
yeah, went in the top left-hand corner, didn't it?
Starter.
Yeah, he's not left many starters at all on his breaks, at all. Bit more in that one.
Oh, that's the sound you want to hear, Mark. Don't, them balls flying in. These.
Oh, it's awkward.
No, these are.
Do you think that the yellow does that yellow pass them two reds?
If it doesn't, he can just play it off the yellow. And he's got perfect angle on this bottom one. You had to come around 2 rails for it.
Yeah, and I think that look on Luke Sanji's face as well tells you that story. As you said, he's got yellows around in that area. This match should be over now. Just got to take these out.
Still got to do it, though. All comes down to this shot. If this comes out nice, I think he's fine. Should be home and dry.
Playing this off the yellow, is he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he's played
controlled.
Great shot.
Very well controlled indeed. 3 yellows and the black away from getting himself into the last 16. Cue ball's drifted a bit closer to the cushion than he wanted. Has he got an angle?
Yeah, I think he has. I think he might have wanted a bit more angle. He's fine.
Have to put a bit of extra power in that.
He can drift across, can't he, where he's standing there. So he just avoids the middle bag. He's fine. A little bit of a cutback, though, isn't it?
Yeah, first things first, got to make sure the pot.
Yeah, he can't take his eye off the pot.
And his pace, it needs to be good. That's not red. Could all of a sudden get in the way, but he's played it nice.
Confident.
Give himself a great opportunity now.
Bridge. Going all 9 ball on us. Great finish.
Craig Marsh, 8 frames to 6. He wins. Ben Davis, thanks so much for joining me in the commentary box. I'm going to go and have a few words now with the Buddha, Craig Marsh. Don't go too far.
No problem at all. Cheers for having me, guys.
Well, I'm back in the studio now, and Craig Marsh, pleased with that victory there, got over the line. It was a little bit of a tight tussle though.
Yeah, I didn't think I played all that bad, really. I made a couple of small mistakes, but nothing crazy. So, yeah, I'm happy to win, yeah, definitely.
And I mean, I commentated on that with Ben Davies, and we was talking about your break. You sort of give some breaks a lot more pace than some a little bit. Is that something you've been working on?
No, I'm just. It's just a different. Every table is different. Is the problem? See, so like I'm trying to find like a pace where I'm regularly getting balls. So that sounds crazy to some people, honestly, but yeah, it does make a difference. You could definitely hit them too hard, I think. Anyway, you can hit the break too hard. So I'm trying to find like that happy medium when I keep consistently getting balls, but it's hard. It's hard work.
And a little bit about Luke Sanders. You know, he's had a terrific return. You know, since he's come back to the IPA. You know, he got to the World Championship semi-finals, got to the final at the last professional event. You know, was you expecting it all to go down to the wire?
Yeah, well, yeah, because he beat me, and funny enough, the last one he got to the final, he beat me in the semis, didn't he? On the toy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I knew it was going to be tight. He's improved a hell of a lot over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, I was expecting a good game, and it was a good game, I think.
And a little bit about yourself, you know, what we don't remember is that, you know, you're a Grand Prix ex-champion.
Yeah.
You know, and where's this form come from? You know, you got to the semi-finals that you just mentioned as well. You know, it's great to see you back in the sort of winner's circle.
All jokes aside, just taking it more serious again. I took it for granted for so long, thinking my name would win me games, if you like. It doesn't happen like that all the time. And stopping and drinking as well. I mean, drinking and playing, it just doesn't work, like simple as that. Took me a long time to realise it.
I was just about to say that. When did you start realising that?
It just doesn't work. What is it? Yeah, exactly. I'm 40 now. It was time to grow up, I think. So, yeah, just stopping the drinking and just trying to concentrate when I'm out there. Because I used to take the game for granted so often, do you know what I mean? And not give 100%. Then you're going to get beat down, unfortunately.
And I was talking to Ben in the commentary, you know, reminiscing about, obviously, you two have played together for years and years and years. And he said I think he says it's 30-odd years now he's been playing pool. He won his first title, I don't know how many, 33 years ago or whatever it was. But, you know, you have been around a long, long while and that, so, but he's still playing to a very, very top level.
Yeah, but when you look at people then, like... say Gaz Ibbott, for instance, now. Was he 50 plus? Maybe I'm not going to say his name, his age on camera, but he's 50 odd. Look how good he still is. So there is plenty of still years left in the tank. So I'm hoping I get the longevity he has.
Well, Gareth Ibbott, you know, he is a bit of a fine wine. He just seems to be getting better and better.
Unbelievable.
And a little bit about the draw. I mean, obviously Liam Dunster's been ousted. You know, Mark Boyle's lost as well. Does that sort of give you a bit of resurgence to try and think that there's another title up for grabs for you?
Yeah. I don't really think that far ahead, really, but because anything can happen. I mean, whoever's beaten them boys have obviously played well. Similar sort of thing happened in the Grand Prix I won. Michael Tomlinson beat Boyle. He didn't play great against me, and I beat him. Then a couple of rounds later, I played Dean Shields, who was 9-5 down against Gio. Managed to win 10-9. He didn't play great against me, so... Yeah, sometimes it rolls your way, but I hope it rolls my way this week.
And a little bit about the IPA at the moment, you know, it's buzzing, not just this venue, but, you know, the IPA is buzzing in general, you know, with players. You know, is that all of a sudden, you know, encouraged you to wanting to play more, wanting to compete against the best players and pick up the best trophies?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, definitely. I'm, as I said, that's why I promised all my sponsors and my friends I weren't going to drink a shirt until I'm out or win the tournament. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be trying every event and making sure I give 100%. We don't always win, but as long as I give 100%, I got a chance.
Well, you will give it 100%. You're into the next 16. The last 16, I'll let you go and enjoy your deserved rest. And
cheers.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Craig Marsh is into the last 16. Stephen Walker. Craig Marsh. He seems to be in the winner's circle all the time. Just keeps winning.
I mean, he's obviously trying to become the player of 2025. I spoke to him early on in the year, and he says this was probably a year that he felt he let himself down the last few years. Maybe not being as committed as Craig Marsh could be. If this is the committed Craig Marsh in the winner's circle, going and playing with the kind of form that he's got, then I think every other player in this building should be very, very worried.
And there's always been some top seeds being ousted out of this professional event. Does it open up for players like Craig Marsh?
Well, one of the players that isn't out is Liam Dunster.
Right.
Liam actually won his tablet.
Oh, did he?
The tablet went dead, and there was an issue with the tablet.
I was even saying that. I'm pleased you've come on to explain that.
So Liam's actually ended up going through 8 frames to 7. So.
Oh my. Because I saw 7-5, I saw him shaking hands. I just assumed it was 8-5. So, right, so the number 2 seed's still in.
He's still in.
Oh, wow. Well, I do apologise for getting that wrong, but I was only saying what I was actually seeing.
No, that's it. And obviously, well, very good main man behind the cameras in the stream, Craig, had let me know that there was an issue with that, and then I could let you know.
Oh, perfect indeed. Well, Liam Dunster is still in. I'm sure all the Liam Dunster fans, he is still in and that. But, how do you see tomorrow going? I mean, we've seen 5 fantastic matches here today. Anybody sort of standing out from what you've seen today?
I mean, obviously, Craig's obviously just played some exceptional pool there, and he probably does stand out a bit as the day goes on. You kind of remember the last match you've seen, but one of the things for me over the probably from the beginning of the year, I've said that I like to see the underdog story. I like to see maybe the unknown player, not unknown, but the guy that's not usually in the winner's circle come through. But right now, I'm looking at Craig Marsh and thinking if he keeps that kind of form up and he's got the bit between his teeth, then he's going to be hard to beat. But I mean, the array of talent that's still in this event, it really could be anybody's.
A little bit about Clint Jansen as well. Obviously beat Ben Davis, who I did the commentary with in that last match, 8 frames to 1. I don't know how he's getting on in his next match. I haven't been really paying too much attention to that. But do you sort of see that he could possibly get back to the winner's circle sooner or later? Yeah,
I mean, the thing that was in my head with Clint was he's obviously just come back from playing a different discipline. He's been enjoying obviously different games of pool around the world, and to me, I was thinking, is that maybe going to catch him out? But he showed no signs of any kind of ring rust when it comes to our game of pool, and he was absolutely flying. He played some good stuff. He looked really assured. So he's never going to be far away, Clint. I think the ability he's got, and he's one of these guys really mentally strong. So yeah, I mean, Clint's as good a chance as anyone.
And all to play for. There's going to be 2 finals tomorrow in the professional and the elite champion. You got any sort of tips for us? Do you think he's going to be picking up any trophies?
I don't normally put my neck on the line and pick an actual winner, so I'm maybe going to stick to that. But I'm going to go out the exact same as I've done every one so far, and I'm hoping for another underdog story.
Fantastic, Stephen Walker. Well, that's it from us for tonight. Hope you've enjoyed the action today, and we'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. I think it's about 12:30, is it?
I think it is. I think it's just after midday.
12:30 tomorrow. Make sure you join us, and it's good night from all of us for now. See you tomorrow.